Yo, my hip soul friends. What's crackin'? Today was what it was usually, so let's get snuggled up and let me tell you a story here tonight, where we travel back to a time before time had a name, to a world where gods walked among frost and fire, and prophecy hung in the air like morning mist. This is the story of endings and beginnings, of children born under shadow, and of a fate that even gods could not escape. Let's begin where all great stories must, in the quiet moment before everything changes. If you're new here as always, joining the community is super cool and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, find your sweet spot for sleeping, and let's begin. Imagine, if you will, the realm of Asgard on a winter morning when the world feels wrapped in cotton wool. The golden halls of the gods stand silent, their walls reflecting the pale light of a sun that never quite seems to warm the air. This is the kind of stillness that makes you hold your breath without realizing it, the sort of peace that whispers of its own fragility. In these days, before the great prophecy took root in every divine heart, the gods went about their business with a confidence that now seems almost charming in its innocence. Odin sat upon his high seat, watching the 9 worlds with eyes that saw everything except, perhaps, what mattered most. Thor practiced with his hammer in the courtyard, each swing sending tremors through the ground that the other gods had learned to ignore like familiar background noise. Freya tended her cats and contemplated beauty in all its forms, from the delicate frost patterns on window glass to the terrible elegance of a well-crafted sword. Life in Asgard followed rhythms as old as the World Tree itself. Feasts rolled into councils, councils dissolved into hunts, and hunts gave way to more feasts. The mead flowed like rivers, and laughter echoed through halls built to last until the end of days, though none of them truly believed those days would ever come. Endings were things that happened to mortals, to the brief lives of humans who flickered and faded like candle flames in a drafty room. Gods were supposed to be different, but even in those peaceful times there were signs if you knew how to read them. The Norns, those 3 ancient sisters who wove the fates of gods and men alike, worked their loom with expressions that suggested they knew something everyone else had missed. Their fingers moved through threads of past, present and future with a speed that spoke of urgency, though they never rushed. Rushing implied there was still time to make a difference, and the Norns knew better than anyone that some things were already written in the deep structure of the universe itself. The ravens, Hugin and Munin, returned each evening to whisper their findings into Odin's ears. Thought and memory they were called, and between them they saw everything that happened under the sky. But lately their reports had taken on a quality that Odin didn't care to examine too closely. Attention, a sense of gathering momentum towards something inevitable. He would nod and thank them, then pour another cup of mead and try to focus on problems that seemed more immediate, and therefore more solvable. Down in Midgard, the realm of humans, life continued with its own particular rhythms. Farmers planted and harvested, warriors fought and feasted, and everyone told stories around fires on cold nights. Many of these stories concern the gods, naturally, because humans have always found comfort in believing that their struggles mirror larger cosmic patterns. They spoke of Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, Freya's beauty, and yes, even of Loki, low-key, though those stories were always told with a mixture of amusement and unease, occupied a peculiar position in the divine hierarchy. He was counted among the easier gods, yet everyone knew he was actually a giant by birth, one of the Jotun who were supposed to be enemies of the gods. It was the kind of complicated family situation that makes modern Thanksgiving dinners look simple by comparison. Odin had made him a blood brother in some ancient ceremony that no one quite remembered the details of anymore, binding them together with oaths that even gods could not break without consequences. In those quiet days before the prophecy became impossible to ignore, I moved through Asgard like a cat in a house, where it knows it's not entirely welcome but tolerated for its usefulness in dealing with mice. He was clever, perhaps too clever, as the other gods sometimes muttered when they thought he couldn't hear. His solutions to problems often created new problems, like a home repair job that fixes the leak but somehow damages the foundation. Yet time and again, when the gods found themselves in truly impossible situations, it was they who turned to, because sometimes you need someone willing to think in directions that would never occur to the properly moral mind. He was beautiful in the way that dangerous things often are, sharp-featured, with eyes that suggested he was always 3 steps ahead in a conversation you didn't know you were having. His smile had edges to it, and his laughter could sound like either delight or mockery depending on how you happened to be feeling that day. The gods never entirely trusted him, but they never entirely distrusted him either, which was exactly the balance he seemed to prefer. Trust was a cage, distrust was exile, but this liminal space between the two offered freedom of a sort. During this period of stillness, I would often wander beyond Asgard's golden walls, out into the wild spaces where the worlds brushed against each other like pages in a book not quite properly closed. He said he was exploring, learning the secrets of creation that the more respectable gods were too dignified to seek out themselves, and perhaps that was even true in its own way. But exploration can take many forms, and not all of them involve maps and careful notes. The other gods probably should have paid more attention to these wanderings. But Asgard was comfortable, mead was plentiful, and it's always easier to assume that tomorrow will be much like today, especially when today is pleasant enough. They assumed she would always be, sometimes helpful, sometimes annoying, but ultimately one of them, bound by the same rules and expectations that governed all their lives. They were right about the first part. Would always be. Where they went wrong was in assuming that meant anything like predictability or safety. Beyond the walls of Asgard, beyond even the relatively tamed wildness of Midgard, lay Jotunheim, the realm of the giants. This was not a place where gods typically vacationed. The giants were old, older than the gods themselves by some accounts, and they remembered every slight, every battle, every drop of blood spilled in the eternal conflict between order and chaos. Jotunheim was a landscape of contradictions. Ice fields that burned with cold so intense it felt like fire. Mountains that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them. And forests where the trees had witnessed the birth of the worlds and remained unimpressed. It was to this unwelcoming realm that he found himself drawn, pulled by something he couldn't quite name and wouldn't have admitted if he could. Maybe it was boredom with Asgard's golden perfection, where everything was always beautiful and therefore in its way monotonous. Maybe it was a longing for the wild magic that the giants still practiced, the old chaos that had existed before the gods imposed their orderly structures on creation. Or maybe, and this is what he would never have confessed to Odin or any of the others, it was a desire to be somewhere he didn't have to constantly perform the role of the trickster, where he could simply be. In Jotunheim he met Angrboda the giantess. Her name meant she who brings grief, which should have been his first warning but instead intrigued him, the way danger always intrigued him. She was not beautiful by the standards of Asgard, where beauty meant golden hair and perfect features that never showed the weight of years or experience. Angrboda's beauty was of a different sort entirely, the beauty of a winter storm, of ancient stone, of things that endure not through perfection but through sheer uncompromising existence. She lived alone in a part of Jotunheim where even other giants rarely ventured, in a hall built from the bones of some creature that had died when the world was young. It should have been grim, but somehow it wasn't. She had made it comfortable in her own way, with furs that actually provided warmth and a fire that burned with colours I had never seen in Asgard's carefully tended hearths. The first time he visited, he told himself he was gathering information, learning giant secrets that might prove useful to the gods someday. The second visit was harder to justify. By the third, he had stopped trying. Angrboda saw through him immediately, of course. She saw the performance he put on for everyone else, and underneath it she saw something that she had even half forgotten was there. A person who was tired of always being clever, always having the perfect response, and always playing the role that everyone expected. With her he could occasionally be quiet. With her he could admit uncertainty. With her he discovered that not every moment needed to be filled with words or tricks or carefully calculated moves in some invisible game. This relationship was, by any reasonable standard, a catastrophically bad idea. Was bound by oaths to the gods, bound by his peculiar position as both insider and outsider in Asgard's hierarchy. Angerboda was a giant, one of the ancient enemies, and her very name suggested that she carried doom in her wake like a cloak. Nothing good could come from this union. Anyone with sense could have told them that, but sense has never been the primary motivator of those who fall into whatever you want to call the thing that grew between them. Love is too simple a word and too complicated at the same time. Call it recognition, perhaps. The way two people who have always been slightly out of step with everyone around them might recognise that quality in each other and feel something like relief. Time in Jotunheim moved differently than in Asgard. Days could stretch or compress, and seasons followed rules that would have given meteorologists nervous breakdowns. During one of these temporally ambiguous periods, Angerboda discovered she was pregnant. Not with one child, but with 3, because apparently even reproduction couldn't be straightforward when I was involved. This should have been the moment when he returned to Asgard, resumed his proper role, and pretended this entire episode had never happened. The gods were skilled at ignoring uncomfortable truths, and one more god's indiscretion could have been added to a list that was already impressively long. But something kept him in Jotunheim through Angerboda's pregnancy, watching her belly swell with new life, feeling something he couldn't quite name and didn't entirely trust. Perhaps it was fear of what was coming. Perhaps it was fascination with the sheer audacity of creating life when your own existence felt so uncertain. Or perhaps, and this is the most generous interpretation, it was a genuine desire to be present for the birth of his children, to be something other than the trickster for once, to be simply a father to beings who might not yet know enough to be disappointed in him. The births, when they came, were like nothing in the usual order of things. The first child came into the world as winter deepened over Jotunheim, when the cold pressed down like a physical weight and the stars seemed close enough to touch. Angerboda laboured in her hall of bone and fur, and discovered that all his cleverness was useless in the face of this most ancient and ordinary of processes. He could do nothing but wait, and waiting had never been something he excelled at. When the baby finally emerged, wrapped in call and blood and possibility, he looked down at his firstborn son and felt his heart constrict in a way that should have been impossible for someone who prided himself on emotional detachment. The child was perfect, small and helpless in the way all newborns are, with tiny fists that clenched and unclenched, as if already learning to hold on to things in a world that would try to take everything away. They named him Fenrir, and in the beginning he was simply a baby. He cried when he was hungry, slept when he was tired, and regarded the world with the solemn curiosity of all new arrivals trying to understand the strange place they've landed in. But even from the start there were signs for those who knew how to read them. His eyes were too knowing for an infant's, his grip on your finger stronger than it should have been, and when he looked at you, it felt like being assessed by something that was already deciding whether you were friend or food. He grew faster than any normal child, his baby fat melting away within weeks to reveal lean muscle and a coat of fur that shouldn't have emerged for months if he'd been a normal wolf, which he very clearly wasn't. By the time Fenrir was what should have been 3 months old, he was the size of a large dog, and by 6 months, he was larger than any wolf that had ever run through the forests of any world. His teeth, when he yawned, were already the size of daggers, and his howls echoed across Jotunheim in ways that made even giants pause in their work and look toward the horizon with expressions of unease. But here's what you need to understand. Despite all this, Fenrir was still just a child. He wanted to play, to be petted, and to curl up next to his mother and listen to her voice as she told him stories about the world before his birth. He was gentle with the smaller creatures that lived around Angerboda's hall, and once I watched him spend an entire afternoon carefully not squashing a mouse that had wandered into his paws. The wolf child's tail would wag when either parent came near, and his greatest joy seemed to be these simple moments of family togetherness. This second birth came only months later, though time in Jotunheim made such measurements almost meaningless. This child emerged even more impossible than the first, and when Angerboda laid him against her chest for the first time, she looked up at him with eyes that held equal parts love and terror. Jörmungandr, they named him, the world's serpent. Though he started out small enough to fit in cupped palms, he was beautiful in the way that reptiles can be beautiful, perfectly designed for his purpose, with scales that caught the light like opals and eyes that were older than anything had a right to be. Unlike Fenrir, who was warm and mammalian in his affections, Jörmungandr was cool to the touch, contemplative, with a stillness that suggested depths beneath depths. He grew even faster than his brother, his body lengthening in coils that soon filled the hall and then spilled outside, wrapping around the foundation like a living boundary marker. Within a year, or what passed for a year, he was longer than any snake or dragon in mythology, his body stretching so far that you could see the beginning but never quite follow him to his end. He moved like water when he wanted to, with a grace that made you forget how utterly alien he was, and when he was still, you might mistake him for a peculiar rock formation, until one of those opal eyes opened to regard you with cool interest. Jörmungandr didn't play like Fenrir did, but he had his own way of showing affection. He would rest his massive head on Angerboda's lap as she sat by the fire, his breath slow and even, radiating a sense of peace that seemed to spread through the entire hall. He liked it when she would trace patterns on his scales and tell him stories, not the grand sagas of gods and heroes, but smaller, quieter tales about observation and patience, and the long view that serpents naturally understood. The third child came last, and her birth was the strangest of all. The labour was long and difficult, and there were moments when I wondered if Angerboda would survive it. But finally the baby emerged, and when they cleaned her and wrapped her in furs, they saw that she was split perfectly down the middle, one side living and lovely, the other side showing the marks of death and decay that usually only came after a life had ended. They named her Hel, and she was perhaps the most remarkable of all the children, though the least obviously monstrous. Her living side was as beautiful as her mother was beautiful, strong-featured and fierce, with eyes that saw straight through pretense to the truth underneath. Her death-touch side was not grotesque in the way you might imagine, but rather peaceful, like a person sleeping deeply, with skin the colour of old parchment, and an eye that saw into realms no living person should perceive. Unlike her brothers, Hel grew at a normal pace, though what was normal about anything concerning this family was debatable. But she aged like a human child would, which meant she stayed small and vulnerable far longer than Fenrir or Jörmungandr. This seemed to bring out protective instincts in her brothers that you wouldn't expect from beings who were already becoming legends even in their infancy. Fenrir would curl his enormous body around her when she slept, providing warmth and security. Jörmungandr would create living walls with his coils, keeping anything potentially dangerous away from his sister. For a short time, and it was heartbreakingly short, they were simply a family. Unconventional, certainly. Impossible by any reasonable standard. But a family nonetheless, finding joy in each other's company in a hall at the edge of civilization, where the rules that governed everyone else's lives didn't quite seem to apply. Angerboda would sit by the fire in the evenings, Hel in her lap, while Fenrir sprawled nearby and Jörmungandr coiled around them all like a living fortress. Would tell stories. He was always good with stories, and for those moments he could almost forget that this couldn't last, that the world beyond their hall was watching and worrying and preparing to take action. But she'd always been too clever not to know the truth, and Angerboda was too wise to pretend otherwise. These children, however beloved, however innocent in themselves, were prophecy made flesh. Their very existence was a threat to the order of things, and order, especially divine order, has never been kind to threats. The gods learned about the children the way gods always learn about things they'd prefer not to know, through ravens and rumours, through prophecies that emerged in dreams, through the Norns weaving with expressions that grew grimmer with each passing day. At first, the news was met with disbelief. Had gotten himself into awkward situations before, but this seemed excessive even for him. 3 children, each more impossible than the last, born of a union that should never have happened in the first place. Then the disbelief turned to concern, and concern ripened into fear. Because prophecies began to surface, old predictions that suddenly made new and terrible sense. The wolf who would devour the sun, the serpent who would poison the sky, the maiden who would receive the dead when the final battle came. These weren't just children, they were endings given form and breath, walking proof that Ragnarok, was not some distant theoretical event, but an approaching reality with baby teeth and scales. Odin called a council, which was never a good sign. When gods gather formally to discuss problems, it usually means someone's life is about to get significantly worse. Thor argued for immediate action, because Thor's solution to most problems involved hitting them with his hammer until they stopped being problems. Freya counselled compassion, suggesting that children shouldn't be punished for prophecies about things they hadn't done yet. Tyr, the god of justice, pointed out that justice and prevention made uncomfortable bedfellows, and perhaps this was a situation where they needed to choose which principle mattered more. They sent for him, and he came reluctantly, leaving his family in Jotunheim with promises he must have known even then he couldn't keep. In Asgard's great hall, with all the gods assembled in judgment, he faced questions he had no good answers for. Yes, the children existed. Yes, they were growing powerful. Yes, he supposed the prophecies might apply to them, though prophecies were notoriously open to interpretation, and perhaps everyone was overreacting. This argument went about as well as you'd expect when you're trying to convince people that their existential terror might be premature. Odin pronounced judgment with the weight of someone who had foreseen this moment and hated every part of it. The children could not remain in Jotunheim, free and growing stronger. They had to be separated, contained and placed where they could not fulfill the prophecies that everyone now agreed hung over them like storm clouds over a picnic. It was for the good of all the worlds, Odin said, and maybe he even believed it. Gods are very good at convincing themselves that terrible things are necessary. The separation happened on a grey morning when the sky seemed to reflect the mood of everyone involved. Gods came to Jotunheim in force, not quite an army, but not quite not an army either, led by Odin himself because some orders can't be delegated without seeming cowardly. Angerboda fought them, of course. She was a giantess and a mother, which made her approximately as dangerous as anything in creation when protecting her children. But there were many gods, and only one of her, and they had come prepared with bindings and spells and the kind of overwhelming force that leaves no room for defiance to matter. Fenrir fought too, though he was still young enough that fighting mostly meant biting and howling and trying to position himself between his family and the invaders. He managed to bloody a few minor gods before they got magical chains around him. Chains that wouldn't have held a normal wolf for more than moments, but that had been forged specifically for him, woven with magic and prophecy, and the kind of desperate ingenuity that comes from fear. Even bound, Fenrir struggled, his eyes finding his mother's across the chaos, seeing something in her expression that broke what remained of his puppy heart. They took him first, dragging him away, still bound, still fighting, howling in a voice that carried across all of Jotunheim, and made even the giants pause in whatever they were doing to listen and remember. The gods brought him to a place called Lyngvi, an island in the middle of a lake called Amsvatnir, where water so dark it looked like liquid night lapped at shores that nothing living visited. There they chained him with bonds called Gleipnir, thin as silk and strong as the roots of mountains made from impossible things. The sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, and the spittle of a bird. Fenrir would live there on that lonely island, bound and isolated, growing larger and more bitter as the years passed. The gods told themselves this was mercy. They could have killed him after all. They told themselves he would be well cared for, that someone would bring him food and water. What they didn't tell themselves was what it might do to a social creature to live entirely alone, without touch or companionship, with nothing but chains and prophecy for company. Jörmungandur. They handled it differently, though no more kindly. The serpent had grown so large that transporting him anywhere seemed impossible, so instead they threw him into the sea, cast him from the cliffs of Asgard down into the waters of Midgard like something broken being tossed away. He fell through clouds and air that never felt anything like him pass through before, and hit the ocean with an impact that created waves that reached shores hundreds of miles away. The serpent sank into the cold deep, where sunlight had never quite figured out how to reach, and there he continued to grow. He grew until his body encircled all of Midgard, grew until he held his own tail in his mouth in an endless loop of scale and muscle and patient rage. Sailors would sometimes glimpse him when storms turned the sea transparent for brief moments, and they would tell stories about the world serpent who waited in the depths for a day when the prophecies would finally come true and he could rise to meet them. She took last, and perhaps her fate was strangest of all. She was still a child, small and frightened, clutching at Angerboda's skirts as the gods deliberated what to do with a girl who was half alive and half dead, and entirely too close to the mysteries that separated one state from the other. Odin looked at her for a long time, his one eye seeing things that others couldn't, seeing possibilities and problems and prophecies yet unwritten. Finally he made his decision. She would not be imprisoned like her brother or exiled like the other. Instead, she would be given a realm to rule. Niflheim, the realm of the dead, where those who died of illness or old age would come to rest. It sounded like a gift, the way Odin presented it, like they were giving her purpose and authority beyond what any child her age should expect. But Hel was already wise beyond her years, split as she was between life and death, and she understood what they were really doing, isolating her from the living, placing her where her strange nature would be appropriate, and keeping her contained through responsibility rather than chains. She went without fighting, because what would fighting have accomplished? But she looked back once at her mother, and Angerboda saw in that look all the future Hel would have without her family around her, all the centuries of ruling over the dead while being neither quite living nor quite dead herself, and all the loneliness that awaited in those grey halls beneath the earth. Watched all of this happen, bound by his oaths to Odin, unable to intervene without breaking bonds that held the very fabric of divine society together. His children were taken, scattered to wind and sea and underworld, separated from each other and from the family that loved them, despite every prophecy that said they shouldn't. And he stood there in his golden halls of Asgard, still technically one of the gods, still technically honoured and respected, and felt something inside him crack in ways that would have consequences no one could yet imagine. Angerboda they left alone in her hall of bones, because what more could they take from her? She sat by her fire, which had always burned with strange colours, and she wept tears that froze before they hit the ground. The gods had taken her children. The prophecies remained. And somewhere in the fabric of fate itself something shifted, like a lock tumbling into place, like a story finally finding its proper tragic shape. After the separation, Asgard tried to return to its previous rhythm of feasts and hunts and comfortable certainty. But something had changed in the golden halls, a tension that wouldn't quite dissipate like morning mist under sunlight. The gods had done what they thought necessary, and they tried very hard to convince themselves this meant they had prevented disaster. They were very good at self-deception when they needed to be. It's practically a requirement for divine status, but the Norns continued weaving, and their expressions never softened. And in the world tree Yggdrasil itself, which connected all the realms in its vast structure of trunk and branch and root, there was a sense of anticipation, as if the tree that held everything together was bracing itself for what would inevitably come. The prophecies about Ragnarök were old, older than most of the gods themselves. They spoke of a final battle when everything that held the worlds together would come apart like a tapestry pulled at its threads. Fire and ice would meet, the dead would rise, the bonds that held monsters would snap, and the carefully maintained order that the gods had spent ages building would collapse into chaos and violence. It was the Norse version of the apocalypse, and what made it particularly unsettling was its specificity. This wasn't vague religious speculation. It was a detailed roadmap of exactly how everything would end. The wolf would break his chains on that day. Fenrir, grown massive with isolation and rage, would shake off the bonds of Gleipnir like they were spider silk and run free for the first time since his imprisonment. He would chase the sun across the sky, and this time there would be no escape for that bright orb that had risen faithfully every morning since the dawn of time. The wolf would swallow the sun, and the world would fall into darkness that no torch could penetrate. The serpent would rise from the ocean depths. Jormungandr, having grown so large that he literally encompassed the world, would release his own tail from his mouth and surge upward through waters that had contained him for so long. He would spew venom that would poison the very air, creating a toxic fog that would spread across all the lands. The sky itself would turn green with his poison, and things would die simply from breathing. The dead would march under Hel's command. From Niflheim, that grey realm beneath the earth, would come an army of those who had passed from the world of the living, not the glorious dead who dwelt in Valhalla, but the ordinary dead, those who had died in their beds of age or sickness, those who had never held weapons or sought battle. They would rise at Hel's call, because even the boundary between life and death would fail when Ragnarök came. On that day, he would break free from a punishment the gods would later impose on him for his role in another god's death. He would be bound in a cave with venom dripping onto his face for eternity, or at least until the end of everything, whichever came first, as it turned out. When Ragnarök began, those bonds too would snap, and he would lead an army of giants against the gods who had once called him friend, fighting alongside the children they had taken from him. The prophecies described the battle in detail, which would have been impressive if it weren't so utterly depressing. Thor would face Jormungandr in their final confrontation, and though the thunder god would manage to kill the serpent, he would only take 9 steps before the venom finally killed him in turn. Odin would face Fenrir in single combat, and the wolf would do what he'd been prophesied to do since before he was born. He would devour the All-Father, swallowing the king of the gods as darkness swallowed the sun. The fires of Muspelheim would consume what remained, burning through all the worlds like a fever that couldn't be broken. The world tree itself would burn, and when it finally fell, nothing would remain but a waste of ash and regret. It was, by any standard, a deeply unpleasant set of predictions, and the gods spent considerable time and energy trying to figure out if there was any way around them. This is where things got philosophically interesting, if you cared about such things, which most of the gods didn't, because philosophy had never stopped anyone from getting eaten by a wolf or poisoned by a serpent. The problem was this: by taking action to prevent the prophecies, were the gods actually ensuring they came true? If they hadn't imprisoned Fenrir, would he have any reason to hate them enough to devour Odin? If they hadn't thrown Jormungandr into the sea, would he have grown large enough to threaten the world? If they hadn't given Hel dominion over the dead, would she have an army to raise when the final battle came? And if they hadn't taken his children away, would he have any motivation to lead giants against them when the world ended? But it was too late now for such questions. The children were separated, growing in their isolation, and with each passing year they were becoming less like the innocent beings they had been, and more like the monsters the prophecies required them to be. It was like a self-fulfilling prophecy speed run, and everyone was trapped in roles they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. You might wonder what the children themselves thought about all this. Whether they had any choice in the matter, whether they might have chosen differently if given the option. But prophecy doesn't care much about choice. That's the terrible thing about it, the aspect that makes it fundamentally unfair in ways that even gods couldn't quite address. The future was already written, and all any of them could do was move toward it like actors hitting their marks in a play whose ending had been determined before the first line was spoken. Fenrir, alone on his island, grew large and bitter. He had loved his family once, had been gentle with that mouse, and had wagged his tail when his father came home. But isolation is poison of its own sort, and chains leave marks that go deeper than flesh. He thought about prophecy in the long hours of his imprisonment, and about the role everyone assumed he would play. and perhaps part of him began to think, if everyone believes I'm a monster, if they've treated me like a monster since I was a child, if they've imprisoned me for crimes I haven't committed yet, well, maybe when the chains finally break, I'll give them exactly the monster they expected. Jörmungandr circled the world in his endless loop, growing larger with each passing century, patient in the way that only truly cold-blooded creatures can be patient. He remembered his mother's hall, remembered his sister's small hand touching his scales, and remembered his brother's protective warmth. He remembered, and he waited, and his waiting had the quality of something inevitable. Not eager, exactly, but ready. When the time came, he would rise. The prophecy said so, and for a being who had been cast into the ocean like garbage, there was something almost comforting about certainty, even if that certainty was about universal destruction. Hel in her grey halls learned the art of ruling the dead, and it changed her in ways that would have concerned anyone who cared enough to visit, which no one did. The living were afraid of death, and the dead weren't much for conversation. She existed between states, governing a realm where nothing ever really changed, where there was no joy but also no suffering, just an endless grey continuation that wasn't quite anything at all. She thought of her mother sometimes, and wondered if Angerboda still lived in her Hall of Bones in Jotunheim. She thought of her brothers and wondered if they remembered her, or if time and isolation had erased even those memories. Mostly, though, she prepared. Because the prophecy said the dead would march, and Hel had learned that being prepared was the only form of control available to her. Time passed in the 9 worlds the way it always does, steadily, indifferently, like water wearing away stone. Years became decades. Decades stretched into centuries, and the gods grew comfortable with their solutions to the problem of prophecy. Fenrir was bound. Jörmungandr was in the sea. Hel presided over the dead, and Ragnarök remained firmly in the category of future problems we'll worry about later. Except the Norns kept weaving and their thread was running out. The signs began subtly, the way endings often do. Winters grew longer and harsher, stretching beyond their traditional boundaries until spring seemed like a memory rather than something that would actually return. The Norse called it Fimbulwinter, the Great Winter, 3 years of cold with no summer between them, where snow fell even in what should have been the warmest months, and the sun seemed to have forgotten how to provide warmth even when it appeared. In Midgard, humans huddled around fires and watched their supplies dwindle, wondering what they had done to anger the gods. They didn't know that the gods had nothing to do with it, that this was simply the universe preparing itself for transition, the way a body shivers before a fever breaks. Crops failed. Animals disappeared into forests and didn't return. Families turned on each other as resources became scarce, and the social bonds that held communities together began to fray like old rope under too much strain. Wolves appeared in unusual numbers, more than anyone could remember seeing, and they were bold in ways that normal wolves never were. They came close to villages, watching with eyes that seemed to understand too much, as if they were waiting for something. Some people swore they could hear howling in the distance every night, a sound that came from no direction, and every direction at once. A call that their own dogs would answer with whimpers of fear rather than challenge. The ocean grew restless in ways that confused even experienced sailors. Waves rose without wind to drive them, and the water itself seemed to be shifting, moving with patterns that suggested something massive was stirring in depths no human had ever plumbed. Ships that ventured too far from shore sometimes reported seeing coils breaking the surface. Coils too large to belong to any known creature, covered in scales that caught the dying light like diseased jewels. In Niflheim, Hel felt the change before anyone else. The dead who came to her realm arrived with stories of the world above falling apart, of chaos spreading like infection through societies that had seemed stable for generations. She stood in her hall of grey stone and felt the boundaries between her realm and the world above thinning, weakening, and becoming permeable in ways they had never been before. It would be easy now to send the dead back up into the light, easy to march them across the boundary that had always seemed so absolute. She thought of her brothers, whom she hadn't seen since childhood, and wondered if they felt it too. This sense of something approaching, of a story finally moving toward its climax after an impossibly long middle section. On the island of Lyngvi, Fenrir felt the bonds that held him beginning to weaken. Gleipnir, that thin ribbon that had held him for so long, was starting to stretch in ways it never had before. It was still strong. The magic woven into it was old and powerful. But even old magic eventually wears down under constant pressure. He had been pulling against these bonds every day for centuries, and now, finally, he could feel them responding, feel the give in them that suggested freedom might actually be possible. He lifted his massive head and howled, a sound that carried across water and land, through realms and dimensions, reaching ears that had been waiting to hear it. It was a howl of anticipation, of rage that had been building for so long it had become something almost pure and of something else too. A kind of terrible joy at finally being able to move toward the destiny everyone had always said was his. In the ocean, Jörmungandr released his tail from his mouth for the first time since he'd been large enough to catch it. The world serpent uncoiled, and as he did, the seas began to rise. Tsunamis formed spontaneously, rushing toward shores that had no warning and no time to prepare. The serpent's massive body created currents that disrupted weather patterns across the entire world, and when he finally surfaced, truly surfaced, bringing his full length up where sky and sea met, sailors who saw him went mad from the sheer impossibility of his size. He rose toward Asgard, toward the home of the gods who had thrown him away, and as he rose, venom dripped from fangs the size of towers. Where it fell into the water, fish died instantly and floated to the surface in vast carpets of silver death. Where it touched land, vegetation withered as if winter had compressed itself into single devastating moments. The air itself began to taste of poison, metallic and wrong, making every breath a risk. In Asgard, the gods finally had to acknowledge what they'd been trying to ignore for months or years or centuries, depending on how you measured divine denial. The prophecy wasn't something they had prevented or postponed. It was here, now, inevitable as gravity or grief. Heimdall, the watchman of the gods, lifted the Gjallarhorn to his lips and blew, sending out a sound that reached every corner of every realm. A warning, a call to arms, and an admission that everything they'd tried to prevent was happening anyway. Odin sat on his throne and felt something he hadn't felt in ages. Genuine fear. Not the mild concern that accompanies minor problems, but the deep existential terror of knowing that your own end is approaching, and there's nothing left to do but meet it with whatever dignity you can muster. He had seen this moment in his visions countless times, and had played it out in his mind trying to find some way to change the outcome. And he had failed. All his wisdom, all his sacrifices. He had given an eye for knowledge and hung himself from the world tree for 9 days to learn the runes, and none of it had been enough to change what was coming. Thor stood in the courtyard of Asgard, Mjolnir in his hand, and for once he wasn't confident. He was brave, certainly, and he would fight because fighting was what he did. But even Thor could sense that this was different from every battle he'd ever fought before. This wasn't about winning. This was about meeting your fate head-on because there was literally no other option available. The fires of Muspelheim, that realm of primordial flame that existed at the edge of creation, began to spread. The fire giant Surtur, who had been waiting since the beginning of time for this exact moment, led his forces across the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost, and the beautiful arc that connected Asgard to the other realms burned under their feet, collapsing into nothing like a dream at morning. From Jotunheim came the frost giants, ancient enemies of the gods, marching in formation that suggested this had been planned for longer than anyone wanted to contemplate. They had waited through centuries of uneasy peace, and now the waiting was over. They came across the broken remains of Bifrost, climbing through spaces between worlds that should have been impassable, driven by old hatreds and older promises, and from a cave where he'd been bound as punishment for crimes that seemed almost petty now in comparison to what was happening, He emerged. The bindings that had held him snapped like dead vines, and he stood in the light for the first time in years that had felt like eternities. His wife had stayed with him through it all, catching the venom that would have dripped onto his face in a bowl, emptying it when it grew full, and returning to catch more. Now she stood beside him as he looked toward Asgard, toward the realm that had once included him, and then cast him out, and his expression was unreadable. He thought of his children, scattered across the 9 worlds, fulfilling prophecies that might never have come true if the gods had simply left them alone. He thought of Angerboda, probably still alone in her hall in Jotunheim, having lost everything to fear and prophecy. He thought of all the times he'd tried to fit in with the gods, to be accepted as one of them, only to be reminded again and again that he was other, different, not quite trustworthy. And then he began walking toward the final battle, because prophecy pulled him forward like a current, and because sometimes being a father means honouring your children even when, especially when, everyone else has turned them into monsters. The armies met on a plain called Vigrid, a vast empty space that existed for no other purpose than to hold the ending of all things. On one side stood the gods and the Einherjar, those warriors who had died gloriously in battle and spent their afterlife training in Valhalla for exactly this moment. They were brave and skilled and utterly doomed, but they formed ranks anyway, because what else do you do when the world is ending except stand in the place where you're supposed to stand? On the other side stood everyone and everything else, giants of frost and fire, the dead raised from Hell's realm, monsters freed from their prisons, and beings that had crawled out from the spaces between worlds where even gods didn't like to look too closely. And somewhere in that mass of chaos and old hatred 3 figures stood out. Fenrir, finally free, larger than mountains, with fur that seemed to absorb a light rather than reflect it. His mouth hung open wide enough to stretch from earth to sky, and in his eyes was the accumulated rage of centuries of imprisonment. Jormungandr coiled at the edge of the battlefield, so large that he seemed less like a creature and more like a feature of the landscape itself, his venom creating a toxic fog that drifted across the plain and made everything it touched wither. And Hel, smaller than her brothers, leading an army of the dead with an expression that was neither cruel nor kind but simply determined, a ruler doing what she had always known she would have to do when this day finally came. The battle, when it began, was everything the prophecies had promised and worse. Thor charged Jormungandr with Mjolnir raised high, and their collision sent shockwaves that cracked the earth and shattered the sky. They had fought before in dreams and visions, but this was real and final, each blow carrying the weight of destiny and determination. The thunder god's hammer struck scales that had never known vulnerability, and the serpent's fangs drove toward flesh that had always been too strong to pierce. Odin faced Fenrir, and all his wisdom meant nothing against the simple fact of the wolf's hunger. Not hunger for food, but for justice, for recognition, for all the years stolen from him. The wolf charged, and Odin fought with spear and spell and desperate courage, but the prophecy was very specific about how this encounter would end. And prophecy, it turned out, was stronger than any weapon. Across the battlefield, gods fell, giants fell, warriors from Valhalla fell, and the dead raised from Hell's realm fell again, returning to the oblivion they'd briefly left. Faced Heimdall, the watchman who had first spotted him sneaking into Asgard all those ages ago, and they killed each other in a mutual annihilation that felt somehow appropriate for 2 beings who had always been defined by their opposition to each other. The fires spread. Surtur's blade cut through reality itself, and everything it touched burned with flames that couldn't be quenched, because they were burning the concept of things rather than just their physical forms. The world tree Yggdrasil, which had stood since the beginning and connected all the realms in its vast structure, began to burn, and as it burned, the worlds themselves started to come apart. Thor struck Jormungandr a final blow, and the serpent died, his massive body collapsing across the battlefield like a mountain range suddenly deciding to lie down. But the venom in those last moments poured out in quantities that even Thor's legendary constitution couldn't withstand. The thunder god took 9 steps away from his dead enemy, and then he too fell, poisoned beyond even divine healing. Fenrir devoured Odin, and then Odin's son Vidar, in a moment of grief-driven fury, drove a blade through the wolf's heart. The great beast fell, and in his last moments perhaps he thought of his mother's hall, of playing with his siblings, of a time before prophecy had determined that he would be a monster. Or perhaps he thought nothing at all, and simply went into the darkness that all creatures, even prophesied ones, must finally face. The fire consumed everything that remained. Gods and giants, heroes and monsters, all the elaborate structures of meaning and purpose that had held the 9 worlds together. All of it burned till there was nothing left but ash and silence and the memory of things that would never be again. It was, by any measure, a thoroughly successful apocalypse. The prophecy had been fulfilled in every detail. The ending had come exactly as predicted. Everything that the gods had tried to prevent had happened anyway, right on schedule, like a train that arrives precisely when the timetable says it will, regardless of how desperately you wish it would be delayed. And then, in the silence after everything had ended, something new began. Here's something the prophecies didn't emphasize, though it was always there if you read carefully. Ragnarok wasn't just an ending. It was also a clearing away, a burning off of old growth to make room for what would come after. The Norse understood something that many apocalyptic traditions forgot, that destruction and creation are 2 sides of the same process, like breathing in and breathing out. The fires eventually burn themselves out because even magical flames run out of fuel when they've consumed everything combustible. The venom dissipated, its potency fading once there was nothing left to poison. The darkness that had swallowed the sun began slowly to thin. From beneath the waves that had drowned so much of the old world, new land began to emerge. It rose slowly, incrementally, like bread rising in an oven, or like hope returning to people who had given up on it. This land was different from what had been before, softer somehow, more gentle, as if the earth itself had learned something from watching everything burn and decided to try a different approach. The sun, which Fenrir had swallowed, was gone, but the sun had a daughter, and she emerged into the new sky tentatively, like a child stepping into a room where something terrible had happened and isn't sure if it's safe yet. Her light was gentler than her mother's had been, less harsh, the kind of sunlight that makes you want to lie in grass and watch clouds rather than accomplish anything particularly ambitious. And here's where the story gets interesting, where it stops being about endings and starts being about the peculiar resilience of existence itself. Not all the gods died at Ragnarök. Some survived. The younger ones, mostly. The ones who'd been smart enough to hide rather than fight, or lucky enough to be in the right place when the fires came through. Vidar and Vali, sons of Odin, emerged from wherever they'd sheltered to see a world that was utterly changed from the one they'd known. Modi and Magni, Thor's sons, found their father's hammer lying in the ash where nothing should have survived, and they lifted it together because neither was quite strong enough alone. These survivors looked at the new land with mixed feelings. Relief at being alive, certainly. Grief for everyone who hadn't made it. But also something else. A sense of possibility, of freedom from the old prophecies and old patterns that had bound everyone into roles they couldn't escape. The great story had ended, which meant new stories could begin. Stories that weren't already written in the weaving of the Norns. 2 humans survived as well, having hidden themselves in the trunk of Yggdrasil during the worst of the destruction, sheltered by the tree even as it burned. Their names were Lif and Lifthrasir, which meant life and eager for life, and they emerged into the new world hungry and frightened but alive, which was more than could be said for most of creation. They found that the new earth grew food without needing to be planted or tended, that water was clean and plentiful, and that the harsh requirements of survival that had dominated the old world didn't apply here with the same cruel intensity. It was as if the universe had decided to be kinder this time around, to give life a better chance than it had received before, the surviving gods and the surviving humans met on a green field where Asgard had once stood, and they looked at each other with none of the old hierarchies or expectations in place. The gods weren't quite gods anymore, not in the old sense, not with all their power and certainty. The humans weren't quite the same humans who had huddled in fear before divine judgment. They were all survivors now, all trying to figure out what came next in a world where the old rules had been burned away. They talked, actually talked, rather than the gods proclaiming and humans obeying. They shared the food that grew wild and plentiful in this new earth. They told stories about what had been lost, not trying to resurrect it, but honouring it the way you honour memory, acknowledging that it mattered even though it was gone. And in their talking, a question emerged that no one wanted to ask, but that eventually had to be voiced. What about S's children? Because here's the thing about prophecy. Once it's fulfilled, it's over. Fenrir had devoured Odin exactly as predicted. Jörmungandr had risen and poisoned the sky right on schedule. Hel had commanded the dead at Ragnarök just as foretold. They had done everything that prophecy required of them, playing their parts in the ending of all things with devastating accuracy. So what happened to them now? Fenrir was dead, killed by Vidar's blade, and his body had burned with everything else. But in the new world, in the forest that grew without anyone planting them, wolves ran free, and sometimes when you looked at them carefully, you'd see eyes that seemed more knowing than animal eyes should be. A consciousness that suggested something more than simple beast. Perhaps Fenrir lived on in his children, or perhaps the idea of Fenrir, freedom from chains, recognition after isolation, had become part of the New World's fabric. Jörmungandr's body had been too large to burn completely, and his bones formed new mountain ranges in the fresh earth, creating geography where none had existed before. His venom had soaked into the ground, but instead of poisoning it, it somehow enriched the soil, making things grow with unusual vigour. Sailors on the new seas reported seeing serpents sometimes, much smaller than the world serpent had been, but with the same opal scales and the same patient, knowing gaze. Perhaps the serpent had survived in some diminished form, or perhaps his essence had divided into countless smaller versions of himself, no single one large enough to threaten the world, but all of them carrying his memory forward. Hel was the most mysterious case. Her realm of the dead had been emptied when the dead marched at Ragnarök, and Niflheim itself had been transformed by the fires and the renewal. Some said she still existed somewhere, still ruling over whatever remained of death in this new world where everything seemed brighter and more alive. Others said she had been released from her duty, free finally to be simply herself, rather than the goddess of the dead, living somewhere in the new lands under a name no one would recognise. But sometimes, in the evening when the sun's daughter was setting and the world fell into that peculiar twilight between day and night, people would see a figure walking alone, half in light and half in shadow, half seemingly alive and half seemingly something else. The figure never approached anyone, never spoke, and just walked through the new world, observing it with an expression that suggested both familiarity and wonder, like someone returning to a place they'd lived in childhood and finding it both changed and somehow the same, as fate was equally unclear. He had died in his battle with Heimdall, but death in the old world didn't necessarily mean death in the new. Some claimed to see him in the faces of tricksters and shapeshifters, in the clever solutions to impossible problems, and in the laughter that erupts when someone manages to find humour in desperate situations. Perhaps he too had survived in some form, or perhaps the idea of him, change, complexity, the refusal to fit neatly into expected categories, had become part of the New World's foundation. Angerboda, who had lost everything when the gods took her children, who had lived alone in her hall through all the years of waiting and prophecy, no one knew what had happened to her. Jotunheim had been transformed like everywhere else, and her hall of bones was probably gone, burned or transformed or simply reclaimed by whatever wild magic now shaped the realms. But sometimes, in wild places where the new order hadn't quite taken hold, travellers reported meeting a giantess who asked after news of 3 children, describing them as they had been in infancy rather than as the legendary beings they'd become. And those who encountered her said she seemed simultaneously grieving and at peace, as if she'd finally accepted a loss that had defined her existence for so long. The survivors built new settlements in the new world, but they built them differently this time. Instead of the great halls and elaborate hierarchies of the old world, they created communities that were smaller, more flexible, and more focused on cooperation than competition. They remembered how the old order had ended and decided to try something else, something that didn't require prophecies about destruction to keep everyone moving forward. The gods who survived didn't try to recreate Asgard. What would be the point? The old Asgard had been built on certainties that no longer existed, on the assumption that divine order was superior to all other possibilities. The new gods, if you could even call them that anymore, lived among the humans, contributing what they could but not claiming authority over everything. It was a more modest approach to divinity, but also perhaps a more honest one. Magic still existed in the new world, but it was gentler and more integrated into daily life rather than being something rare and dramatic that only heroes and gods could access. Children learned small spells alongside their letters, useful magic for growing things or finding lost items or comforting fears. It was democratic magic, accessible to anyone willing to learn, and it changed the fundamental nature of what was possible. The new world had problems, of course. Existence always does. But they were different problems, smaller in scale, more manageable. There were no prophecies hanging over everyone's heads, no sense that everything was building toward inevitable catastrophe. People could make mistakes without it leading to universal destruction. Gods could be wrong without it shattering the foundations of reality. It was uncertain in ways the old world had never been, but that uncertainty also meant freedom, meant possibility, and meant that tomorrow didn't have to be just like today unless you chose to make it so. As the first generation of the new world grew old and prepared to pass on their memories to their children, they told stories about what had been lost. They spoke of great halls and mighty gods, of prophecies and battles, of monsters who were also children who had never been given a fair chance. They told these stories not to make their descendants long for what had been, but to help them understand how they'd arrived at where they were, to honour the cost of renewal, to remember that creation requires destruction, that new growth needs old things to burn away first, and sometimes, on particularly quiet nights when the wind carried voices from far away, people thought they could hear 3 sounds: a wolf howling somewhere in the distant forests, a serpent's hiss from deep beneath the waves, and quiet footsteps of someone walking alone through the twilight, observing the new world with eyes that had seen both life and death, and found wisdom in the space between. The prophecy of Ragnarok had come true, exactly as foretold. The world had ended, and then, because endings are never quite as final as they seem, the world had begun again, different, but somehow familiar, carrying forward the best of what had been while leaving behind the worst. It was, in its own way, the happiest ending possible for a story about apocalypse, not because nothing was lost, but because what came after made the loss mean something other than simple tragedy. As you lie here in your own warm bed, in a world that hasn't ended and probably won't anytime soon, you might think about the strange comfort of the old Norse myths. They didn't promise that everything would be fine forever. They didn't pretend that holding on to the past was possible or even desirable. They looked straight at the reality that all things end. Gods and worlds, empires and certainties, even the stories we tell ourselves about who we are, and they found a way to make peace with that truth. Ragnarök wasn't really about a battle or a wolf or a serpent. It was about change, about the way old orders eventually collapse under their own contradictions, and about how attempts to prevent change often create the very catastrophes they're trying to avoid. The gods took away our children to prevent a prophecy, and in doing so they guaranteed that prophecy would come true. They created the monsters they feared by treating innocent children as if they were already monstrous. But the story doesn't end there, which is perhaps its most important lesson. After the destruction came something new, something that incorporated lessons from what had failed while trying approaches that had never been attempted before. The new world wasn't perfect, the stories make that clear, but it was possible in ways the old world had stopped being. You live in your own time of change, where old certainties are crumbling and new possibilities are emerging in ways that can feel both exciting and terrifying. The Norse who told these stories would have understood your anxiety, your sense of being caught between what was and what might be. They would have told you that this is how transition always feels, that the pause between one world and the next is always uncomfortable, and that discomfort is not a sign you're doing something wrong, but simply a sign that you're alive during interesting times. They might also have told you that trying to hold on to the past too tightly, trying to prevent change through force or fear, usually just makes the eventual transformation more violent when it finally comes. That the children we exile out of fear of what they might become often do become exactly what we feared. Not because it was inevitable, but because isolation and chains create rage that wouldn't have existed otherwise. And they would have assured you that even after everything burns, even after the prophecies come true and the world you knew ends, life finds a way forward. Not back to what was, that's never possible, but towards something new that carries the memory of what came before while also being genuinely different, genuinely fresh, and genuinely alive with possibility. So rest easy in your comfortable bed, in your warm room, in your continuing world. The wolves are just wolves tonight. The serpents are safely small and far away, and death remains in its proper place rather than walking among the living. Tomorrow will come, as it always does, and it will bring its own challenges and changes, its own small endings and new beginnings. But for now, in this moment, you can simply be still. You can let go of the day's worries and the future's uncertainties. You can breathe slowly and deeply, feeling your body sink into the mattress, feeling sleep begin to gather at the edges of your consciousness, like a gentle tide coming in. The prophecy of Ragnarok came true, and the world was remade. But that's not your story tonight. Tonight your story is simply about rest, about letting consciousness fade into dreams, about trusting that you'll wake again to a world that's still here, still turning, still full of possibilities you haven't imagined yet. Sleep well. Dream of new worlds growing from old ashes, of children who are loved rather than feared, of chains breaking not into violence but into freedom, of endings that are really beginnings wearing a particularly dramatic costume. And when you wake tomorrow, you'll find the world still here, waiting for whatever story you choose to add to its ongoing narrative. A narrative that, like all the best stories, is still being written, still being reimagined, still discovering what it might become. Close your eyes and imagine the night sky over ancient China, sometime around the 7th century. There are no streetlights, no neon signs, and no glow from smartphones or television screens filtering through curtains. The darkness here is complete in a way that most of us have never experienced, broken only by oil lamps flickering in windows and the vast sweep of stars overhead. So many stars that the Milky Way looks like spilled rice across black silk. In this world, night meant something different than it does for you now. When the sun set over the tiled roofs and winding rivers, most people simply stopped their work. Farmers returned to their homes, markets closed. The rhythm of life followed the sun because working after dark was difficult, expensive, and frankly exhausting when your only light source required constant feeding with oil or tallow. But in certain workshops scattered throughout the empire, light still burned long after sunset. These were the spaces of alchemists, not the magical wizards you might picture from fantasy novels, but something closer to the chemists and pharmacists of their time, though they would have been puzzled by those modern terms. These practitioners mixed substances, heated materials, ground minerals into powders, and recorded their observations with the kind of meticulous care that would make a modern scientist nod in approval. The alchemists worked by lamplight, their faces illuminated by small flames that cast dancing shadows on walls covered with shelves. These shelves held ceramic jars and bamboo containers, each carefully labelled in elegant characters that describe their contents. Sulphur from volcanic regions, saltpeter gathered from cave walls, and charcoal ground from specific types of wood. The air in these workshops carried a distinctive smell, earthy, mineral, slightly acrid, with occasional sweet notes from various plant materials. You need to understand that these people weren't trying to invent fireworks. That thought hadn't occurred to anyone because fireworks didn't exist yet. The alchemists were pursuing something that seemed far more practical and infinitely more important: immortality. Or at least they were seeking elixirs that might extend life, cure diseases, or grant various forms of spiritual enlightenment. The idea that their experiments might instead produce spectacular entertainment would have struck them as a curious and probably disappointing outcome. Chinese alchemical tradition by this period had developed over centuries, building on texts and teachings passed from master to student in an unbroken chain of knowledge. These practitioners combined what we might call proto-chemistry with philosophical concepts drawn from Taoism and Buddhism. They believed that by understanding and manipulating the fundamental substances of the material world, they could achieve transformations that extended beyond the merely physical. The night sky above these workshops held profound meaning in Chinese cosmology. Astronomers had been mapping the heavens for thousands of years, recording the movements of planets and stars, predicting eclipses and weaving celestial observations into both calendar keeping and philosophical understanding. The idea that humans might one day add their own lights to the night sky, colourful, brilliant, temporary flashes that existed purely for beauty, would have seemed like a peculiar form of hubris. And yet, that's exactly what was about to happen. In the quiet hours after midnight, when even the city's dogs had finished their evening chorus and settled into sleep, alchemists continued their patient work. They heated substances in ceramic vessels, watching how materials change colour and texture under flame. They mixed powders in careful proportions, grinding components together with pestles that had been smoothed by generations of use. They wrote down their observations in characters that flowed like water across paper or silk, creating records that would be studied by students decades or centuries later. The temperature in these workshops varied with the season. In winter, the furnaces provided welcome warmth, and alchemists might work through the night in relative comfort, their hands steady as they measured and mixed. In summer, the heat from flames and furnaces made the work almost unbearable, and practitioners often chose the cooler night hours for their more delicate experiments, working with windows open to catch whatever breeze might pass through the humid air. What none of these night workers realised was that they stood at the edge of a discovery that would transform human celebration and self-expression in ways that would echo through the next 1,000 years. The substances sitting in their jars, sulphur, saltpeter and charcoal, were waiting to teach humanity something new about light, sound, and the surprising beauty that can emerge from controlled combustion. But discovery requires more than just the right materials. It requires patience, careful observation, and often a willingness to recognise that you've found something interesting, even when it's not what you were looking for. The alchemists of Tang Dynasty China possessed all these qualities in abundance, along with something else crucial. They kept detailed records of their work, allowing knowledge to accumulate across generations. As you drift deeper into relaxation, imagine the sound of a pestle grinding against stone, the soft scratch of a brush recording observations, and the gentle crackle of a small furnace maintaining steady heat. These were the sounds of inquiry, of human curiosity pursuing understanding through direct investigation of the material world. In their quiet way, these sounds were the prelude to the spectacular explosions of colour that would one day mark festivals and celebrations around the world. Let's slow down and really observe what these alchemists were doing, because their daily practice was far more interesting than any dramatic explosion. In fact, the first steps toward fireworks were probably quite boring in the moment, which makes them perfect for our bedtime story. Picture yourself as an apprentice in one of these workshops. learning the craft from a master who has spent decades studying the properties of materials. Your mornings begin with grinding. Sulphur must be reduced to a fine powder. Charcoal needs to be crushed to a consistency that looks almost like soot. And saltpeter requires patient pulverizing until it feels like silk between your fingers. This grinding work is meditative in its repetition, the kind of task that allows your mind to wander while your hands maintain their steady rhythm. Sulphur arrived at the workshop in lumpy yellow chunks that looked like strange cheese, harvested from volcanic regions where the earth itself seemed to breathe out this mineral. When you ground it, the smell was unmistakable. That distinctive sharp odour that makes you think of hot springs and volcanic vents. A scent that told your nose something about the Earth's inner chemistry, even if you couldn't articulate what that something was. Saltpeter, known to the Chinese as Chinese snow or fire drug, came from a more prosaic source. It crystallised on the walls of caves in certain types of soil, and particularly around places where organic material had decomposed over long periods. Collectors knew where to find the best deposits, often in caves that had sheltered bats or other animals whose waste had contributed to the formation of these white crystalline formations. When purified and dried, saltpeter looked innocent enough, white crystals that you might mistake for salt if you didn't know better. Charcoal was perhaps the most familiar of the three ingredients, produced by the controlled burning of wood in low oxygen conditions. But not just any charcoal would do. Alchemists learned through patient trial and error that charcoal from different woods had different properties. Willow charcoal burned differently than pine charcoal. The temperature at which the wood had been charred made a difference. These subtle variations mattered in ways that wouldn't become fully clear until much later. The master alchemist would teach you to test materials before using them in important experiments. A small bit of sulphur placed on a hot surface should melt smoothly and burn with a particular colour of flame. Saltpeter should dissolve cleanly in water without leaving excessive residue. Charcoal should be light, pure, and free from unburned wood. These quality checks were part of the daily rhythm, small acts of verification that ensured you were working with known substances rather than impure mixtures. The alchemical texts that guided this work were sometimes frustratingly vague by modern standards. Instructions might read something like, "Take the essence of fire," or "Combine the earthly and heavenly elements in balance," leaving considerable room for interpretation. Apprentices learned that these poetic descriptions often encoded specific procedures that made more sense once you understood the underlying principles through direct experience. When alchemists began experimenting with combinations of sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal, they were following a logical path in their search for transformative substances. Sulphur was associated with fire and transformation. Saltpeter had remarkable properties. It could preserve food, it affected the way things burned, and it seemed to possess a kind of inherent power that alchemists found fascinating. Charcoal represented the transformation of wood through fire, a substance that had already undergone a kind of alchemical change. The first mixtures were probably quite simple, perhaps equal parts of each ingredient, ground together and heated gently to see what would happen. The results would have been interesting but not spectacular. The mixture burned more readily than any single component alone, producing flames and heat in unexpected ways. This would have been noted, recorded, and investigated further. You have to imagine the patience involved here. Modern chemistry students can look up exact formulas and expected results. These alchemists were exploring completely unknown territory, with no periodic table to guide them, no understanding of oxidation or combustion at the molecular level, just careful observation and systematic experimentation. When a mixture behaved in unexpected ways, they would vary the proportions slightly, a bit more sulphur, a bit less charcoal, or different grades of saltpeter. At some point, and we don't know exactly when or where because the discovery wasn't initially seen as particularly important, someone created a mixture with roughly the right proportions to produce what we now call black powder or gunpowder. This mixture, when ignited in an enclosed space, didn't just burn steadily. It deflagrated rapidly, producing gas and heat so quickly that it created pressure, force, and a distinctive sharp report that probably startled everyone in the workshop. The first reaction to this discovery was likely not excitement, but concern. Alchemists were trying to create elixirs of life, not explosive substances. An experiment that resulted in loud noises, acrid smoke, and potential danger was, from their perspective, a failure. Some early texts warned against certain combinations of materials, describing them as dangerous and unsuitable for their intended purposes. These warnings, preserved in alchemical manuscripts, are some of our earliest evidence of black powder's discovery. But curiosity is a powerful force, especially among people dedicated to understanding how materials behave. Even if explosive mixtures weren't useful for creating immortality elixirs, they were certainly interesting. Some alchemists began experimenting with these energetic combinations, probably moving their work outdoors or to more isolated locations where sudden noises and bursts of flame wouldn't disturb neighbours or risk damaging their workshops. They discovered that the mixture's behaviour changed dramatically based on several factors. The fineness of the grinding mattered. Finer powders reacted more quickly. The proportions were crucial. Too much sulphur and the mixture burned sluggishly. Too much saltpetre and it barely burned at all. The right balance created that rapid deflagration. The moisture content affected stability and performance. These were the kinds of details that could only be learned through repeated experimentation. Someone, and again, we don't know who, because these weren't the kinds of experiments that seemed worthy of recording prominent discoveries, had the idea of putting the mixture in a bamboo tube. Bamboo was ubiquitous in China, used for everything from scaffolding to musical instruments to water pipes. It grew hollow naturally, creating ready-made tubes that were light, fairly strong, and easily cut to size. When black powder was placed in a bamboo tube with one end sealed and then ignited, something remarkable happened. The rapid production of gas had nowhere to go but out the open end, creating thrust. The tube jumped, moved, or if held down, roared and shot flame from the opening. The noise was considerable, a sharp crack or bang that echoed across courtyards and probably provoked complaints from neighbours trying to sleep. If the bamboo tube was closed at both ends with just a small hole in the sealed portions, the pressure would build until the bamboo split or ruptured with an even louder report. This created something new in human experience, an intentional loud noise not produced by hitting things together, not created by voice or horn, but generated by chemical reaction. The sound was sharp, distinctive, and attention-getting in a way that must have seemed almost magical. And here's where the story takes its turn towards celebration rather than alchemy. Because someone, watching these bamboo tubes split and rupture with their sharp bangs, had a thought that changed everything. What if that's actually useful? Not for making medicine or pursuing immortality, but for something else entirely. For driving away evil spirits, for marking important moments, and for adding drama and excitement to celebrations. Now we reach one of those moments in history where practical use diverges from original intent, and something created for one purpose finds its true calling in something entirely different. The journey from alchemist's mishap to festival entertainment required a shift in perspective. Someone had to look at a loud, smoky, sometimes dangerous chemical reaction and think, let's do that on purpose, for fun. Chinese culture had a long tradition of using noise to drive away evil spirits and negative forces. During New Year celebrations, people would bang drums, clang cymbals, and create as much commotion as possible to scare away any malevolent entities that might want to linger into the new year. The louder the better, because evil spirits were apparently quite timid and easily startled. So when someone observed that bamboo tubes filled with black powder produced remarkably loud bangs, it wasn't a huge leap to think, we could use this for New Year. The first firecrackers, and they were literally crackers of fire, bamboo crackling from internal pressure, were probably used this way, as noisemakers for festivals and celebrations. Imagine the first New Year festival where these devices were used. Families would light traditional firecrackers made from regular bamboo. These produced pops and cracks as air pockets in the bamboo exploded from heat. But then someone would bring out the special bamboo tubes, the ones filled with the alchemist's powder, and the resulting bangs would be so much louder, so much more impressive, that everyone would jump and laugh and feel certain that no evil spirit would dare linger after that kind of announcement. The transition from medicinal research to entertainment might seem strange, but it follows a pattern you can observe throughout history. Plenty of substances and technologies discovered for serious purposes found their calling in pleasure and celebration. The ancient Chinese weren't unique in repurposing their discoveries, they were just particularly creative about it. Once black powder moved from alchemical workshops into the realm of celebration and entertainment, different kinds of experimentation began. Entertainers and festival organisers weren't trying to achieve spiritual transformation, they were trying to create impressive displays. This changed what questions people asked and what kinds of innovations they pursued. Someone discovered that if you pack the powder less tightly in a bamboo tube with a small opening, it would shoot sparks and flames rather than just explode. This created a fountain effect, streams of fire and bright sparks shooting upward in a display that was beautiful in addition to being loud. For the first time, black powder was producing light effects, not just sound. The discovery that different materials added to the black powder mixture could produce different colours came gradually. Copper compounds created blue-green tints. Iron filings added golden sparks. Different types of charcoal burned with subtly different hues. These discoveries were probably accidental at first. Someone used charcoal from a particular wood or powder that had been stored in a copper container and noticed that the flames looked different. These early fireworks, if we can call them that, though they were still quite primitive, were probably used at important occasions beyond just New Year celebrations. Weddings might feature special bamboo crackers to bless the union and frighten away any spirits that might bring bad luck. Religious festivals could include fire displays as offerings or ceremonies. Important visitors might be greeted with impressive noises and flames as a sign of honour and celebration. The aesthetic that developed around these early displays was distinctly Chinese, emphasising certain qualities over others. Loud noises were good. They fulfilled the practical purpose of spirit scaring, and also demonstrated the power and effectiveness of the display. Bright sparks and flames were desirable, creating visual interest and beauty. But the displays remained relatively close to the ground, shooting up from tubes planted in the earth or held by brave individuals who understood the timing. The social aspects of these celebrations mattered as much as the pyrotechnics themselves. Festivals were communal events where families gathered, special foods were prepared, and the normal routines of daily life were set aside for collective celebration. The fire displays became one element in a rich tapestry of activities, but an increasingly important element because they offered something unique that couldn't be replicated through any other means. As these practices spread from one region to another, local variations developed. Different areas had access to different materials, leading to regional styles of firecracker construction and firing. Some regions became known for particularly loud crackers, others for especially bright sparks, and still others for innovative designs and effects. This diversity meant that the art of fire displays was constantly evolving, with techniques and innovations spreading through networks of merchants, travellers and festival organisers. The manufacture of these devices began to shift from alchemists to specialised craftspeople who focused specifically on creating items for celebration rather than pursuing any medicinal or spiritual goals. These early pyrotechnicians learned through apprenticeship, mastering the art of grinding powders to the right consistency, mixing proportions that would burn correctly, and packing bamboo tubes in ways that produced desired effects without being too dangerous. Safety was, of course, a concern, though perhaps not emphasised as much as modern safety. Professionals might prefer. Accidents happened, bamboo tubes exploded prematurely, Sparks ignited nearby materials, and enthusiastic celebrations sometimes resulted in burns or injuries. But the benefits, the joy, the spectacle, the sense of driving away evil and welcoming good fortune, seemed to outweigh these risks in the minds of most participants. The timing of displays became ritualized. Certain moments in festivals would be marked by particularly impressive crackers or fire fountains. The New Year transition, for instance, might feature sustained sequences of explosions, creating a wall of sound that marked the boundary between the old year and the new. Wedding ceremonies might include specific patterns of crackers that symbolized good wishes for the couple. These rituals gave structure and meaning to what might otherwise be just random explosions. Children, of course, were fascinated by these fire devices, though probably not allowed to handle them directly given the obvious dangers. Part of growing up in a community that used black powder for celebrations meant learning the appropriate respect for these powerful substances, understanding that they were wonderful but needed to be treated with care, that the loud noises and bright sparks came with real risks that required adult supervision and expertise. The psychology of these displays is worth considering as you settle deeper into relaxation. Why do humans enjoy loud noises and bright lights, especially in celebration? There's something primal about our attraction to fire, to light in darkness, and to sounds that command attention and announce importance. The Chinese pyrotechnicians had tapped into something fundamental about human perception and emotion, creating experiences that engaged multiple senses simultaneously and marked moments as special and significant. As we move forward through Chinese history into the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, and especially the Song dynasty, 960 to 1279 CE, the use of fireworks in festivals became increasingly sophisticated and culturally important. These were periods of remarkable artistic flourishing in China: poetry, painting, ceramics, and yes, the art of fire displays all reached new heights of refinement. The Tang dynasty was a time when China's capital cities grew into cosmopolitan centres, where merchants from across Asia met, traded goods, and exchanged ideas. Chang'an, the Tang capital, became one of the largest cities in the world, home to over 1 million people, who came from dozens of different ethnic groups and cultural backgrounds. In this environment, festivals became showcases for imperial grandeur and cultural sophistication. Imperial festivals during the Tang period were spectacular affairs that lasted for days and featured every form of entertainment imaginable. There were musical performances with orchestras of dozens of instruments, dance troupes performing elaborate choreographed pieces, acrobats and jugglers demonstrating impossible feats of balance and coordination, and yes, increasingly impressive fire displays that had evolved far beyond the simple bamboo crackers of earlier generations. The fireworks of the Tang period began to include what we might call special effects. Craftspeople learned to create devices that would shoot sparks in particular patterns, or that would burn through sequences of different colours, or that would create shapes and images in flame. These innovations required careful engineering, designing tubes with multiple chambers, arranging different powder mixtures in specific orders, and timing sequences so that one effect would lead naturally into another. Lantern festivals became particularly associated with fire displays. These events, traditionally held on the 15th day of the first lunar month, featured elaborate paper lanterns lit by candles and carried through streets in processions. The combination of soft lantern light and the sudden brilliance of fireworks created an aesthetic contrast that festival organisers found compelling. The gentle glow of paper and silk, punctuated by sharp bursts of sparks and flame. During the Song dynasty, the sophistication of fireworks reached new levels. This was partly because Song China was remarkably prosperous and urbanised, creating demand for elaborate entertainment, and partly because the technical knowledge of black powder and its applications had matured through centuries of experimentation. Song fireworks catalogues. Yes, they had catalogues. Described dozens of different types of devices with specialised names and functions. There were ground rats that would scurry across the earth shooting sparks, water rats designed to skim across the surface of ponds while burning, and flying fish that would leap and arc through the air. Each of these devices required careful design to produce the desired motion and effects. The craftspeople who made them were combining practical knowledge of physics, thrust, balance, trajectory, with chemistry and artistry. Skyrockets appeared during this period, representing a major advance in fireworks technology. By carefully designing the tube and powder load, pyrotechnicians could create devices that would shoot high into the air before exploding or releasing sparks. These weren't yet the elaborate aerial displays of modern fireworks, but they were moving in that direction, taking fire effects up into the night sky rather than keeping them bound to the earth. The social organisation of fireworks displays also became more sophisticated. Imperial workshops employed teams of specialists who did nothing but create fire devices for court celebrations. Master craftspeople commanded high prices for their services, and successful pyrotechnicians might travel from city to city, hired by wealthy merchants and officials to create impressive displays for important occasions. Competition between different workshops and craftspeople drove innovation. When one festival featured a new type of device or effect, others would try to replicate and improve upon it. This competitive dynamic, combined with the resources available in prosperous song cities, meant that fireworks technology advanced more rapidly during this period than it had in previous centuries. The aesthetic principles that guided these displays were becoming more clearly articulated. Song festival organisers valued surprise, effects that would delight audiences by exceeding expectations. They appreciated variety. A good display should include many different types of devices producing different sounds and visual effects. They sought crescendo, building from smaller displays to larger, more impressive climaxes that would leave audiences marvelling. Integration with other art forms became increasingly important. Fireworks might accompany musical performances with effects timed to key moments in the music. They might be combined with theatrical presentations, adding drama and spectacle to stories being enacted. The best displays were seen as complete artistic experiences that engaged multiple senses and emotions simultaneously. The symbolism embedded in these displays grew more complex. Different colours could represent different concepts: red for good fortune, white for purity, and golden sparks for wealth and prosperity. Certain patterns might suggest specific images: dragons, phoenixes, flowers, or celestial phenomena. Audiences learned to read these visual languages, understanding the meanings and wishes encoded in the fire and smoke. Religious and philosophical dimensions added depth to what might otherwise be mere entertainment. Buddhist temples used fireworks in ceremonies, seeing in the temporary brilliance of sparks a metaphor for the transient nature of existence. Taoist celebrations might incorporate fire displays as representations of transformation and the interplay of fundamental elements. These meanings coexisted with more straightforward enjoyment of beauty and spectacle. The scale of some Song dynasty displays was remarkable. Major festivals might burn through thousands of individual devices over the course of several nights. The preparation required months of work by teams of craftspeople, the coordination of materials from across the empire, and careful planning of sequences and effects. These were productions that rivaled modern events in their complexity and ambition. Descriptions from song poetry and prose give us glimpses of what these displays looked like to contemporary observers. Writers described nights when the sky seemed to bloom with flowers of fire, when artificial stars competed with natural ones, and when the boundaries between earthly celebration and heavenly phenomena seemed to blur in clouds of coloured sparks and thunderous reports. But alongside these poetic descriptions, we also have more practical documents, manuals that describe how to make specific types of fireworks, safety warnings about proper handling procedures, regulations governing when and where displays could be held, and records of accidents that occurred when things went wrong. This combination of artistic appreciation and practical documentation gives us a remarkably complete picture of how fireworks were integrated into Song Dynasty life. The experience of attending one of these major festivals would have been overwhelming in the best possible way. Too much to fully process, an abundance of sensory input that would leave you dazed and delighted. The smell of black powder smoke mixed with incense and cooking food. The sounds ranged from whisper-quiet crackles to reports that shook your chest. The visual experience shifted from darkness to brilliant illumination and back again, leaving after-images floating across your vision. And through it all, there was the social experience of being part of a crowd, sharing amazement and delight with thousands of other people, and feeling connected to tradition and community through participation in these ancient yet ever-new celebrations. The fireworks weren't just entertainment, they were threads in the fabric of social life, markers of time and season, and expressions of hope and joy. Now we follow the knowledge of black powder and fireworks as it spreads beyond China's borders, carried by merchants, travellers and invaders, along the trade routes that connected ancient civilizations. This dispersal took centuries and happened through many different channels, each adding their own cultural interpretations to the basic technology. The Silk Road, actually a network of routes rather than a single road, served as the primary conduit for many Chinese innovations travelling westward. Merchants carrying silk, porcelain and tea also carried knowledge, sometimes intentionally and sometimes accidentally. The formula for black powder, initially treated as a valuable secret, gradually leaked out through these commercial networks. Arab traders were among the first non-Chinese peoples to encounter fireworks, probably sometime during the late Tang or early Song period. These merchants, who maintained extensive trading networks stretching from China to the Mediterranean, recognized the commercial and military potential of black powder technology. Arab alchemists and craftspeople began experimenting with their own versions of Chinese formulas, adapting them to local materials and purposes. The transmission of knowledge wasn't always straightforward. Recipes might be partially understood or incompletely recorded. Materials available in the Middle East weren't identical to those in China, requiring adaptation and experimentation. What emerged were regional variations on the basic technology, each influenced by local conditions and cultural preferences. In the Islamic world, black powder found applications in both warfare and celebration, though the celebratory uses took longer to develop. Initially, the focus was on the powder's potential as a military tool, for mining operations, for weapons, for demolition. But as the technology matured, Middle Eastern craftspeople began creating their own versions of festival displays, influenced by Chinese models but adapted to Islamic aesthetic principles and religious contexts. Mongol conquests in the 13th century dramatically accelerated the spread of Chinese technologies, including fireworks. The Mongol Empire at its height stretched from China to Europe, creating unprecedented opportunities for cultural exchange and technology transfer. Mongol armies employed Chinese engineers and craftspeople who brought their knowledge of pyrotechnics to new regions. European encounters with fireworks probably began through contact with the Islamic world during the Crusades, and through Mongol presence in Eastern Europe. The first European descriptions of black powder and fire devices date from the 13th century, and show a mixture of fascination and fear regarding these strange Eastern inventions that produce such dramatic effects. Marco Polo's accounts of his travels in China, written in the late 13th century, included descriptions of fire displays that must have seemed almost incredible to European readers. His writing about festivals with fire that flew through the air and devices that made thunderous sounds contributed to European understanding of Chinese pyrotechnics, though actual technology transfer happened through more direct channels. European craftspeople and alchemists began experimenting with black powder in the 14th century, initially focusing on military applications but gradually recognizing its potential for celebration and display. Italian city-states were particularly innovative in developing European styles of fireworks, creating devices and displays that combined Chinese technical knowledge with European artistic sensibilities. The Italian development of fireworks as a performing art reached sophisticated levels by the 15th and 16th centuries. Pyrotechnicians in Florence, Rome, and Venice created elaborate displays for religious festivals, civic celebrations, and private events. These weren't simple copies of Chinese models, but represented genuine innovation, developing new types of devices and new approaches to choreographing displays. Italian pyrotechnicians introduced several important innovations. They developed more reliable ignition systems that allowed better timing of effects. They created shells, containers that could be launched into the air and would burst at altitude, releasing stars or other effects. They experimented with more complex chemical compositions that produced brighter colours and longer-lasting effects than earlier Chinese formulas. The aesthetic that emerged in European fireworks differed from Chinese traditions in interesting ways. European displays often emphasised geometric patterns and symmetrical designs, reflecting Renaissance artistic principles. They integrated fireworks into broader theatrical productions, using them as elements in allegorical pageants and narrative spectacles. The symbolic vocabulary drew from classical mythology and Christian iconography rather than Chinese cultural references. From Italy, fireworks technology spread to other European centres. France developed its own pyrotechnic traditions, with displays becoming important elements of royal celebrations and civic festivals. England imported Italian experts to create displays for coronations and other state occasions. Germany, Spain, and the Netherlands all developed regional specialties and techniques. In India, Mughal emperors incorporated fireworks into court celebrations, creating a distinctive Indo-Persian style that combined Islamic and Hindu aesthetic elements. Japanese adoption of fireworks, influenced by Chinese technology but developing its own unique characteristics, led to the sophisticated Hanabi traditions that continue today. Each culture that encountered fireworks technology adapted it to local materials, aesthetics, and ceremonial needs. The global dispersal of fireworks technology over several centuries created a fascinating pattern of cultural adaptation and innovation. A technology invented by Chinese alchemists pursuing immortality became a global language of celebration, but one that was pronounced differently in each cultural context. The basic chemistry remained similar, but the ways people use fireworks to express joy, mark important moments, and create shared experiences varied enormously. By the 17th and 18th centuries, fireworks had become established in most major cultures across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Each region had developed its own traditions, its own master craftspeople, and its own festival occasions when fire displays were expected and anticipated. The original Chinese innovations had sparked, if you'll pardon the expression, a worldwide tradition that continued to evolve and diversify. This global spread meant that fireworks became one of those rare technologies that transcended cultural boundaries while being adapted to countless local contexts. A celebration in Beijing, Baghdad, and Barcelona might all feature fireworks, but the specific forms those displays took, the occasions they marked, and the meanings they carried would differ significantly based on local culture and tradition. The transmission of pyrotechnic knowledge also created networks of practitioners who shared techniques and innovations across cultural boundaries. Master fireworks makers might travel to learn new methods or share discoveries through correspondence and published texts. Despite political conflicts and cultural differences, the community of people who understood how to create controlled explosions of light and sound maintained a kind of professional kinship based on shared expertise. Let's slow down now and really explore what it meant to be a master pyrotechnician, someone who had devoted their life to understanding how to paint with fire and speak with thunder. This isn't glamorous work, despite the spectacular results. It's patient, detailed, sometimes dangerous, and requires the kind of accumulated wisdom that can only come from years of careful practice. A master fireworks maker's workshop would be a carefully organised space, because organisation might mean the difference between beautiful displays and tragic accidents. Raw materials would be stored separately, kept dry and cool, each substance in its designated location. The workshop would likely be set apart from other buildings, a safety precaution that also provided the quiet needed for concentration during delicate work. The grinding of powder was an art in itself. Too coarse, and the mixture wouldn't burn properly, producing disappointing effects or failing to ignite at all. Too fine, and it became dangerously sensitive, prone to accidental ignition from friction or static. The right consistency felt specific in your hands, not quite like flour, not quite like sand, but something in between that could only be learned through touch and experience. Mixing required attention that bordered on meditation. The proportions had to be exact, but exact by feel and appearance rather than by precise measurement with calibrated instruments. A master could look at a mixture and know whether it needed more saltpeter or less sulphur. They could feel the texture between their fingers and sense whether the grinding had been sufficient. This knowledge wasn't written down in formulas, it lived in the hands and senses of practitioners. Creating effects required understanding the relationship between form and function. A tightly packed tube produced different results than a loosely packed one. The diameter of the opening determined how sparks would disperse. The length of the tube affected how long effects would last. The placement of different powder mixtures in layers or compartments created sequences of changing effects. All of these variables had to be considered and controlled. Colour effects, which had begun with simple observations about how different materials affected flames, gradually became more sophisticated. By the 17th and 18th centuries, European and Asian pyrotechnicians had developed extensive palettes of colours through experimentation with various mineral compounds. Strontium produced brilliant reds, barium gave greens, copper created blues, sodium generated intense yellows. The challenge was creating compounds that would burn at the right temperature, produce the desired colour, and remain stable during storage and handling. The timing of effects was perhaps the most challenging aspect of complex displays. Fuses had to be cut to specific lengths to create delays between different elements. Sequences needed to build logically from one effect to another. Simultaneous effects required careful synchronization. Master pyrotechnicians developed various techniques for controlling timing. Slow-burning fuses, quick match that would propagate flame rapidly, and elaborate firing systems that allowed complex sequences to unfold reliably. Safety awareness was crucial, but had to be balanced against the nature of the work. You were, after all, deliberately creating controlled explosions. Accidents happened even to the most experienced practitioners, premature ignitions, unexpected reactions, and devices that behaved differently than anticipated. Successful pyrotechnicians learned to respect the materials without being paralysed by fear, developed safe working procedures, and maintained constant vigilance during both preparation and performance. The meaning embedded in fireworks displays went far beyond simple entertainment. In Chinese culture, the loud noises continued to serve their original purpose of driving away negative spirits and forces, but they also came to symbolise the power of transformation itself. The way ordinary materials could become extraordinary through proper combination and treatment. Each burst of sparks represented possibility, the potential for sudden, brilliant change. In European contexts, fireworks became associated with power and authority. Royal displays demonstrated the wealth and sophistication of monarchs who could afford to literally burn money in spectacular fashion. The ability to command such displays showed control over powerful forces, suggesting by extension the power of the ruler over their realm. But they also represented something more democratic, moments when spectacular beauty was available to everyone present, regardless of social status. Japanese culture developed particularly rich symbolic associations with fireworks, or hanabi, which literally translates as fire flowers. The transient beauty of fireworks, brilliant for a moment, then gone, resonated with Buddhist concepts of impermanence and the Japanese aesthetic principle of mono no aware. the pathos of things that are beautiful precisely because they don't last. Watching fireworks became a form of meditation on the nature of existence itself. The craftsmanship involved in creating these displays was respected across cultures. A master pyrotechnician occupied a unique social position, part artisan, part artist, and part dangerous magician, who handled forces that could destroy as easily as delight. Their knowledge was valuable, sometimes carefully guarded, and passed down through apprenticeship relationships that might last decades before a student was considered ready to work independently. The physical toll of the craft shouldn't be ignored. Working with black powder and its various chemical relatives meant constant exposure to substances that weren't particularly good for human health. The loud noises could damage hearing over time. Burns were occupational hazards. The stress of knowing that mistakes could be catastrophic probably affected practitioners' mental health in ways that wouldn't have been discussed or addressed in earlier centuries. Yet people continued choosing this profession, drawn by the satisfaction of creating beauty, the prestige that came with mastery, and perhaps something deeper, the appeal of working with forces that existed at the boundary between control and chaos. There's something fundamentally human about the desire to take dangerous materials and transform them into sources of joy and wonder. The seasonal rhythm of a pyrotechnician's life varied by culture, but generally followed patterns of festivals and celebrations. Preparations might begin months before major events, with the quieter seasons devoted to experimenting with new effects, replenishing supplies, and training apprentices. As festivals approached, the pace would intensify. Long hours in the workshop, careful testing of devices, and coordination with festival organisers about timing and placement. The actual performance of a display required intense concentration. Once ignition began, there was little room for error or correction. Effects had to unfold as planned, timed sequences had to proceed correctly, and the pyrotechnician had to monitor everything while standing near substances that could, if mishandled, produce unfortunate results. The combination of careful preparation and real-time awareness needed for successful displays demanded a particular temperament. Patient yet confident, detail-oriented yet able to improvise when necessary. After a display ended, there was always clean-up, gathering spent devices, checking for anything that failed to ignite properly, and making notes about what worked well and what could be improved. This unglamorous aftermath was actually crucial to the craft, because systematic observation of results allowed continuous refinement of techniques. The greatest pyrotechnicians were those who learned from every display, filing away mental notes about how different weather conditions affected performance, which designs proved most reliable, and what audiences responded to most enthusiastically. The transmission of pyrotechnic knowledge involved both explicit teaching and tacit understanding. Apprentices could be taught formulas, proportions, and basic techniques, but the deeper expertise, the ability to sense when a mixture was right, to anticipate how a device would perform, and to solve problems that arose during preparation, could only be acquired through years of practice under skilled guidance. This made master craftspeople invaluable, their accumulated experience representing knowledge that couldn't be replaced simply by reading written instructions. Different cultures developed different training methods. Chinese workshops often kept knowledge within family lines, with skills passed from parent to child across generations. European guilds created more formal apprenticeship structures with defined periods of training and examinations before certification. Japanese traditions emphasized the spiritual dimensions of craftsmanship alongside technical proficiency, treating fireworks creation as a discipline that refined character as well as skill. The economics of the fireworks trade varied enormously. In some contexts, pyrotechnicians were well-compensated craftspeople who earned comfortable livings from their expertise. In others, they struggled financially, their income depending on irregular festival work and the patronage of wealthy sponsors. The materials themselves represented a significant expense. High-quality chemicals and supplies weren't cheap, and the investment required to set up a proper workshop could be substantial. Innovation in the craft came from multiple sources. Sometimes technical advances emerge from systematic experimentation by master craftspeople exploring new possibilities. Other times, accidents or mistakes led to unexpected effects that, once understood, could be deliberately reproduced. Cross-cultural exchanges introduced techniques from different traditions, spurring hybrid innovations that combined elements from various approaches, and occasionally advances in related fields, chemistry, metallurgy, and papermaking, provided new materials or methods that pyrotechnicians could adapt for their purposes. As you sink deeper into relaxation, you're breathing slow and steady. Let's trace the final threads of our story. How those ancient Chinese alchemists, grinding powders by lamplight in pursuit of immortality, inadvertently gave humanity a new language for expressing joy, marking transitions and creating shared moments of wonder. The legacy of those first fireworks extends far beyond the spectacular displays we see today. Every time someone celebrates the new year with sparklers and rockets, they're participating in a tradition that stretches back over 1,000 years to those Tang Dynasty workshops, where alchemists mix sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal in search of something entirely different. The connection between those early experiments and modern celebrations represents one of the longest continuous cultural practices in human history. Modern fireworks, of course, have been transformed by centuries of innovation and by scientific understanding that ancient alchemists couldn't have imagined. We now comprehend the molecular basis of combustion, can predict how different chemical compounds will behave at various temperatures, and design effects with computer precision. Yet the fundamental materials, sulphur, potassium nitrate, and charcoal, remain essentially the same as those used in ancient China. The sophistication lies in how we combine and deploy them, not in replacing them with something entirely new. The scale of contemporary displays would astound those early pyrotechnicians. Major celebrations in modern cities might burn through tens of thousands of individual effects in a single evening, choreographed to music with split-second timing, launched from multiple locations simultaneously, and designed to be visible to audiences numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The logistics of such events require teams of specialists, months of planning, sophisticated electronic firing systems, and coordination that would have seemed like sorcery to ancient practitioners. Yet something essential remains unchanged. When you watch fireworks burst across the night sky, you're experiencing the same fundamental wonder that audiences felt 1,000 years ago. The surprise of light blooming in darkness, the visceral impact of sudden loud sounds, and the shared gasp of a crowd witnessing something that exceeds everyday experience. The technology may have advanced, but human psychology hasn't changed. We're still creatures who respond to fire and light with deep primal fascination. The safety standards surrounding modern fireworks represent dramatic improvements over historical practices. Contemporary pyrotechnicians undergo extensive training and certification, follow strict regulations about storage and handling, and employ safety equipment and procedures that minimize risks. The materials themselves have been refined to be more stable and predictable. Accidents still occur, but they're far less common than they were when fireworks creation was a more intuitive, less regulated craft. Environmental concerns about fireworks have emerged in recent decades as we've become more aware of pollution and its effects. The smoke from black powder and various chemical compositions contains substances that aren't particularly beneficial to air quality. Debris from spent shells and casings creates cleanup challenges. The noise disturbs wildlife and can be traumatic for people and animals with sound sensitivities. These concerns have spurred innovation in developing cleaner pyrotechnics, quieter displays, and alternative celebration methods, though traditional fireworks remain popular despite these issues. The democratic nature of fireworks, the way they create shared experiences available to everyone present, gives them a unique cultural role. Unlike many art forms that require education or cultural knowledge to fully appreciate, fireworks communicate immediately and viscerally. You don't need training to understand that brilliant colours bursting across the sky are beautiful and exciting. This accessibility helps explain why fireworks have been adopted by virtually every culture they've encountered. Different occasions around the world have become associated with fireworks displays, each culture mapping the technology onto their own calendar of significant moments. Chinese New Year remains perhaps the most extensive use of fireworks anywhere, with celebrations that can last for days and consume staggering quantities of pyrotechnics. American Independence Day has become synonymous with fireworks in the United States. Diwali in India features spectacular fire displays. Guy Fawkes Night in Britain, Bastille Day in France, and countless local festivals worldwide all mark themselves with artificial lights in the sky. The personal experience of watching fireworks varies, but certain elements seem universal. There's the anticipation as you wait in darkness, knowing something is about to happen. The first burst always draws exclamations. Even when you know it's coming, the sudden transition from darkness to brilliant light captures attention completely. As displays progress, you find yourself looking for patterns, comparing different effects, and perhaps developing favourites. The grand finale, with its overwhelming density of effects and sound, creates a kind of sensory saturation that borders on overwhelming. And then comes the silence after, with smoke drifting across your vision and the smell of powder hanging in the air. Children experiencing fireworks for the first time go through a fascinating progression. Initial fear of the loud noises often gives way to excitement once they realise the sounds won't hurt them. The visual spectacle captivates even very young children, who often try to reach up toward the lights as if they could somehow grab them from the sky. The association between fireworks and special occasions gets established early, creating memories that many people carry throughout their lives. Particular displays watched with family. That one time the weather was perfect, and the year when everything seemed especially magical. For adults, fireworks often carry nostalgic weight, connecting present moments to past celebrations. Watching displays might trigger memories of childhood festivals, or of significant personal moments that happen to coincide with fireworks, proposals, celebrations of achievements, and farewell gatherings. The recurring nature of fireworks on specific occasions creates markers in personal chronology, allowing people to measure the passage of time through remembered displays. The craft of creating fireworks continues to evolve. Professional pyrotechnicians today combine traditional expertise with modern technology, using computer software to choreograph displays, electronic firing systems for precise timing, and new chemical formulations for novel effects. Yet they still draw on knowledge accumulated over centuries, still must understand how weather conditions affect performance, and still need the judgment that comes only from experience. It remains a craft where human expertise matters enormously, even as technology provides new tools. Amateur and hobbyist fireworks communities exist in many countries, though they are subject to varying legal restrictions and safety regulations. These enthusiasts carry on traditions of experimentation and innovation, discovering new effects and techniques, and sharing knowledge through online forums and in-person gatherings. The democratization of information through the internet has made pyrotechnic knowledge more accessible than ever before, though this comes with concerns about safety and proper training. The question of what fireworks mean continues to evolve. For some, they remain primarily celebratory, pure expressions of joy without deeper significance beyond marking happy occasions. Others see in them metaphors for life itself, brilliant, brief, and beautiful, precisely because they cannot be held or preserved, only experienced in the moment. Still others appreciate them as technical achievements, marvelling at the engineering and chemistry required to produce specific effects. The future of fireworks likely involves continued innovation in several directions. Environmentally friendlier formulations that reduce pollution and noise are already being developed and deployed. Drone light shows offer alternatives that create spectacular aerial displays without combustion or debris. Augmented reality might eventually allow people to experience virtual fireworks customized to their preferences. Yet traditional pyrotechnics will likely endure because they offer something that technological alternatives cannot quite replicate. The real physical presence of fire and light, the authentic boom that you feel in your chest, and the shared experience of witnessing something that is genuinely happening in the moment, rather than being mediated through screens. The alchemists who first mixed sulphur, saltpeter and charcoal would probably be bemused to know their failed experiments at creating immortality elixirs instead created something that has brought joy to billions of people across countless generations. They were looking for a way to extend life indefinitely, but they inadvertently discovered something else. A way to mark life's important moments, to create shared experiences of wonder, and to add beauty and excitement to human celebration. In that sense, perhaps they succeeded after all, just not in the way they intended. They didn't create immortality for individuals, but they created something that has persisted across centuries and will likely continue for many more. A tradition that connects ancient Chinese workshops to modern celebrations worldwide, that links those first primitive bamboo crackers to the most sophisticated contemporary displays, and that transforms simple chemical reactions into experiences of beauty and joy. As we bring this journey to a close, imagine yourself standing under a night sky similar to the one that ancient alchemists saw from their workshops, back when they first noticed that certain mixtures of powder would burn with unexpected brilliance. The same stars look down, arranged in patterns that humans have been reading for thousands of years, finding meanings and stories in their arrangements. The darkness that surrounds you is comfortable now, not threatening or empty, but full of potential. The same potential that those early experimenters sensed when they worked through quiet hours, grinding powders and mixing substances, not knowing they were creating something that would outlast empires and span continents. You can almost smell that distinctive scent of black powder smoke, sharp and acrid but associated with joy and celebration. You can imagine the sound of the first bamboo cracker splitting from internal pressure, the surprised laughter that must have followed, and the realization that here was something new, a way to make darkness suddenly bright, to mark important moments with light and sound, and to share wonder with everyone within sight and earshot. The journey from medicinal research to global celebration is a reminder that human creativity often works in unexpected ways. We set out to achieve one goal and discovered something entirely different. We tried to solve one problem and create solutions to problems we hadn't even recognized. Those alchemists failed at their original purpose, but succeeded in creating something arguably more valuable. Not immortality for individuals, but a tradition that has brought joy across generations, a shared human language of light that requires no translation. As your breathing slows and your body settles into complete relaxation, let yourself feel connected to that long chain of human experience, from those first experimenters in Tang Dynasty workshops to modern pyrotechnicians preparing tomorrow's displays, from ancient festival goers gathering in Chinese courtyards to contemporary audiences watching synchronized displays set to music in cities around the world. You are part of this story every time you've watched fireworks burst across the sky, every time you've felt that visceral thrill of sudden light blooming in darkness, and every time you've shared that collective intake of breath when something particularly spectacular unfolds overhead. The tradition that began with alchemists seeking immortality continues through your experiences, your memories, and your participation in celebrations marked by fire and light. The beauty of fireworks, like the beauty of this story, lies partly in its impermanence. Each burst exists for only a moment, brilliant and then gone, leaving only smoke and memory. But those moments accumulate, building a tradition that has endured for over 1,000 years and will likely continue as long as humans gather to celebrate, to mark important transitions, and to create beauty together in the darkness. The ancient Chinese alchemists couldn't have predicted any of this. They were just trying to extend life, mixing substances according to theories that combined philosophy, medicine, and early chemistry. They would probably be surprised to learn that their experiments live on not in extended lifespans, but in the joyful explosions of colour that mark celebrations worldwide. Yet there's a certain poetry in this outcome. Their quest for permanence created something that is beautiful precisely because it doesn't last. As you drift towards sleep, carried by the gentle rhythm of this story and your own quiet breathing, let the images of ancient workshops and modern festivals blend and soften. The specific details don't matter so much now. What matters is the connection, the continuity, the way human creativity and curiosity have threaded through centuries, transforming accidents into traditions, turning failed experiments into sources of joy. The night sky above you holds all the same potential it held for those ancient observers. The darkness is simply waiting for light, for colour, for the sudden brilliant bloom of fireflowers that fade even as they're being born. And somewhere, right now, someone is preparing tomorrow's display, measuring powder, packing tubes, and timing fuses, continuing work that began in quiet workshops more than a millennium ago, when alchemists first noticed that certain combinations of earth and mineral could transform into something extraordinary. Sleep now with the knowledge that human curiosity and creativity continue their patient work, that beautiful accidents still happen, that the search for one thing often leads to discovering something else entirely, and that sometimes our failures turn out to be gifts we never expected to give. The story of fireworks is the story of transformation, of materials transformed by fire, of accidental discoveries transformed into intentional art, of individual experiences transformed into shared traditions. It's a story that continues every time someone looks up at a night sky and sees it suddenly painted with impossible colours, every time a crowd gasps together at spectacular beauty, and every time a celebration is marked with light blooming in darkness. Rest easy in this knowledge, and let the gentle images of distant workshops and festival nights fade into the comfortable darkness behind your closed eyes. The alchemists are still at work somewhere in your imagination, grinding their powders by lamplight, not knowing what they're about to discover, and that's perfectly fine. Discovery doesn't require knowing the destination. It only requires curiosity, patience, and the willingness to notice when something unexpected happens. The ancient stars continue their slow wheel overhead. The night holds its secrets and its possibilities. And somewhere between sleeping and waking, you understand that some of humanity's greatest gifts came from people looking for something else entirely, and that this too is beautiful. This stumbling into wonder, this accidental creation of joy. Sleep well under the same sky that has watched over Chinese workshops and Roman festivals, over Tang Dynasty celebrations and modern displays, over every human who ever looked up at darkness and imagined it bright with flowers of fire. The tradition continues, the craft endures, and the simple chemistry of sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal still transforms into moments of beauty that connect us across centuries. Let these thoughts dissolve now into the peaceful darkness of sleep, carrying with them the warm glow of distant lamps in ancient workshops, the brilliant flash of festival fireworks, and the quiet satisfaction of understanding how accidents and experiments and patient craftsmanship can combine to create traditions that outlast empires and cross every border. The story is complete, the night is quiet, and sleep is calling. Rest now, knowing that tomorrow will bring its own possibilities for discovery, its own chances to transform ordinary materials into extraordinary experiences, and its own opportunities to create beauty that, like the best fireworks, exists brilliantly for a moment before fading into memory. Imagine standing in a medieval village at twilight, when the sun has just dipped below the horizon, and the world exists in that peculiar in-between light where shapes become uncertain. The forge fire glows orange in the blacksmith's shop, smoke rises from thatched roofs, and somewhere a dog barks at something you cannot see. This is the world where the idea of witches took root, not as a sudden invention, but as a slow accumulation of older beliefs mixing with newer fears, like sediment settling at the bottom of a river over centuries, long before anyone spoke of witches. In the way we understand them now, people believed in magic as naturally as they believed in weather. If you lived in ancient Rome or Greece, you might visit a local wise woman for a love charm, or pay someone to curse your business rival. Magic was simply another tool, morally neutral, available to anyone willing to learn the formulas and make the proper offerings to the right gods. But these were small magics, personal and local. The witch hunts that would eventually sweep across Europe and leap the Atlantic to America required something more, a complete reorganization of how people understood evil itself. Christianity brought with it a new cosmology, a universe divided between absolute good and absolute evil, with very little room for the comfortable grey areas where ancient magic had lived. The old gods and spirits who had been neutral or even helpful became, in Christian theology, demons pretending to be something else. That helpful household spirit your grandmother left bread for. Now it was a devil in disguise, trying to steal your soul. This transformation happened slowly over centuries. A monk working by candlelight in a 6th century scriptorium had different concerns than a village priest in the 12th century, who in turn understood the world differently than the inquisitors of the 15th century. Each generation added layers to the concept, like a pearl forming around a grain of sand. By the medieval period, educated theologians had begun constructing elaborate theories about how demons operated in the world. They wrote thick books debating whether demons could physically transport people through the air, whether they could take physical form, and whether contracts with the devil needed to be written in blood or if a verbal agreement sufficed. These debates were conducted with the same seriousness that modern lawyers bring to contract law, because to these thinkers, demonic interaction was absolutely real. But here's something interesting. For most of the Middle Ages, while scholars were writing these elaborate theories, actual accusations of witchcraft were relatively rare. The Church was actually more likely to prosecute people for claiming that witches existed and could harm others. The official position, recorded in a document called the Canon Episcopi, was that belief in witches flying through the night sky was foolish superstition. If you claimed your neighbour could transform into an animal and curse your cow, you might be the one in trouble for believing such nonsense. This creates a curious paradox. The intellectual framework for witch hunting was being constructed while the authorities simultaneously denied that such things were possible. It's like building a detailed blueprint for a machine while insisting the machine could never actually work. The village experience was different from the scholarly one. In small communities where everyone knew everyone else's business, where your survival might depend on your neighbours helping with the harvest or lending you seed grain during a bad year, there was always a need to explain misfortune. Why did your child die when your neighbours thrived? Why did your crops fail while hers flourished? Why did you feel a sudden pain in your leg after arguing with that old woman at the well? Every community had people on its margins. The elderly widow with no family, the strange hermit living at the forest's edge, the woman whose medicinal knowledge seemed a little too effective, and the midwife who knew too much about birth and death. These people were useful. You needed healers after all, and someone had to help birth babies and prepare the dead. But usefulness and suspicion have always been uneasy neighbours. The word witch itself comes from the Old English wix, which simply meant someone who practiced magic or divination. But language is a living thing, and as centuries passed, the word accumulated darker meanings, gathering fear the way wool gathers burrs. In many villages, there were what we might call cunning folk, people, usually women, but sometimes men, who knew. Herbal remedies could help you find lost objects, might tell your fortune, or provided charms to protect your livestock. They operated in a strange social space, valued but feared, necessary but suspicious. You might visit one when your child has a fever, but you wouldn't necessarily want to sit next to them in church. These cunning folk had accumulated practical knowledge passed down through generations. They knew which plants eased pain, which herbs brought down fever, which fungi were poison, and which were medicine. In a world without doctors, without pharmacies, without any formal medical care, this knowledge was essential. But knowledge that seems magical when you don't understand it can easily become frightening when circumstances turn dark. The medieval world was also one of intimate familiarity with death and suffering. Childhood diseases that we now prevent with simple vaccines killed regularly. Infections from minor injuries could prove fatal. Childbirth was dangerous for both mother and baby. Crops failed. Livestock died. And because the actual causes of these tragedies were invisible, bacteria, viruses, genetic conditions, environmental factors, people needed explanations that made sense within their worldview. If your neighbour insulted you on Tuesday and your best cow died on Wednesday, the connection seemed obvious. Not because you were stupid or superstitious, but because you lived in a world where cause and effect weren't clearly understood, where coincidence and correlation were indistinguishable, and where everyone around you believed that malevolent will could produce tangible harm. Picture Europe in the 14th and 15th centuries, and you're looking at a world being fundamentally remade by forces that seemed, to the people living through them, like the end times themselves. The Black Death arrived in 1347 and killed somewhere between a third and half of Europe's entire population over the next few years. Imagine watching half the people in your town die in a matter of months, their bodies covered in black swellings, coughing blood, delirious with fever. Imagine the smell of mass graves, the silence where children's voices used to be, and the empty houses with doors standing open because no one was left to close them. Survivors emerged into a transformed world. Labour was suddenly scarce and valuable. The old social order, where peasants knew their place and noblemen knew theirs, began to crack. The church, which had promised protection and salvation, had proved unable to stop the dying. Everyone wanted explanations, and disease caused by bacteria spread by fleas on rats wasn't available as an answer. Into this traumatized, destabilized world came a rising anxiety about heresy and spiritual corruption. The church was fighting battles on multiple fronts, against Muslim expansion in the east, against internal reform movements that questioned papal authority, and against the lingering presence of non-Christian traditions in rural areas that had been nominally converted centuries earlier but still practiced old rituals under a thin veneer of Christianity. The Spanish Reconquista had created anxiety about religious and cultural purity. The Cathars had been brutally suppressed. The Waldensians were being hunted. Jewish communities faced increasing persecution. Europe was becoming obsessed with finding and eliminating religious contamination, like someone with severe anxiety constantly checking for dirt that might not actually be there. The printing press arrived in the mid-15th century, and suddenly, ideas could spread faster than ever before. This wasn't just good news. It also meant that fears, accusations, and theories about evil could circulate and reinforce themselves across vast distances. A wild accusation in one region could be printed, distributed, and inspire similar accusations hundreds of miles away. In 1484, Pope Innocent VIII issued a papal bull acknowledging the existence of witches and authorizing inquisitors to prosecute them. This was a significant shift from earlier church positions. The official stance had moved from believing in witches is superstitious nonsense to witches are real and must be destroyed. Two Dominican inquisitors, Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, took this authorization and ran with it. In 1487 they published the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches, which would become the most influential guide to witch hunting ever written. It was essentially an instruction manual for identifying, interrogating and prosecuting witches, complete with theological justification and practical advice. The Malleus is a deeply strange document if you read it today. It contains elaborate arguments about why women are more susceptible to demonic corruption than men. Spoiler, the authors believed women were intellectually and morally weaker. It describes in detail how to conduct interrogations and torture sessions. It explains what questions to ask, how to interpret answers, and why denials of guilt should be treated as confirmations of guilt. One particularly dark innovation in the Malleus was its approach to evidence. Traditional legal systems required clear proof of harm, but witch hunters argued that witchcraft was a secret crime that left no visible evidence. Therefore, rumour, reputation, and spectral evidence, claims that the accused person's spirit or demon had appeared to the accuser, could be acceptable in court. This essentially meant that accusations themselves became evidence, creating a system where defending yourself was nearly impossible. The book was reprinted dozens of times and became standard reading for judges and inquisitors across Europe. It's darkly ironic that one of the first bestsellers created by printing press technology was an instruction manual for persecution, but we should be careful not to imagine this as solely a top-down phenomenon with authorities forcing witch trials on reluctant populations. The reality was more complex and more disturbing. Communities often initiated accusations themselves, bringing suspects to authorities and demanding action. The witch hunts worked because they tapped into existing tensions, fears, and conflicts within communities. Economic anxiety played a role. As medieval economies began transforming into early capitalism, traditional social safety nets were fraying. The woman begging at your door, whom you turned away because you had little yourself, might later be accused of cursing you out of revenge. Guilt, fear, and self-justification could blend into accusations that protected you from having to examine your own moral choices. Religious anxiety also intensified during the Reformation. As Christianity fractured into competing versions of truth, everyone became more concerned about spiritual contamination. Catholics accused Protestants of being in league with the devil. Protestants returned the favour. Communities that had lived with religious ambiguity for centuries suddenly demanded clarity and purity, and anyone who didn't fit the approved model became suspect. The Little Ice Age, a period of cooling temperatures that began in the 14th century and lasted into the 19th, contributed to agricultural failures, famines, and social stress. When your crops failed year after year, when summer never quite arrived, and when winter seemed endless, it was easy to believe that someone had cursed the weather itself. Climate change has always created scapegoats. The earliest organised witch trials began in the Alps, in the border regions between Switzerland, France and Italy, in the early 15th century. These mountainous areas, where small communities lived in relative isolation, became laboratories for developing witch-hunting practices that would later spread across Europe. The trials in Valais, Switzerland, in the 1420s and 1430s, established patterns that would be repeated for centuries. Accusations typically started with someone explaining their misfortune, illness, death, or crop failure, by pointing to a recent interaction with a suspect neighbour. Under interrogation, which often included torture, the accused might confess to meeting with the devil, flying through the night sky to secret gatherings, or causing harm through supernatural means. Here's where these early trials developed something particularly insidious. Once you confessed to being a witch, you were expected to name other witches who had attended these secret meetings. This created a cascade effect, where one accusation could bloom into dozens. Torture made people say whatever they thought might stop the pain, including implicating friends, neighbours, and family members. It was a system that fed on itself, growing larger with each new name extracted from a person in agony. The accused in these early trials were predominantly older women, often widows, usually poor, but not always. Sometimes the accusations reached people with property, with status, and with connections. This created a strange dynamic. Witch hunting could destabilize social hierarchies, allowing the powerless to strike at the powerful through accusation, but it also reinforced existing power structures by primarily targeting the most vulnerable. Imagine being a woman in your 60s, widowed, living alone in a small cottage at the edge of a village. You've survived plague, famine, and the deaths of most people you loved. You know herbs and healing because you've had to. When you walk through the village, younger people sometimes cross themselves. Children dare each other to knock on your door. One day, a neighbour's child falls ill. The neighbour remembers that you muttered something when she refused to sell you eggs last week. She tells her husband. He tells the village elder. Someone mentions that another child died 3 years ago after your shadow supposedly fell across their doorway. Others remember unexplained accidents, mysterious illnesses, and strange sounds in the night. Before you quite understand what's happening, you're being dragged before a magistrate. People you've known your entire life testify against you. Their faces a mixture of fear and what looks almost like relief. They're afraid of you, yes, but perhaps also afraid of their own doubts, their own uncharitable thoughts, and their own failures to embody Christian love. Projecting evil onto you makes their own compromises more bearable. The interrogation begins gently. You're asked simple questions. Do you attend church regularly? Do you know the Lord's Prayer? Have you ever been angry with your neighbours? Have you ever wished harm on anyone? These seem like reasonable questions until you realise that everyone has been angry. Everyone has wished harm. And admitting these universal human feelings becomes evidence of demonic inclination. You try to defend yourself, but your very defensiveness is taken as proof of guilt. Wouldn't an innocent person accept God's judgment without protest? If you continue to protest your innocence, torture might be applied. Not out of cruelty, the authorities would insist, but out of necessity. Your body is already corrupted by the devil, they believe, so pain applied to it is medicinal, designed to force out the truth that the devil has hidden. The logic is circular and perfect. Resistance proves guilt, confession proves guilt, and there's no path that leads to innocence once the process begins. In Trier, Germany, between 1581 and 1593, witch trials resulted in the execution of around 368 people. The Prince Archbishop who authorised these trials was himself later accused of being too lenient on witches. This is the Alice in Wonderland logic of witch hunting. Moderation becomes suspicious, mercy becomes evidence of conspiracy, and the only way to prove you're not sympathetic to witches is to find and burn more of them. In Bamberg, Germany, between Distorsas, 1626 and 1631, perhaps 600 people were executed as witches. The witch hunting became so extensive that special buildings were constructed to handle the volume of interrogations and executions. The Drudenhaus, witch house, in Bamberg was essentially a torture factory, processing accusations with bureaucratic efficiency. But not everywhere succumbed to this panic. Some regions remained relatively untouched by witch trials. Some magistrates simply refused to prosecute. Some communities resisted the pressure to identify witches among their neighbours. This variability is important to remember. Witch hunting wasn't an inevitable feature of the period, but a specific phenomenon that required particular conditions to flourish. Where witch hunting took hold, it often followed patterns of social stress. A bad harvest, an outbreak of disease, a military threat, economic disruption. These created anxiety that sought an outlet in accusation. Communities that maintained stronger social bonds, better conflict resolution mechanisms, or more sceptical authorities often avoided the worst excesses. The executions themselves varied. In some regions, convicted witches were strangled before being burned, which was considered merciful. In others, they were burned alive. Some were hanged, some were drowned. The methods reflected local custom and the severity of the supposed crime. Those who confessed and repented might receive quicker deaths. Those who maintained their innocence to the end were often subjected to the harshest punishments. What's haunting about reading trial records is how ordinary everything seems. The scribe carefully records the date, the accused's name, and the charges. Witnesses testify in matter-of-fact tones about supernatural events. Yes, the accused appeared in my bedroom as a spirit. Yes, I saw her flying. Yes, she caused my cow's milk to dry up. The supernatural was treated as simply another category of evidence, like eyewitness testimony in a theft case. You might think that the Renaissance, with its revival of classical learning, its emphasis on humanism, and its scientific curiosity would have ended witch hunting. Instead, the 16th and 17th centuries saw witch trials intensify and spread. The same intellectual ferment that produced great art and early science also produced increasingly elaborate theories about demonic intervention. This period saw some of the most educated minds in Europe writing extensively about witchcraft. King James VI of Scotland, later James III of England, wrote Demonology, a philosophical exploration of witchcraft that treated demonic intervention as a subject worthy of royal scholarly attention. Jean Bodin, one of France's great legal theorists and political philosophers, wrote De la démonomanie des sorciers, arguing that witchcraft prosecutions should be more severe, and that judicial mercy toward accused witches was itself a form of heresy. These weren't ignorant peasants spreading superstition. These were the intellectual elite of their age, applying the full force of their learning to the question of how demons operated in the world. It's a reminder that intelligence and education don't automatically protect against systematic errors in thinking, especially when those errors are embedded in your culture's fundamental assumptions about reality. The Renaissance also saw the witch. Hunts spread northward into Scandinavia and eastward into Poland and Russia. Each region adapted witch hunting to its own cultural context. In Scandinavia, accusations often involved harmful magic against ships and sailors, unsurprising in seafaring cultures where storms at sea could mean death and financial ruin. In Eastern Europe, beliefs in vampires and werewolves sometimes merge with witchcraft accusations, creating local variations on the theme of malevolent supernatural power. England developed its own distinctive approach to witch hunting. English law didn't allow torture except in cases of treason, which meant that confessions had to be obtained through other means: lengthy interrogations, sleep deprivation, isolation, and psychological pressure. The accusations in England also tended to focus more on maleficium, actual harmful magic, rather than the elaborate Sabbaths and demon worship that dominated continental trials. The most famous English witch hunter was Matthew Hopkins, who operated during the English Civil War in the 1640s. he called himself the Witchfinder General, though no one had actually appointed him to any such position, and travelled through East Anglia finding witches with disturbing efficiency. His methods were technically legal, no torture officially, but involved tactics like forced walking, keeping suspects awake and moving for days until they became delirious, pricking, searching for spots on the body that didn't bleed or feel pain, supposedly marks made by the devil, and the swimming test, binding suspects and throwing them in water to see if they floated, which would prove guilt, or sank, which would prove innocence but might also result in drowning. Hopkins operated for only about 2 years, but in that time was responsible for perhaps 300 executions. What's particularly notable about his career is how it illustrates the entrepreneurial aspect of witch hunting. Hopkins charged fees to towns for his services, creating a financial incentive to find witches. This economic dimension of witch hunting is often overlooked. Fear was genuine, but it also became a business. Meanwhile, in Scotland, witch trials took on particular intensity. Scottish law allowed torture, and Scottish Presbyterianism's emphasis on rooting out sin created an environment where witch hunting flourished. Between 1563 and 1736, somewhere between 2,500 and 4,000 people were executed as witches in Scotland, an extraordinarily high number for a relatively small population. The North Berwick witch trials of 1590-91, involving accusations that a coven of witches had tried to murder King James VI by raising storms at sea, show how witch trials could become entangled with politics. The accused included both peasants and members of the nobility. Confessions extracted under torture described elaborate rituals and plots that conveniently implicated the king's political enemies. Whether the king genuinely believed in the supernatural threat or cynically used witch accusations to eliminate opposition, the result was the same: executions that reinforced royal power while purging potential threats. But amid all this persecution, sceptical voices were emerging. Reginald Scott's The Discovery of Witchcraft, published in 1584, systematically argued against the reality of witchcraft, suggesting that supposed witches were either victims of delusion, mental illness, or malicious accusation. King James was so offended by Scott's book that he ordered copies burned, but the book survived, and its arguments would eventually contribute to the decline of witch hunting. In the Holy Roman Empire, where the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, was tearing the region apart along religious lines, witch hunting reached some of its most extreme manifestations. In Würzburg, Prince Bishop Philip Adolf von Ehrenberg presided over trials that executed around 900 people between 1626 and 1631. The victims included children as young as 7, members of the nobility, and eventually people so clearly innocent by any rational standard that the trial's absurdity became undeniable even to contemporaries. The Würzburg trials included the creation of detailed records, including a chilling document listing children aged 4 to 14 who were accused of having intercourse with demons. Reading such records centuries later produces a kind of vertigo. These were real children whose names were carefully recorded, who were tortured and killed based on accusations that couldn't possibly have been true. What makes the Renaissance witch hunts particularly tragic is that they occurred during a period of genuine intellectual advancement. The same century that saw the publication of the Malleus Maleficarum also saw Columbus reaching the Americas. The same period that saw thousands burned as witches also saw the development of movable type printing, advances in medicine, and the beginning of modern astronomy. Humanity's capacity for both brilliance and barbarity has never been more evident than in these contradictions. Now we cross the Atlantic to a small coastal settlement in Massachusetts, where, in 1692, some of the most famous witch trials in history would unfold in a community that had fled Europe partly to escape religious persecution, only to recreate it in new and devastating forms. Salem Village in the late 17th century was not a happy place. It was a frontier community living in the shadow of ongoing conflicts with Native Americans. King William's War had brought violence close to home, with raids and captivity narratives creating constant anxiety. The village was also experiencing internal tensions, disputes over land, arguments about the local minister's salary, factional conflicts between farming families and merchant families, and a general sense that the younger generation was abandoning the purity of their parents' faith. Into this tense environment came a peculiar episode in the household of Reverend Samuel Parris. In January 1692, his 9-year-old daughter Betty and 11-year-old niece Abigail began having strange fits, screaming, throwing objects, contorting their bodies, and speaking nonsense. A local doctor, unable to find physical causes, suggested they might be bewitched, an explanation that made sense within the worldview of Puritan Massachusetts, where Satan was seen as constantly working to corrupt God's chosen people. The girls, when pressed to name their tormentors, eventually accused 3 women: Tituba, an enslaved woman in the Paris household, Sarah Good, a homeless beggar, and Sarah Osborne, an elderly woman who rarely attended church. These first 3 accused fit the traditional profile of suspected witches: marginal, vulnerable, and easy to believe ill of. What happened next transformed a local episode into a colony-wide crisis. Under interrogation, Tituba, perhaps hoping to avoid the worst punishment, perhaps pressured by her enslaver, perhaps caught up in the theological expectations of her interrogators, confessed not just to practicing witchcraft but to participating in a conspiracy of witches operating throughout Massachusetts. She described meetings with the devil, signing a book, and the involvement of other women she couldn't quite name or describe. This confession, instead of ending the episode, expanded it. If Tituba was telling the truth, then witchcraft was a real and immediate threat. If there was a conspiracy, then more witches must be identified. The girls continued having fits, and began making additional accusations. Other young women and girls in the community began having similar symptoms. It was like a stone thrown into still water, creating ripples that spread outward until they reached far beyond Salem village. As accusations multiplied, the profile of the accused changed. The first victims had been marginal figures, but soon accusations were reaching respectable church members, property owners, and even a former minister. Rebecca Nurse, a 71-year-old woman known for her piety, was accused and eventually hanged despite strong community support and an initial jury acquittal that was overturned when the girls had fresh fits in the courtroom. The Salem trials proceeded in a legal environment that would seem surreal by modern standards. Spectral evidence, testimony that the accused spectre or spirit had appeared to the witness, was accepted as valid. This created an impossible situation. How do you defend yourself against claims that your spirit was doing things you weren't aware of? The legal system essentially prosecuted people for their presumed supernatural actions rather than anything they had actually done. Giles Corey, an 80-year-old farmer who refused to enter a plea to the charges against him, was subjected to pressing, heavy stones placed on his chest until he either agreed to plead or died. According to legend, his only words during 2 days of this torture were, "More weight." He died without pleading, which under English law meant his property couldn't be confiscated and would pass to his heirs. His death, meant to compel testimony, instead became a silent protest against the proceedings. By the summer of 1692, Salem's jails were overflowing with accused witches. Women who were pregnant were spared execution until after giving birth, creating the grim spectacle of women giving birth in chains, knowing they would be hanged once recovered. Children as young as 4 were accused and imprisoned. One of the accused, Sarah Good, was hanged, while her infant daughter, born in prison, died shortly after. Sarah Good's final words from the gallows, addressed to the minister urging her to confess, were reported as, "You're a liar. I am no more a witch than you are a wizard, and if you take away my life, God will give you blood to drink." By September, however, the accusations had reached so far up the social hierarchy that they were becoming untenable. When the girls accused the wife of Governor Phipps, when respected ministers began questioning the proceedings, and when juries started refusing to convict despite spectral evidence, the machinery of prosecution began to slow. The crucial shift came when prominent ministers, led by Increase Mather, argued that spectral evidence shouldn't be allowed in court. His statement, "It were better that 10 suspected witches should escape than that one innocent person should be condemned," represented a dramatic reversal of the logic that had driven the trials. Without spectral evidence, most cases collapsed. By October 1692, Governor Phipps dissolved the special court that had been handling witchcraft cases. Remaining prisoners were gradually released, many after posting bond. Of those who had been executed, 19 hanged, 1 pressed to death, none would receive official pardons for centuries. The community, having looked into an abyss of its own making, collectively decided to stop looking and move on. What's particularly haunting about Salem is how quickly the episode ended once authorities decided it should end. The same community that had been gripped by witch-hunting fever in summer was releasing prisoners by fall. This rapid reversal suggests that the trials had never been inevitable, that different choices by authorities could have prevented most or all of the deaths. The 20 people who died did so not because witchcraft belief made their deaths unavoidable, but because specific individuals in positions of authority made specific decisions to allow the prosecutions to proceed. The aftermath saw a slow, incomplete process of acknowledgement. Some of the accusers later apologised. Anne Putnam, one of the main accusers, eventually made a public apology in church, blaming Satan for deluding her. Samuel Sewell, one of the judges, publicly confessed error. But these apologies couldn't restore the dead or heal the community's wounds. Selim spent generations living with the knowledge of what it had done. By the early 18th century, witch trials were becoming increasingly rare across Europe and the colonies. This decline wasn't the result of a single cause, but rather a convergence of factors: intellectual shifts, legal reforms, religious changes, and perhaps simply exhaustion with decades of persecution. The scientific revolution was transforming how educated Europeans understood causation. When you can see microorganisms through a microscope, when you understand that disease is caused by infection rather than malevolent will, and when you can predict planetary motion through mathematics, the supernatural explanation for misfortune becomes less necessary. Not everyone accepted these new ideas immediately, but they were available as alternative frameworks for understanding the world. The Enlightenment brought increased skepticism toward traditional authorities and supernatural claims. Philosophers like Voltaire openly mocked witch trials as superstitious barbarism. This mockery created social pressure on authorities who continued prosecuting witches. They risked being seen as backward and credulous by the intellectual fashions of their time. Legal reforms also played a role. New evidentiary standards made it harder to obtain convictions based solely on confessional reputation. The use of torture in judicial proceedings gradually declined across Europe, partly from humanitarian concerns but also from growing recognition that torture produced unreliable evidence. When authorities couldn't extract confessions through pain, witch prosecutions became much harder to pursue. Religious changes mattered too, as Protestant and Catholic churches settled into coexistence after the devastating religious wars of the 16th and 17th centuries. The intense focus on spiritual purity that had fueled witch hunting began to ease. Communities that had spent generations fighting over correct doctrine were exhausted by conflict, and more interested in stability than in rooting out hidden evil. Economic development created new social structures that reduced the importance of tight-knit village communities where witch accusations had flourished. As people moved to cities, as markets expanded, and as individuals became less dependent on immediate neighbours for survival, the social conditions that had made witch accusations useful for managing interpersonal conflict began to dissolve. The last, execution for witchcraft in England, occurred in 1684. Scotland's last execution was in 1727. In France, the last execution was in 1745. The Holy Roman Empire ended witch trials in 1775. These dates mark not sudden transformations but gradual recognition that witch prosecutions no longer made sense within changing legal, intellectual and social frameworks. Poland's last witch trial occurred in 1793, notably late compared to Western Europe. This timing reminds us that change happened unevenly across the continent, reflecting different social and political conditions. Remote or conservative regions maintained beliefs that urban centres had abandoned, but the legal end of witch trials didn't mean the end of witchcraft belief. Folk beliefs about magical harm, protective charms, and supernatural causation persisted in rural areas well into the 20th century. People stopped bringing witchcraft accusations to courts, but they didn't necessarily stop believing that some neighbours had dangerous powers. The change was partly about belief, but more about what kind of claims the legal system was willing to take seriously. In some communities, informal persecution continued even after formal trials ended. Someone suspected of witchcraft might face social ostracism, property damage, or violence without any legal proceedings. These extra-legal actions were harder to track than official trials, but they represent continuity in belief even as legal structures changed. The Witchcraft Act of 1735 in Great Britain marked a significant shift in official attitudes. This law repealed previous witchcraft statutes not because it accepted that witchcraft was real, but because it made pretending to practice witchcraft or accusing others of it into a crime. The law essentially said, witchcraft doesn't exist, and claiming it does is either fraud or slander. This represented a complete reversal of earlier legal frameworks that had treated witchcraft as a real crime requiring prosecution. Yet even as educated opinion turned against witch trials, folk practices related to protection from witchcraft persisted. People continued to use horseshoes over doors, to bury objects in thresholds, and to employ counter-magic against suspected harm. The formal legal apparatus of witch hunting disappeared, but the underlying anxiety about malevolent magic took longer to fade. What finally killed witch hunting wasn't necessarily that people stopped believing in magic, but that they stopped believing. The legal system should be involved in policing it. Private beliefs about supernatural harm persisted even as public institutions refused to prosecute based on those beliefs. This separation between personal belief and official action represents a significant evolution in how modern societies handle religious and supernatural claims. The memory of the witch hunts did important cultural work in the centuries that followed. For Enlightenment thinkers, witch trials became an example of what happens when superstition and religious enthusiasm override reason. For later generations, witch hunts served as a warning about mob psychology, about the dangers of accusations that are impossible to disprove, and about how fear can transform neighbours into executioners. As you pull your blanket tighter and perhaps refill your tea, consider that the witch trials, distant as they seem, have left marks on our world that remain visible if you know where to look. The English language preserves traces of this history in phrases we use without thinking about their origins. Witch hunt has become a standard metaphor for baseless persecution, used by everyone from corporate executives defending against accusations to politicians claiming unfair treatment. The phrase captures something essential about the dynamic. Accusations that build on themselves, where defending yourself only makes you look more guilty, and where the process itself becomes punishment. Modern legal protections against certain types of prosecution developed partly in reaction to the witch trials. The principle that accusation alone isn't evidence, the right to confront your accusers, the requirement for physical proof of crime, and protections against self-incrimination. These evolved partly from recognition of how easily witch trial dynamics could produce unjust convictions. When we say innocent until proven guilty, we're embracing a standard that witch trials spectacularly violated. The trials also left their mark on how we think about women's social power. The overwhelming majority of accused witches were women, and the accusations often centred on behaviours that challenged patriarchal norms: female independence, female knowledge, female sexuality, and female anger. The witch trials were, among other things, a mechanism for policing gender boundaries, for punishing women who didn't fit prescribed roles. This gendered aspect of witch hunting has made the witch a powerful symbol in modern feminist thought. The witch, reimagined not as an evil figure but as a woman who refused to conform and who possessed knowledge and power that threatened established structures, has become an icon of resistance. Halloween decorations featuring witches on broomsticks carry echoes of centuries of persecution, transformed into something playful but retaining a shadow of their darker origins. In Salem, the trials have become central to the town's identity in ways both thoughtful and commercial. Museums and memorial sites preserve the history while tourism capitalizes on it. Walking through modern Salem, you pass witchcraft shops selling crystals and tarot cards next to historical markers explaining that actual witchcraft never occurred. The town wrestles with how to honour victims while acknowledging that its most famous historical episode was built on delusion and injustice. Arthur Miller's 1953 play, The Crucible, used Salem as an allegory for McCarthyist anti-communist investigations demonstrating how witch trial dynamics could recur in modern contexts. Miller recognised that the essential pattern, accusations that are hard to disprove, social pressure to name accomplices, and personal and political motivations disguised as ideological purity, wasn't limited to the 17th century. The play ensured that Salem would remain in cultural memory not just as a historical curiosity, but as a cautionary tale. Modern accusations of witchcraft still occur in some parts of the world, particularly in regions where traditional beliefs remain. Strong and legal systems are weak. In some African and Asian communities, witchcraft accusations can lead to violence, exile, or death. These contemporary witch hunts follow patterns eerily similar to European and American historical trials. Accusations against vulnerable individuals, confessions extracted through pressure or violence, and community scapegoating of marginal people. International human rights organisations now track and work to prevent witch accusations in these regions, recognising that the dynamics that produced the European witch hunts haven't disappeared. They've just moved to different cultural contexts. The underlying human tendencies that made witch hunting possible, the need to explain misfortune, the usefulness of scapegoats, the power of accusations that are difficult to disprove, remain present in human communities everywhere. Psychology has provided frameworks for understanding what happened during historical witch trials. Mass hysteria, conversion disorder, confirmation bias, the psychology of torture and confession, and group dynamics in small communities. These concepts help explain how intelligent, decent people could participate in or support witch prosecutions. Understanding these mechanisms doesn't make the history less troubling, but it does make it more comprehensible as something that emerged from ordinary human psychology under particular social conditions. The witch trials also offer insights into how societies handle invisible threats. Whether the threat is witchcraft, communism, terrorism, or viral contagion, communities face similar challenges. How to respond to genuine danger without succumbing to panic, how to protect the vulnerable while maintaining security, and how to distinguish between reasonable precaution and destructive paranoia. The witch trials represent an extreme case of getting this balance catastrophically wrong. Descendants of accused witches have worked to clear their ancestors' names, often facing bureaucratic obstacles centuries after the original accusations. In 2001, Massachusetts formally exonerated 5 women executed during the Salem trials, who had never received official pardons. In 2022, the last of the Salem witches received exoneration, 330 years after her execution. These late acknowledgements can't undo historical harm, but they represent official recognition that injustice occurred. The Wiccan religious movement, which emerged in the mid-20th century, reclaimed the word witch as a positive identity, creating a contemporary witchcraft practice that has nothing to do with demonic pacts or malevolent magic. Modern Wiccans practice what they describe as nature-based spirituality, often emphasizing healing, harmony, and connection to seasonal cycles. Whether there's any historical connection between contemporary Wicca and the practices of people accused during witch trials is debatable, but the reclamation of the term represents a fascinating cultural transformation. Academia continues studying witch trials from multiple angles, social history examining community dynamics, gender studies analysing the persecution of women, legal history tracking changes in evidentiary standards, religious history exploring theological developments, and medical history investigating possible explanations for symptoms attributed to bewitchment. Each discipline finds different aspects of the witch trials relevant to its concerns, suggesting that these events touched on fundamental aspects of human social organisation. The total number of people executed during the European and American witch trials is difficult to determine precisely. Estimates range from 40,000 to 100,000 over roughly 3 centuries, with perhaps another 100,000 to 200,000 formally accused but not executed. These numbers are horrifying but also important to keep in perspective. Witch hunting was terrible, but it wasn't the largest source of mortality in this period. War, disease, famine, and ordinary crime killed far more people. The witch trials matter not because of their scale relative to other tragedies, but because of what they reveal about how communities can turn on their own members. Regional variations in witch hunting intensity remain puzzling to historians. Why did some areas execute thousands while neighbouring regions executed almost none? Why did witch hunting peak at different times in different places? These questions don't have simple answers. Local political situations, religious tensions, economic stress, individual authorities' attitudes, and the presence or absence of sceptical voices, all these factors interacted in complex ways that produced dramatically different outcomes in seemingly similar communities. The witch trials also demonstrate how quickly social norms can shift. Communities that executed witches one year sometimes reversed course the next, releasing prisoners and questioning what they had done. This rapid change suggests that witch hunting wasn't an inevitable expression of period belief systems, but rather a particular dynamic that required specific conditions to sustain itself. When those conditions changed, when authorities withdrew support, when skeptical voices gained influence, when communities exhausted themselves, the prosecutions could end quickly. Outside your window, the night continues its ancient routine, indifferent to human fears and accusations. The darkness that once held demons and witches now holds only the ordinary mysteries of sleeping cities and distant stars. The history of witches is, ultimately, a history of how people understand evil and suffering. When bad things happened, and bad things happened constantly in the pre-modern world, people needed explanations. The witch provided an answer that was simultaneously comforting and terrifying. Suffering had a cause, that cause was identifiable, and eliminating the cause could restore safety. But this explanation required believing that some of your neighbours were secretly working to harm you, that ordinary people could make pacts with supernatural evil, and that the appearance of normalcy could hide malevolent intent. Once you accepted these premises, the logic of witch hunting followed almost inevitably. If witches exist and can harm you, failing to identify and eliminate them becomes its own form of guilt. What we've lost in losing belief in witches as real supernatural threats is perhaps a certain sense that the universe is morally ordered in simple ways, that bad things happen because bad people cause them, and that eliminating bad people can eliminate bad outcomes. What we've gained is the more difficult but more accurate understanding that suffering often has no villain, that random chance and impersonal forces shape our lives as much as human agency, and that sometimes there's no one to blame when tragedy strikes. The people who participated in witch trials, accusers, witnesses, judges, executioners, were not, for the most part, cruel or unusual. They were ordinary people operating within belief systems that made sense in their cultural context, responding to genuine fears with methods that their society endorsed. This is both comforting and disturbing. Comforting, because it means witch hunting wasn't the result of individual evil, but of systemic failures of reasoning and institutional checks. Disturbing because it suggests that ordinary people like us, can participate in terrible things when the right conditions align. Modern individuals reading about witch trials often wonder, would I have gone along? Would I have accused my neighbours, testified against them, or stood in the crowd watching executions? The uncomfortable truth is that most of us probably would have, not because we're bad people, but because social pressure, cultural assumptions, and the architecture of our beliefs shape behaviour in ways that are very difficult to resist individually. The heroes of witch trial history are often those who said no, when everyone around them was saying yes, the judges who refused to convict despite community pressure, the neighbours who testified in favour of accused witches despite the risk to their own reputations. The ministers questioned whether spectral evidence should be trusted. These individuals demonstrated that resistance was possible, that going along wasn't inevitable, and that individual choice retained meaning even within oppressive systems. But celebrating these resistors shouldn't let the rest of us off the hook too. Easily, for every person who resisted, hundreds participated or stood silently by. The witch trials happened not because a few evil people forced them on reluctant communities, but because communities largely supported them, saw them as necessary, and participated willingly. Any honest reckoning with this history requires acknowledging that most people, most of the time, go along with what their society tells them is right and necessary. The lesson isn't that we should feel guilty for what our ancestors did. Collective. Guilt across centuries makes no sense. The lesson is that we should examine our own certainties, our own communities' scapegoats, and our own participation in systems that might look unjust to future generations. What beliefs do we hold now that will seem as obviously wrong in 300 years as witch hunting seems to us? The witch trials teach us to be suspicious of accusations that are impossible to disprove, of evidence that consists mainly of reputation and rumour, of legal systems that treat confession as the only path to mercy, and of communities that need enemies to maintain cohesion. They teach us that fear is a terrible foundation for justice, that panic makes people capable of cruelty they'd normally reject, and that the difference between civilization and barbarism is thinner than we'd like to believe. They also teach us something about the endurance of human communities despite terrible mistakes. Salem didn't disappear after 1692. Würzburg recovered from its trials. Communities that burned witches went on to become peaceful towns where people lived ordinary lives, raised children, tended gardens, and mostly forgot what their ancestors had done. Humans are remarkably good at moving on, at forgetting, at rebuilding normal life after extraordinary cruelty. Whether this resilience is admirable or troubling depends on your perspective. It's admirable that communities can recover from collective madness. It's troubling that they can do well enough that the lessons might not be learned, that future generations might be susceptible to similar dynamics because the memory has faded. The physical traces of witch trials are mostly gone. A few memorial stones, some preserved documents, and historical markers in places where executions occurred. The dead left no graves to visit, their bodies having been burned or buried without ceremony in many cases. The absence of physical memorials makes the history feel more distant, easier to dismiss as something that happened long ago and couldn't happen now. But the absence of memorials also means we carry this history internally as a story we tell about human nature and social dynamics rather than as a specific place we can visit and leave behind. The witch trials exist now primarily as a cautionary tale, as a metaphor, as a warning, and perhaps that's the form in which they're most useful. As you prepare for sleep, consider that the same darkness that once held such terror for our ancestors now holds a kind of peace. The night is no longer populated with demons and malevolent spirits. The shadows in the corner of your room are just shadows, the creaking of the house is just wood settling, and the neighbour who seems strange is just someone with different habits and preferences. This demystification of the night, this taming of darkness through understanding, represents one of modernity's genuine gifts. We've lost the enchanted universe where magic was real and spirits walked among us, but we've gained a world where random misfortune doesn't require malevolent explanation, where your neighbour's eccentricity doesn't make them dangerous, and where difference doesn't equal threat. The last person executed for witchcraft died centuries ago. The last official witch trial ended long before anyone now living was born. The machinery of persecution that operated for so long has been dismantled, its methods discredited, and its assumptions rejected. This is progress worth acknowledging, even as we remain alert to how similar dynamics might manifest in different forms. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you can do so without fear that someone might accuse you of impossible crimes, that your midnight dreams might be used as evidence against you, or that your spirit might be claimed to have left your sleeping body to harm your neighbours. These fears, which once seemed perfectly reasonable to millions of people, have been consigned to history, but history is never as distant as we imagine. The human tendencies that produced witch trials, the need to explain suffering, the comfort of identifying enemies, the power of accusations, the danger of certainty, remain with us. The forms change, but the patterns persist, appearing in different contexts with different vocabularies, but recognisable structures. The witch trials remind us that civilization is an achievement requiring constant maintenance, that justice is fragile, and that mercy must be chosen again and again. They remind us to be sceptical of our own certainties, compassionate toward those accused, careful about how we explain misfortune, and humble about how much we truly know. They also remind us that individuals matter, that choices matter, and that resistance is possible even when it's difficult. The people who spoke up for accused witches, who questioned the proceedings, who refused to participate in persecution despite pressure. These individuals demonstrated that we're not helpless before social forces, that moral courage remains meaningful, even when it's uncommon. As your eyes grow heavy and the room around you softens into the gentle blur of approaching sleep, you might spare a thought for all those accused of impossible things, for communities torn apart by fear, and for the slow, uneven progress toward more just and rational ways of handling misfortune and difference. The story of witches, from belief through persecution to the fading of the trials, is ultimately a story about learning. Humanity learned, slowly and at terrible cost, that supernatural explanations for misfortune were unnecessary, that accusations required evidence, that difference didn't equal danger, and that mercy was stronger than fear. These lessons weren't learned perfectly or completely. They weren't learned everywhere simultaneously. They had to be learned again and again, sometimes forgotten and relearned. But they were learned, and the world became, in this respect at least, a gentler place. Sleep now, in your safe, comfortable bed, in your room that holds no demons, in your community that doesn't burn witches. Sleep, knowing that the darkness outside your window is just the absence of light, that your strange dreams are just your brain processing information, and that your difficult neighbour is just a person with different views and habits. The witch trials are over. Their lessons remain, and that combination, the end of one horror, the preservation of its lessons, represents one of history's quiet victories, the kind that doesn't announce itself with trumpets and celebrations, but simply makes ordinary life possible for ordinary people. Tomorrow you'll wake to a world where witches exist only in Halloween decorations and fantasy novels, where history has become story, and where the fears that once seemed so reasonable now seem incomprehensible. And that change from reasonable fear to incomprehensible superstition represents not just the passage of time, but the slow, uneven, precious growth of human understanding. Rest well, knowing that this particular darkness has been illuminated, that This particular fear has been named and understood, and that this particular mistake is now preserved as a cautionary tale rather than repeated as a tragic practice. The night holds only night, the darkness holds only darkness, and that in its own quiet way is something close to grace. Sleep well. The witch trials are history and morning always comes. Imagine waking up on a February morning in 1732 in a modest wooden house on Pope's Creek in Virginia. The air carries that particular dampness that clings to the tidewater region, where rivers meet the Chesapeake Bay and everything smells faintly of salt, pine and wood smoke. This is where George Washington first opened his eyes to the world, not in a grand plantation mansion, as many imagine, but in a comfortable farmhouse that his father, Augustine, was still working to expand. The Virginia of George's childhood wasn't. The elegant columned world you might picture from movies. It was rougher, newer, and still finding its identity between English traditions and American realities. The Washington family occupied a middle rung on Virginia's social ladder, comfortable but not wealthy, respected but not among the elite tidewater aristocracy. They owned land and enslaved people, participating in a system that defined colonial Virginia's prosperity and shame. This was the moral landscape George was born into, one he would never fundamentally question despite later discomfort with slavery's realities. The house at Pope's Creek was built of wood, not brick, with a few rooms warmed by fireplaces that demanded constant attention. You can picture young George watching his mother, Mary Bull Washington, supervising the household with the kind of stern efficiency that made people step lively. She was not, by any account, a woman given to softness or excessive affection. Where other mothers might coddle, Mary Bull Washington prepared her children for a world that offered no guarantees. George's father, Augustine, called Gus by friends, was often away on business, managing his various properties and the iron furnace he owned with partners. He was the kind of man who saw opportunity in Virginia's expanding economy and worked to transform land into prosperity. When Gus was home, the household took on a different energy. He brought stories from his travels, news from Fredericksburg and beyond, and most importantly for young George, a glimpse of how men navigated the colonial world of commerce, reputation, and ambition. The rhythm of days in this Virginia childhood followed patterns that have mostly vanished from modern life. You woke with the sun because candles were expensive and darkness absolute. Meals appeared through labour you could see, the chicken that became dinner, the vegetables from gardens tended by enslaved workers, and the bread made from wheat grown on Washington land. Nothing arrived in packages or through mysterious supply chains. The connection between work and survival was visible in every aspect of daily life. George had older half-brothers from his father's first marriage, Lawrence and Augustine Jr., who everyone called Austin. These young men represented everything George might aspire to become. They'd been educated in England, spoke with Polish that came from English schools, and carried themselves with the confidence of those who knew their place in society was secure. For young George, still finding his footing in the world, his half-brothers were like previews of possible futures. The landscape itself shaped childhood in ways that modern life has erased. The Washington property sprawled across land where forests still held their primacy, where creeks and rivers served as highways, and where the edge of civilization felt close enough to touch. Young George's playground was a semi-wild world of woods and water, tobacco fields and tangled underbrush. Here a boy could spend hours exploring, learning to read landscapes the way other children learned to read books. This Virginia was a place where distances were measured not in miles but in hours of difficult travel, where neighbours might live far. Enough away that visiting was an event requiring planning. It was simultaneously intimate, everyone knowing everyone else's business, and isolated, with each plantation or farm forming its own small universe. Into this world of contradictions, young George was learning to navigate, absorbing lessons about class, race, labour and aspiration that would shape everything he later became. When George was 3, the family moved to a larger property along the Rappahannock River near Fredericksburg. The new home, later called Ferry Farm, offered more space and better prospects. Here the river became George's constant companion, a highway of commercial traffic, a source of fish and recreation, and a reminder that Virginia was still a colony oriented toward water, toward the Atlantic trade that connected it to England and the wider world. Picture young George watching ships pass on the Rappahannock, vessels carrying Virginia tobacco to London and returning with manufactured goods, books, and luxuries that colonists couldn't yet produce themselves. Each ship represented connections to a larger world, to the great metropolis of London that existed in colonial imaginations as the centre of civilization, culture, and power. For a boy in Virginia, England was both impossibly distant and intimately connected to daily life through commerce, law, and the ever-present awareness of being colonial subjects of the Crown. When George was 11, something happened that would reshape his entire trajectory. His father died. Augustine Washington's death in April 1743 wasn't dramatic or particularly unusual for the time. People died of illnesses we'd now treat with antibiotics. But for George, it meant that certain doors quietly closed. There would be no English education like his half-brothers had received. There would be no inherited fortune sufficient to live as a gentleman without effort. The comfortable middle-class existence his father had been building suddenly felt more precarious. What George did inherit was access to his half-brother Lawrence's world. Lawrence, 14 years older than George, had returned from education in England to establish himself at Little Hunting Creek, a property he would rename Mount Vernon. Here was a young man who embodied everything George might aspire to become. Educated, socially connected, married into the powerful Fairfax family, and commissioned as an officer in the colonial militia. Lawrence became the North Star George would navigate by for the next crucial years of his adolescence. But before Lawrence's influence could fully flower, George had to acquire the basic tools of literacy and numeracy. His education was sporadic, caught between local tutors and what his mother could afford. There was no formal school in the sense we'd recognise, no systematic curriculum, and no graduation ceremonies. Instead, George learned from whoever was available, local clergymen, itinerant teachers, and quite possibly his own determination to master what he needed. The surviving school exercises from George's youth reveal someone methodically teaching himself to function in Virginia's commercial world. His copybooks contain pages of practiced handwriting, mathematical calculations for surveying, and most tellingly, a copied set of maxims called Rules of Civility and Decent Behaviour in Company and Conversation. These 110 rules, which George painstakingly transcribed, weren't just penmanship practice. They were a manual for navigating social situations when you didn't naturally know the rules. Reading through these rules now creates an odd mixture of amusement and poignancy. Kill no vermin, or flea, louse, or tick in the sight of others. Spit not into the fire. Bedew no man's face with your spittle by approaching too near him when you speak. These weren't instructions for a boy born to privilege and polish. They were guidelines for someone aware that his manners needed work, that his path upward required conscious attention to behaviours that others absorbed naturally. Young George's handwriting itself tells a story. His early attempts are awkward and earnest, the letters formed with care by someone who knows that penmanship matters in a world where your written word might be the first impression you make on important people. By his mid-teens, his hand had developed into something clear and purposeful, if never particularly elegant. It was the handwriting of someone more interested in being understood than in displaying flourishes. Mathematics came more naturally to George than classical education. While his half-brothers could quote Latin and discuss classical philosophy, George applied himself to practical geometry, to the calculations that would let him measure land, calculate acreage, and determine property boundaries. In colonial Virginia, where land was wealth and disputes over boundaries could lead to violence, surveying was both a respectable profession and a lucrative skill. George seems to have recognised this opportunity early. The books available to young George were limited but telling. Virginia plantations didn't maintain the extensive libraries that wealthy English estates boasted. What books existed tended toward the practical: agricultural manuals, legal references, navigation guides, and accounts of exploration and military campaigns. George read about warfare, about land management, and about the exploits of British military heroes. His reading shaped a particular kind of ambition, one oriented toward action and achievement rather than intellectual contemplation. But perhaps George's most important education came from simply watching and listening at Mount Vernon. When he visited Lawrence, and he visited often, finding any excuse to escape Ferry Farm and his mother's stern household, George could observe how the colonial gentry actually lived. Here were people who knew which fork to use, how to discuss politics without giving offence, how to dance the latest English country dances, and how to carry themselves with the casual confidence that comes from a secure social position. Lawrence's wife, Anne Fairfax Washington, connected the family to one of Virginia's most powerful clans. The Fairfaxes controlled enormous land grants in Virginia's interior, maintained connections to British nobility, and represented the apex of colonial society. Through Lawrence, George gained access to a world that would have been closed to the Ferry Farm boy whose father had died leaving a modest estate. The education George received wasn't systematic or comprehensive by English standards. He never learned Latin, that mark of classical education that distinguished gentlemen from merely prosperous tradesmen. He wouldn't have been comfortable discussing ancient philosophy or contemporary European literature. What he gained instead was something perhaps more valuable for his time and place, the ability to move between worlds, to learn from observation, and to understand that knowledge was a tool to be wielded rather than an ornament to be displayed. The first time George Washington really looked at land, not just walked across it or lived on it, but truly examined it with an eye toward measurement and understanding, something clicked into place. Surveying wasn't just a profession, it was a way of reading the world that suited his particular talents. Where others saw wilderness or farmland, surveyors saw lines, angles, bearings, and the mathematical precision that transformed chaotic nature into property. The tools of surveying had a satisfying solidity, the circumferentor, essentially a sophisticated compass mounted on a tripod used for measuring angles. The Gunter's chain, 66 feet long with 100 links, perfect for measuring distances and calculating acreage. The Jacob's staff for supporting instruments, and the field. Book where measurements were recorded with careful precision. These instruments represented the intersection of mathematics, craftsmanship, and practical application, a combination that appealed to George's methodical mind. Picture 16-year-old George, already shooting up toward his eventual 6'2". Height, learning to set up a circumferentor on uncertain ground. The process required patience, finding level ground or improvising with stones and wood shims, adjusting the instrument until its compass sat perfectly horizontal, sighting along the ruler toward a distant landmark, and recording the magnetic bearing. With precision. Each measurement was a small act of transformation, turning undefined space into numbered reality. The mathematics of surveying offered certainties that other aspects of George's life lacked. If you measured the angles correctly, applied the right trigonometric relationships, and kept accurate records, you could create a plot that represented truth, a piece of paper that courts would recognize as a legitimate description of physical reality. For a young man still uncertain of his place in Virginia society, this power to define and describe property must have felt like grasping something solid in an uncertain world. But surveying wasn't just mathematics and instruments. It required the ability to read landscapes, to understand how water flowed and shaped land, to recognize the difference between clay soil and loamy earth, and to notice the trees that indicated good farmland versus those that suggested swamp or exhausted ground. George was learning a practical literacy that transformed how he saw everything around him. A hillside became a question of elevation change and drainage patterns. A creek wasn't just water, but a boundary marker and mill site. A stand of timber represented board feet and potential profit. His first real surveying work came through the Fairfax connection. Lord Fairfax, the aristocratic proprietor of vast land grants in Virginia's interior, needed surveyors to help organise his holdings beyond the Blue Ridge Mountains. These weren't the cultivated tidewater regions George knew, but the frontier, places where Native Americans still hunted, where land grants existed more on paper than in reality, and where settlers were pushing into territory that Virginia claimed but didn't truly control. In March 1748, when George was just 16, he joined a surveying party headed into the Shenandoah Valley. Imagine the excitement mixed with apprehension. A teenager leaving the settled regions he knew for genuine wilderness, travelling with experienced frontiersmen into territory where the rules of Tidewater society didn't quite apply. His journal from this expedition reveals someone paying close attention to everything, recording not just survey data but observations about the people, places and experiences he encountered. The journey took them across the Blue Ridge Mountains, that long barrier that separated eastern Virginia from the vast interior. The passage through mountain gaps would have been George's first real experience with landscape that humans hadn't substantially modified. These were forests that had stood for centuries, ridges that rose like walls, and streams that crashed through rocky channels with a force that made the placid Rappahannock seem tame. For someone learning to survey, the mountains were both a challenge and an education. How do you measure land that rises and falls so dramatically? How do you create accurate plots when nothing is level or straightforward? Beyond the mountains, the Shenandoah Valley opened up like a revelation. Mile after mile of fertile bottomland along the Shenandoah River, mountain ridges running parallel on either side like protective walls, and land so rich you could almost see why settlers were willing to push into territory where their presence wasn't entirely welcomed by its original inhabitants. George was seeing firsthand the opportunity that drew Europeans ever westward, the promise of land that represented wealth, autonomy, and social advancement. The surveying work itself was physically demanding in ways that life at Ferry Farm or Mount Vernon hadn't prepared him for. Days began at dawn and continued until darkness made reading instruments impossible. You walked miles carrying equipment, crossing streams that required wading through cold water, pushing through underbrush that grabbed at clothes and instruments, and dealing with terrain that seemed designed to resist measurement. George's journal entries from this expedition note sleeping in the open, dealing with weather that ranged from unseasonable snow to rain that turned everything to mud, and encountering frontier settlers whose lives bore little resemblance to Tidewater gentility. One journal entry describes sleeping in their clothes beside a fire because they lacked proper shelter, only to be invaded by lice, fleas, and other vermin from the straw they'd used as bedding. Another note, encountering a group of frontier settlers whose manners were so rough that George's carefully learned rules of civility seemed to belong to a different world entirely. These experiences were stripping away any romantic notions about frontier life while teaching practical lessons about human adaptability and resilience. The survey work produced something tangible, plots of land that could be registered, sold, and developed. Each completed survey was a small piece of the larger process by which Virginia was being mapped, claimed, and organised into a system of property ownership that benefited some while dispossessing others. George wasn't yet reflecting deeply on the implications of this transformation, but he was learning the mechanics of how European settlement actually worked, how wilderness became property, how measurement became ownership, and how paper documents in distant offices determined who could build a home on land their family had never seen. If the 1748 surveying expedition was George's introduction to frontier life, the following years made him an expert. Between ages 16 and 20, George worked as a professional surveyor, primarily for the Fairfax family, but increasingly on his own account. These years transformed him from a somewhat awkward teenager into a young man comfortable with physical hardship, capable of quick decision-making, and knowledgeable about the Virginia backcountry in ways that few Tidewater gentlemen could match. This work took George repeatedly into the Shenandoah Valley and beyond. Each expedition was a small adventure requiring careful planning, hiring chainmen to help with measurements, securing provisions that would last for weeks in the field, arranging for horses capable of handling rough terrain, and timing departures to avoid the worst weather while still completing work during seasons when vegetation wouldn't obscure property boundaries. George was learning the unglamorous skills of logistics and planning that would serve him well in later military campaigns. The physical demands of surveying toughened a young man who'd grown up in relative comfort. Days spent slogging through creek bottoms, climbing ridges to establish sight lines, and hacking through brush to run property lines built endurance and a tolerance for discomfort that few of his Tidewater contemporaries possessed. By his late teens, George could ride all day, sleep on the ground, eat whatever was available, and wake up ready to do it again, capabilities that would prove surprisingly rare among Virginia gentlemen when physical hardship was required. But surveying also taught something less tangible: how to read people and situations with the same careful attention he applied to landscapes. The frontier attracted a particular type of settler, people willing to risk everything for land ownership, refugees from eastern settlements where property was expensive or unavailable, immigrants from Germany and Scotland seeking fresh starts, and individuals whose reasons for leaving settled areas didn't bear too much examination. George learned to assess character quickly, to recognise when someone was reliable or dangerous, and to navigate social situations where the wrong word could create lasting enemies. The German and Scots-Irish settlers George encountered in the Shenandoah Valley lived differently from English-descended Tidewater planters. Their homes were log cabins rather than frame houses, their farms smaller and worked by family labour rather than enslaved people, and their churches Lutheran or Presbyterian rather than Anglican. George's exposure to this cultural diversity was unusual for someone of his social aspirations. Most Virginia gentlemen viewed these settlers as lesser peoples, valuable primarily as a buffer between plantation society and Native American territory. George's direct experience with frontier communities gave him a more nuanced understanding that would prove valuable when he later needed to build coalitions across cultural lines. The land itself continued teaching lessons. George learned to recognise soil quality by examining vegetation, to spot potential mill sites by studying creek flow, and to identify the best routes through mountainous terrain by reading ridgelines and water gaps. He developed what we might call wilderness literacy, the ability to look at seemingly chaotic nature and discern patterns, resources, and opportunities. This skill was rare among Virginia gentlemen, most of whom experienced the frontier only through land office records and settlement reports. Surveying also provided something crucial for a young man without inherited wealth: income. George charged competitive rates for his work, and the demand for surveys in rapidly settling regions ensured steady employment. By his late teens, he was earning respectable money, and, more importantly, beginning to acquire land of his own. The first plot he purchased was in the Shenandoah Valley, 453 acres along Bullskin Creek, chosen with the educated eye of someone who understood land value. It was a statement. George Washington was becoming a property owner, establishing the foundation for the wealth that would later support his position as a gentleman planter. The survey work also taught careful record-keeping and documentation. Every survey generated paperwork, field notes recording measurements and bearings, draft plots showing property boundaries, fair copies suitable for submission to the county surveyor's office, and correspondence with property owners and officials. George learned to maintain organised files, to keep copies of important documents, and to understand that written records often mattered more than verbal agreements. This systematic approach to documentation would characterise his entire career, whether managing Mount Vernon's agricultural operations or commanding the Continental Army. Between surveying expeditions, George returned to the settled portions of Virginia, moving between his mother's household at Ferry Farm and the more congenial atmosphere at Mount Vernon. The contrast between frontier roughness and Tidewater refinement must have been jarring, from sleeping on the ground to dining on china, from days of hard physical labour to evenings of dancing and conversation. George was learning to inhabit both worlds, to switch between frontier practicality and gentleman's Polish as circumstances required. This flexibility would serve him throughout his life, allowing him to connect with common soldiers while commanding respect from aristocratic officers. The surveying years were also teaching George about the darker realities of Virginia's expansion. The land he surveyed was being claimed under English law, but Native Americans who'd hunted, lived and travelled through these territories for generations had never ceded their rights to these lands in any meaningful way. The surveys George conducted were tools of dispossession, transforming traditional hunting grounds into property that could be bought, sold, and defended with European legal concepts that indigenous peoples had never agreed to accept. George wasn't yet questioning this system, few colonists did, but he was becoming aware that settlement wasn't a peaceful process of filling empty land, but a contested claiming of territory where others had prior connections, sometime between his teenage surveying adventures in his early 20s, George Washington began consciously shaping himself into a particular kind of person. This wasn't the organic development of personality that happens naturally as children mature. It was a deliberate project of self-construction, motivated by an awareness that he needed to compensate for educational and social disadvantages if he wanted to advance in Virginia society. The rules of civility that George had copied as a school exercise weren't just penmanship practice, they became a template for behaviour that he applied with surprising consistency. Watch young George at a social gathering at Mount Vernon or Belvoir, the Fairfax estate, and you'd see someone carefully managing his presentation, standing when women entered the room, speaking only when spoken to by his elders, maintaining posture. The projected presence without presumption, and generally conducting himself with a formality that sometimes struck others as stiffness. This wasn't natural grace. It was learned behaviour applied with determination. George knew he was tall and physically imposing, prone to awkwardness in social situations, and lacking the easy polish that came from English education. So he replaced spontaneity with control, letting careful adherence to rules substitute for intuitive understanding of social nuances. Some found this formality off-putting, others read it as dignity and self-command. George was learning that people's interpretations of your behaviour matter less than the consistency with which you present yourself. Physical grace came more naturally to George when it involved sports and outdoor activities. He was an exceptional horseman, which in 18th century Virginia was almost as important as literacy. The ability to control a horse with skill and confidence was a mark of gentility, and George excelled at this in ways he didn't at conversation or intellectual display. Watch him ride and you'd see the awkwardness vanish, replaced by natural athleticism and unself-conscious competence. Hunting on horseback, which was a social activity as much as a sport in colonial Virginia, allowed George to demonstrate capabilities that earned respect from men whose approval he sought. He was also developing a reputation for physical strength and endurance that became part of his personal legend. Stories circulated about George throwing a piece of slate across the Rappahannock River or a silver dollar across the Potomac, feats probably exaggerated but based on genuine athletic ability. In a society where physical prowess still mattered, where disputes might be settled with fists or weapons, and where leadership was often associated with martial capabilities, George's strength was an asset he cultivated and displayed when appropriate. But George was also learning the limits of physical capabilities in determining social standing. Virginia was hierarchical in ways that made advancement difficult for those not born to the top tier. The great Tidewater families, the Byrds, Carters, Randolphs, Lees and Fairfaxes, formed an aristocracy that controlled political offices, social prestige and economic opportunities. Marriage into these families was the most reliable path to advancement, but that required precisely the kind of refined education and social connections that George lacked. He was acceptable in these circles, even welcomed because of his connection to Lawrence and the Fairfaxes, but he wasn't quite one of them. This ambiguous social position created a particular kind of hunger. George wanted recognition, status, and the security that came from being established rather than striving. You can see this ambition in how carefully he managed his appearance. He was always well-dressed according to his means, maintaining standards that suggested prosperity even when his finances were uncertain. You can see it in his careful attention to title and rank, his sensitivity to slights real or imagined, and his determination to secure positions that would establish his standing. Lawrence's death in 1752, when George was just 20, was devastating. Personally and complicated George's position. Lawrence had been a mentor, patron, and gateway to the Fairfax world. His death meant George lost his most important advocate precisely when he was trying to establish himself as an adult. More practically, it raised questions about Mount Vernon's future. Lawrence's widow Anne inherited the estate, but various provisions meant George might eventually acquire it. The uncertainty forced George to think seriously about his long-term prospects and the kind of a life he wanted to build. During these years, George was also developing the habit of self-documentation that would make him one of history's most completely recorded figures. He kept diaries, copied important correspondence, maintained account books that tracked every expense, and saved documents that others might have discarded. This wasn't just careful record-keeping, it was evidence that George understood documents created reality in ways that memory couldn't. The written record of who you were, what you'd done, and what others owed you mattered more than personal recollection. George was creating an archival version of himself that would outlast memory. The character emerging from these formative years was complex, ambitious yet careful, physically brave but socially cautious, methodical in planning yet capable of decisive action, aware of his limitations but determined to overcome them through effort and self-discipline. These weren't the qualities of a natural leader whose authority was simply assumed. They were the characteristics of someone who'd studied leadership and was systematically developing the capabilities it required. George was also learning when to display emotion and when to maintain the controlled facade that would become his trademark. His surviving letters from these years show someone capable of warm friendships, playful humour, and genuine affection, quite different from the marble monument image that would develop later. But in public and formal situations, George was already practicing the emotional restraint that would make him seem remote and dignified to those who didn't know him well. He was learning that leadership often required performing a role and that authenticity mattered less than effectiveness. In October 1753, something happened that would give 21-year-old George Washington his first real opportunity to demonstrate leadership capabilities beyond surveying competence and social ambitions. Virginia's Governor Dinwiddie needed someone to carry a message deep into disputed territory, warning French forces that they were trespassing on land claimed by Virginia and, by extension, the British Crown. It was a diplomatic mission that required someone capable of wilderness travel, willing to accept significant risks, and expendable enough that failure wouldn't embarrass important people. George volunteered. The mission's context is important. European powers were manoeuvring for control of the Ohio country, that vast region between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River, where French, British, and Native American interests collided. France was building forts and establishing trading relationships with indigenous nations. Britain claimed the territory based on colonial charters and Virginia Land Company investments. Native American peoples who actually lived there had their own complex diplomatic strategies, playing European powers against each other while trying to preserve their autonomy and territory. Into this tinderbox, George Washington was being sent with a letter essentially telling the French to leave. Why did George volunteer for this dangerous assignment? Partly youthful ambition, here was a chance to gain notice from the governor and demonstrate capabilities beyond land surveying. Partly genuine public spiritedness, Virginia's interests needed protecting and someone had to do it. And partly the recognition that advancement required seizing opportunities when they appeared, even risky ones. George had spent years watching how Virginia's social system worked. He understood that dramatic service could open doors that years of steady competence might not. The journey itself tested everything George had learned in his surveying years. He assembled a small party, hired an experienced frontiersman named Christopher Gist as a guide, and set out from Williamsburg in November, late enough in the season that weather would be a constant threat. The route took them through the Appalachian backcountry to Fort Le Boeuf, the French outpost near Lake Erie, a journey of several hundred miles through territory where winter was setting in and reliable shelter was rare. George's journal from this. Expedition reveals someone paying careful attention to everything. The terrain, the locations of potential fort sites, the disposition of Native American communities, the strength of French positions, and the diplomatic nuances of meetings with indigenous leaders and French officers. He was gathering intelligence while performing his nominal mission, understanding that information about frontier conditions might prove as valuable as the message he carried. The meetings with Native Americans along the route were George's first. Substantial diplomatic encounters with indigenous peoples. These weren't the encounters with individual natives he'd had during surveying trips, but formal negotiations with leaders who controlled territory, commanded warriors, and were sophisticated political actors navigating between competing European powers. George was learning that Native Americans weren't simple obstacles to settlement, but political entities with their own interests, alliances, and strategies. It was an education in complexity that few young Virginians received. The journey also tested George's physical endurance and survival skills. The party faced severe weather, including snow and freezing temperatures that made travel miserable and dangerous. Food was scarce, requiring hunting to supplement inadequate provisions. Rivers had to be crossed despite ice and current. George recorded nearly falling through ice while crossing a partially frozen stream, an incident that could easily have ended the expedition and his life. The romantic notions of frontier adventure that young men might have entertained met the reality of wet clothes, inadequate food, and cold that penetrated every layer. At Fort Le Boeuf, George finally delivered his message to the French commander, who received it with the kind of polite formality that Europeans used when delivering diplomatic rejections. The French had no intention of leaving territory they'd claimed and fortified. They would send a written response to Virginia's governor, but the response would amount to, "Thanks for your concern, but we're staying." George's mission, from a diplomatic perspective, was a failure before it started. But that wasn't really the point. The real value of the expedition was the information George gathered and the opportunity to demonstrate capabilities beyond his years. His journal, which he wrote up and presented to Governor Dinwiddie, provided detailed intelligence about French strength, Native American allegiances, potential fort locations, and the quality of routes through the Ohio country. It was the work of someone thinking strategically about larger military and political implications, not just completing an assigned errand. Governor Dinwiddie was impressed enough to have George's journal published, which meant young Washington's name suddenly appeared in print throughout the colonies and even in London, associated with frontier reconnaissance and diplomatic service. For someone building a reputation, this was invaluable publicity. George Washington became known as someone who'd ventured into contested territory, met with French forces, and returned with useful intelligence. The mission's diplomatic failure mattered less than the capabilities it demonstrated. The recognition brought opportunity. In 1754, as tensions with France escalated toward open warfare, Virginia raised militia forces to defend frontier interests. George received a commission as lieutenant colonel in the Virginia Regiment, a remarkable rank for someone who'd never commanded troops or received military training. It was a position based entirely on his frontier experience, his demonstrated initiative, and the political connections he'd cultivated through the Fairfax family and his own efforts. This military commission would lead to experiences that mixed success, failure, and lessons that George would remember for the rest of his life. But that belongs to a different chapter of his story. For now, what matters is understanding that by his early 20s, George Washington had transformed himself from a middling planter's son with limited prospects into someone Virginia's governor considered capable of important diplomatic missions and military command. It was a remarkable achievement, built on years of careful self-education, frontier experience, and willingness to seize opportunities when they appeared. Picture George Washington at 22, standing at the intersection of youth and experience. He's tall enough to command attention in any room, physically stronger than most men, and possessed of frontier experience that few Virginia gentlemen could match. He's also still young enough to be uncertain, ambitious enough to want more than he has, and inexperienced enough to not yet know all the ways things can go wrong. He's standing on a threshold, about to step into responsibilities that will shape not just his own future, but the fate of an empire. The military commission came with command of a small force sent to protect Virginia's interests in the Ohio country, the same disputed territory George had recently visited as a messenger. The expedition was supposed to reinforce the Ohio Company's position, build fortifications, and discourage French expansion. In reality, it was sending young Washington with inadequate forces into a situation where diplomacy had already failed, and larger forces were assembling on both sides. It was the kind of assignment that could make or destroy reputations. What happened next? The skirmish at Jumonville Glen, the hasty construction of Fort Necessity, and the battle and surrender that followed. These events belonged to Washington's military. Career rather than his formative years. But they completed his education in crucial ways. George learned that frontier experience didn't automatically translate to military command. He learned that enthusiasm and courage couldn't compensate for inadequate supplies, insufficient forces, and unclear strategic objectives. He learned in the hardest way possible that failure could come even when you did everything you thought was right. The surrender at Fort Necessity in July 1754 was humiliating. Washington had to sign articles of capitulation written in French that he didn't fully understand, agreeing to terms that suggested he'd assassinated a French officer. He retreated back to Virginia with his reputation damaged, his confidence shaken, and the certainty that his military career was probably finished before it really began. For someone who'd spent years carefully building his position, this failure must have felt catastrophic. But here's what's remarkable. George didn't quit. He could have returned to surveying, focused on building Mount Vernon, which he would soon inherit after Anne Washington's death, and lived comfortably as a Virginia planter. Instead, he sought another military commission, determined to redeem himself and learn from his mistakes. When Virginia raised new forces to fight in what was becoming the French and Indian War, George joined as a volunteer aide to British General Edward Braddock, accepting a position without rank or pay because it offered a chance to learn from professional British officers. The Braddock expedition of 1755 provided different lessons. George watched a confident British general lead professional troops into disaster through stubborn adherence to European military doctrine that didn't work in the American wilderness. The ambush and defeat of Braddock's force was even more catastrophic than Fort Necessity. But this time, George emerged with an enhanced reputation. He'd helped organise the retreat, had horses shot from under him, and demonstrated courage under fire. That impressed even British officers who'd previously dismissed colonial militia as amateurs. These early military experiences taught George something crucial, that reputation was built not just on success, but on how you handled failure and adversity. His conduct during defeats earned more respect than easy victories might have. He was learning that leadership required resilience, the ability to function when plans collapsed, and the capacity to maintain composure when everything was falling apart. These lessons, learned painfully in his early 20s, would serve him decades later when he commanded the Continental Army through year after year of defeats, retreats, and near disasters. But military service also taught George what he didn't want. To be. He saw how British officers treated colonial soldiers as inferior, how they dismissed American military capabilities, and how they expected deference based on regular British commissions while offering little respect in return. George wanted recognition as an equal, but British officers made clear that colonial service, no matter how distinguished, would never quite measure up to holding a commission in the regular British Army. This experience planted seeds of resentment that would take years to fully germinate. By 1758, when George participated in the successful Forbes expedition that finally secured the Ohio country for British interests, he was ready to leave military service. He'd gained experience, enhanced his reputation, and learned important lessons about leadership and warfare. But he'd also discovered that military glory came with constant frustration, inadequate supplies, contentious relationships with British officers, political interference from Virginia's government, and the grinding reality that warfare was less glorious adventure than it was logistical nightmare punctuated by moments of terror. George resigned his commission in December 1758, just weeks before his 27th birthday. He was ready to pursue a different kind of life, one built around the landed prosperity and social position he'd been working towards since childhood. The frontier teenager who'd learned to survey and the young officer who'd experienced wilderness warfare were about to become George Washington, the planter, husband, and Virginia gentleman. But all those formative experiences, the surveying expeditions, the frontier encounters, the diplomatic missions, the military service, had shaped someone capable of far more than he yet imagined. When George Washington married Martha Dandridge Custis. In January 1759, he was making the kind of strategic move that Virginia society understood and approved. Martha was a wealthy widow with substantial property and 2 young children. The marriage brought George not just companionship, but the financial security that would allow him to establish himself definitively as a gentleman planter. It was, by the standards of 18th century Virginia, an excellent match, and evidence that George had learned how to navigate social advancement through appropriate channels. But focus for a moment not on the marriage itself, but on what George was. Building at Mount Vernon during these years. The property he'd inherited from Lawrence was modest, a frame house that needed expansion, fields that required better management, and enslaved workers whose labour would make the whole enterprise profitable. George approached transforming Mount Vernon with the same methodical attention he'd applied to surveying and military logistics. He kept detailed records of everything: crop yields, weather patterns, soil conditions, expenses, and the complex accounting of an operation that was part farm, part manufacturing facility, and part experiment in agricultural improvement. The daily rhythm of plantation life was intricate and demanding. He woke before dawn to begin organising the day's labour, which fields would be ploughed, which crops needed attention, which repairs couldn't wait, and which enslaved workers would be assigned to which tasks. George rode his property daily, inspecting work, making decisions, and maintaining the kind of personal oversight that he believed distinguished good management from merely adequate. It was exhausting and consuming, requiring attention to details that range from the sublime to the ridiculous, crop rotation strategies, and the best way to prevent slaves from stealing food from the smokehouse. George was learning agriculture through trial and error, experimenting with different crops when tobacco prices proved unreliable, trying new ploughing techniques, and corresponding with other planters about agricultural innovations. He was applying the same practical intelligence that had made him a good surveyor to the problem of making land productive. The frontier literacy he'd developed, the ability to read landscapes and understand soils, now served him as he worked to transform Mount Vernon into a profitable operation. But running a plantation in 18th century Virginia meant managing enslaved. Labour, and this is where George's story becomes most complicated and uncomfortable. Mount Vernon's prosperity rested on the labour of people who had no choice in working there, whose families could be separated by George's decisions, and whose entire lives were constrained by his authority. George participated in this system without apparent moral qualms during these years, viewing enslaved workers as property whose labour made his lifestyle possible. He wasn't unusual in this. Virtually every wealthy Virginia planter's life rested on the same foundation, but that doesn't make it less troubling to contemplate. The young people he'd brought from Martha's estate, the enslaved workers who'd belonged to. Her first husband now worked at Mount Vernon under George's direction. They tended tobacco, corn, and wheat. They maintained the house, prepared meals, made clothes, and performed the 1,000 small tasks that kept a plantation functioning. They lived in quarters that George built, ate food that he allocated, and followed schedules that he established. Their lives were completely shaped by George's decisions, yet we know almost nothing about their thoughts, feelings, or inner lives, because enslaved people left few records that survived. George's account books from these years record enslaved people. With the same attention to detail he applied to farm animals or tools, names, ages, work assignments, clothing allowances, and medical expenses. It's a reminder that the comfortable life George was building came at enormous human cost to people who had no voice in how that life was structured. This moral blindness was common to his time and class, but recognising that doesn't erase the reality of what it meant for the people whose labour made Mount Vernon possible. By his early 30s, George Washington had achieved many of the goals he'd pursued since youth. He was master of Mount Vernon, married into Virginia's wealthy planter class, and served in the House of Burgesses, Virginia's colonial legislature. He'd transformed himself from a surveyor's son with modest prospects into someone recognised as a substantial figure in Virginia society. It was the culmination of years of careful effort, strategic choices, and determined self-improvement. life as a Virginia gentleman involved responsibilities and expectations that extended far beyond managing a plantation. George was expected to serve on local committees, adjudicate disputes among neighbours, represent his county's interests in Williamsburg, and maintain the kind of hospitality that made Mount Vernon a regular stopping point for travellers. The house was frequently full of guests, relatives, political associates, business connections, and people who simply appeared expecting the hospitality that gentlemen were obligated to provide. Managing this constant social obligation required skills George had been cultivating since his teenage years, copying those rules of civility. George's service in the House of Burgesses was initially undistinguished. He wasn't a natural orator like some Virginia politicians, and his contributions to debate were infrequent. But he was learning how colonial politics worked, understanding the relationships between Virginia's government and royal authority, and observing the growing tensions between colonial interests and British policies. These lessons, absorbed during years of relatively routine legislative service, would prove invaluable when those tensions finally exploded into revolution. The Virginia George was learning to navigate was changing in ways that weren't always obvious, but were profoundly important. British policies after the French and Indian War, the war George had fought in as a young officer, were shifting the relationship between the colonies and the mother country. New taxes, new regulations, and new assertions of parliamentary authority were creating friction that would eventually ignite into rebellion. During the 1760s and early 1770s, George was gradually recognising that the comfortable colonial world he'd worked so hard to join was becoming untenable. But those political developments belonged to Washington's mature career, not his formative years. What matters for understanding young Washington is recognising that by his mid-30s, he'd completed a remarkable journey. The boy who'd grown up in a modest farmhouse, who'd never received formal English education, and who'd started with limited prospects and no guaranteed path to success, had transformed himself into exactly the kind of Virginia gentleman he'd aspired. To become, the transformation required sustained effort. George had taught himself surveying when that skill offered opportunity. He'd endured frontier hardships that most gentlemen avoided. He'd sought military service when it promised advancement. He'd carefully managed his reputation, his finances, and his social connections. He'd married strategically. He'd learned to move between different worlds, frontier and tidewater, military and civilian, rough surveyors' camps and elegant plantation homes, with a flexibility that made him effective in diverse situations. The character that emerged from these. Formative experiences combined ambition with patience, capability with careful self-presentation, and confidence earned through actual achievement rather than inherited status. George Washington at 35 was someone who'd learned to read landscapes, navigate social hierarchies, command soldiers, manage complex agricultural operations, and maintain the composed dignity that Virginia society expected from its leaders. You settle deeper into your pillows and perhaps finish that last sip of tea. Consider how the young Washington we've been following connects to the leader he would become. The famous Washington, commander of the Continental Army, President of the United States, and the figure on the dollar bill didn't emerge fully formed. He was built piece by piece through the experiences and lessons of those formative years we've been exploring together. The surveying years taught George to read landscapes with precision and to understand that careful measurement could transform chaos into order. When he later needed to select defensive positions for the Continental Army, to understand terrain advantages, and to plan military movements across vast distances, he drew on literacy developed while measuring property boundaries in the Shenandoah Valley. The frontier teenager carrying surveying instruments became the general who could assess ground with a professional eye. The frontier experiences taught resilience and adaptability. George learned to function when comfortable amenities weren't available, to make decisions with incomplete information, and to maintain focus despite physical hardship. When he later commanded an army that was perpetually short of supplies, inadequately clothed, and camping in conditions that regular British forces would have considered impossible, George's frontier experience gave him empathy for soldiers. Hardships and understanding of what people could endure when circumstances demanded it. The early military failures, fought necessity's surrender, and the disasters he witnessed with Braddock taught George how to handle defeat. He learned that failure wasn't permanent unless you let it be, that reputation could survive setbacks if you maintained integrity, and that learning from mistakes mattered more than avoiding them entirely. These lessons sustained him through the long, difficult years of the Revolutionary War, when defeat was common and victory often seemed impossible. The years building Mount Vernon taught administrative skills that proved surprisingly applicable to military command. Running a plantation required coordinating diverse activities, maintaining detailed records, managing people with different skills and motivations, and thinking ahead about supplies, weather, and countless other variables. George approached commanding the Continental Army with the same systematic attention to detail he'd applied to managing Mount Vernon, understanding that logistics and administration often mattered more than battlefield tactics, perhaps most. Importantly, the years of social climbing taught George how to manage his image and navigate complex social and political situations. The boy who'd copied rules of civility became the man who understood that leadership required carefully managing how others perceived you. Washington's famous dignity, which sometimes struck people as stiffness or aloofness, was the adult version of that teenage determination to master social rules through conscious effort. His ability to work with difficult personalities, to maintain composure under stress, and to project authority without arrogance. All of these grew from lessons learned while trying to establish himself in Virginia society. The young Washington's determination to overcome limited formal education shaped how he approached problems throughout his life. Because he'd taught himself what he needed to know, he never assumed that formal credentials guaranteed competence, or that lack of credentials meant incapability. This made him remarkably good at recognizing talent in unexpected places, and surprisingly willing to promote based on demonstrated ability rather than social background. The army he commanded during the Revolution included officers from diverse backgrounds, chosen for capability rather than breeding, a pattern that started with George's own experience of advancement through merit rather than birth. Even George's complicated relationship with British authority, which grew from his military service in the French and Indian War, shaped his later choices. He'd experienced the condescension of British officers who dismissed colonial capabilities while depending on colonial support. He'd seen British policies that prioritised imperial interests over colonial welfare. He'd felt the frustration of being treated as perpetually inferior despite genuine achievements. When the Revolution came, George's decision to support independence wasn't sudden or impulsive. It grew from decades of accumulated experience showing that colonial interests and British authority were increasingly incompatible. The young man who emerges from these formative years is someone whose greatness wasn't inevitable or obvious. George Washington became historically important not because he started with overwhelming advantages, but because he systematically developed capabilities that proved valuable when circumstances demanded them. He transformed limitations into strengths, experiences into lessons, and ambition into actual achievement. The process took decades and required sustained effort, multiple failures, and constant adaptation. What makes young Washington's story compelling isn't just that he became famous, but how he built the foundation for that fame. He shows us that historical figures weren't marble statues waiting to be revealed, but ordinary people who made themselves extraordinary through choices, effort, and sometimes just showing up when opportunities appeared. The surveyor measuring property lines in the Shenandoah Valley, the young officer surrendering at Fort Necessity, and the planter experimenting with crop rotations at Mount Vernon. These weren't separate people from the commander at Yorktown or the president in Philadelphia. They were the same person at different stages of becoming. As you lie there in the comfortable darkness, imagine for a moment what it would have been like to be young George Washington, waking up each morning uncertain of your future but determined to build something better than your circumstances suggested was possible. The weight of not knowing how things would turn out, the constant awareness that one wrong move could destroy years of careful advancement, the loneliness of always being between worlds, never quite frontier rough, but never quite tidewater elite. Think about the physical sensations of his world. The ache of muscles after days of surveying through rough terrain, the smell of wood smoke that clung to everything in colonial homes, and the sounds of a Virginia night, insects, distant animals, and the creaking of wooden buildings settling. The taste of plain food eaten after hard physical work when anything hot and filling was welcome. The cold of sleeping outdoors during winter expeditions, curled near a fire that never quite kept the chill away. Consider the emotional landscape of constant striving, the pride of completing a difficult survey, the embarrassment of social missteps. Among people born to advantages you lacked, the fear during that first military command when you realised you didn't actually know what you were doing, and the satisfaction of watching Mount Vernon slowly transform under your management. The loneliness of always being observed, always judged, and always aware that your position was never quite secure. Young Washington's world was both impossibly distant and strangely familiar. He worried about money and reputation, about making the right choices and avoiding catastrophic mistakes, and about building something lasting in an uncertain world. These are universal human concerns that connect us across centuries to people who lived in very different circumstances but faced fundamentally similar challenges. The story of young Washington is ultimately about becoming, about the long, unglamorous process of developing capabilities, building character, and transforming potential into achievement. It's a reminder that the people we remember as historical giants were once uncertain young people trying to figure out their paths, making mistakes, learning from experience, and gradually becoming the figures we know from history books as you drift. Towards sleep, let yourself appreciate the journey more than the destination. Young George Washington is interesting not because he became famous, but because of how he got there, through persistence, adaptation, countless small decisions, occasional failures, and the determination to keep building even when the foundation seemed uncertain. His story suggests that significance is built rather than bestowed, that limitations can be overcome through sustained effort, and that the person you become is shaped by how you respond to the circumstances you encounter tomorrow when you wake up. And face your own challenges, whatever they might be. Perhaps you'll carry with you a small reminder that growth is gradual, that setbacks aren't permanent, and that building something worthwhile requires patient attention to countless small details. Over time. These lessons, learned by a Virginia surveyor over 2 centuries ago, remain as relevant today as they were when young George Washington was measuring property lines in the Shenandoah Valley. Sleep well, knowing that you've spent this evening walking alongside someone from another era, understanding not just what he achieved but how he built the foundation for that achievement. The young man who learned to read landscapes by measuring them, who taught himself the rules of society by copying them out, who built a life through careful effort rather than inherited advantage, his story reminds us that becoming someone significant is possible even when the starting point seems unpromising, and perhaps that's the most comforting thought to carry into sleep, that tomorrow is another opportunity to build, to learn, and to grow towards something better than today. Just as young Washington woke each morning to continue his own becoming, so will you wake to continue yours. The process is gradual, often invisible in the moment, but ultimately transformative when sustained over years. The story of young Washington is finished for tonight, but your own story continues. Rest well, dream peacefully, and know that every life contains the potential for journeys as remarkable as his, even if the destinations prove different. The qualities that made young Washington ultimately significant, persistence, adaptability, attention to detail, willingness to learn from experience, are available to anyone willing to cultivate them. Good night. May your dreams be gentle, your rest complete, and your tomorrow full of the kind of quiet possibilities that young George Washington pursued across the landscapes of colonial Virginia. The past is a country we can visit but never quite inhabit, yet its lessons remain timelessly available to guide us in our own becoming. Charles John Huffam Dickens entered the world on February 7, 1812, in Portsmouth, England, an unassuming coastal city whose naval docks were alive with shipyard clamour. His father, John Dickens, was a clerk in the Navy Pay Office, and his mother, Elizabeth Barrow, juggled household duties with literary aspirations of her own. Though future readers might picture Dickens's early years brimming with quaint scenes, his youth was less storybook and more precarious. In many accounts, Dickens first emerges as a child forced to work in a bootblacking warehouse after his father's imprisonment. While that humiliating episode is well known, less noted is how Dickens' sense of betrayal took root during that time. He felt cast off by parents who placed him in a grimy riverside factory, scraping labels from bottles for hours on end. That sense of abandonment left scars. Years later, he'd disguised the trauma in comedic passages or heartbreak in novels, but the sting of childhood adversity was never fully exorcised. Before that warehouse ordeal, Dickens spent a short span in a school in Chatham. Teachers found him bright and observant. He devoured cheap adventure tales and occasionally wrote small sketches. If not for financial mismanagement, perhaps he would have continued this schooling unabated. Instead, money troubles spiralled. The father's easygoing nature plus a love of small luxuries spelled doom. When John Dickens fell behind on bills, local bailiffs eventually hauled him to Marshalsea debtors' prison in Southwark. Young Charles felt pride battered by this scandal. Imprisonment for debt carried a social stigma. Elizabeth Dickens, struggling outside the prison walls, insisted that Charles keep labouring at the blacking factory to support the family. This parental stance deepened his sense of injustice. Dickens found small consolation in nighttime strolls by the Thames, where he observed the chaos of London's underworld, including tavern brawls, children selling goods, and ragged porters carrying crates. Such experiences fueled the observational acuity that would one day saturate his novels with authenticity. He saw how easily fate could tip honest families into squalor, a theme that would recur in his narratives about orphans, outcasts, and fallen gentry. As time passed, John Dickens managed to secure his release by settling partial debts. Charles was allowed to return to schooling, an abrupt shift that left him grateful but conflicted. He had tasted the indignities of labouring among older workers who teased him for his middle-class airs. Back at a desk, he aimed to catch up academically, though funds remained tight. A thirst for knowledge defined his after-hours, rummaging through second-hand bookstalls, studying the language of newspapers, or eavesdropping on city gossip. By the age of 15, he had completed his formal education and found himself back in the working world, this time as a junior clerk in a solicitor's office. Despite its mundane nature, Dickens's job exposed him to the intricacies of legal bureaucracy. Dickens observed lawyers taking advantage of outdated processes, petty lawsuits lasting months, and fees draining families. It seemed a heartless machine. Meanwhile, Dickens itched to write. He taught himself shorthand, a skill in demand for courtroom or parliamentary reporting. With that tool, he pivoted to freelance journalism. He roamed London's streets after his clerk hours, forging a double life as an amateur reporter, penning observations about social ills or comedic mishaps. Soon enough, he earned small commissions, capturing parliamentary debates for local papers. This exposure sharpened his sense of London's political theatric, a stage of pomp, cunning, and sweeping rhetoric that seldom solved the plight of the poor. In these formative years, Dickens rarely confided his deeper ambitions to family. He was polite, energetic, but also guarded. It's said that the warehouse humiliation bred secrecy. Publicly, he projected wit and warmth. Privately, he seethed at injustice. He began drafting sketches of everyday characters, bustling office messengers, crusty paralegals, street vendors with melodic cries. These glimpses shaped the core of his early style. He recognised that the city teemed with stories just waiting to be told, stories of ambition, heartbreak, and improbable comedy. For Dickens, the line between real life and fiction thinned daily. Thus, by age 20, Charles Dickens was a restless spirit, armed with bitter memories and a natural gift for observation. Though not yet the famed novelist, he was planting seeds for the empathy and social critique that would soon bloom. He'd glimpsed the cruelty of circumstance and the fragility of fortunes. That awareness, fused with irrepressible humour and sympathy for the downtrodden, would guide him as he waded deeper into the journalistic realm, then soared into the literary spotlight. Dickens's early foray into journalism gradually eclipsed his clerk duties. He discovered a knack for capturing small happenings with dramatic flair. Employed first as a shorthand reporter at Doctors' Commons, where maritime and probate cases were heard, Dickens gleaned odd legal details, comedic rivalries, and labyrinthine procedures that later informed his novels about the law's absurdities. Meanwhile, his coverage of parliamentary debates demanded swift, accurate shorthand. That discipline sharpened his memory and attention to nuance. He soon ventured into writing sketches, brief, witty observations on London life. For periodicals, using the pen name Boz, Dickens portrayed bus conductors cracking jokes, fussy spinsters in their cramped parlours, or rowdy coach passengers headed to the suburbs. These pieces, collected later as sketches by Boz, revealed a gift for conjuring comedic snapshots tinged with empathy. Readers laughed at his gentle satire of human foibles. Editors noticed the fresh voice. The public wanted more. At the same time, Dickens navigated a personal milestone. He became engaged to Catherine Hogarth, daughter of a newspaper colleague. The match signalled a semblance of stability. Catherine was supportive, if somewhat reserved. Their courtship led Dickens to refine his sense of domestic security, something he'd lacked in youth. Although not known for confessional writing about romance, Dickens's letters hinted at genuine affection. They married in 1836, soon renting a modest home as Dickens juggled journalism, sketches, and incipient novel projects. Opportunity knocked unexpectedly when a publisher approached him for a serialised comedic novel to accompany illustrations by a well-known artist. The result, initially planned as a set of light-hearted sporting adventures, evolved into The Pickwick Papers. Dickens's comedic energy, combined with whimsical characters, turned it into a literary phenomenon. Through Mr. Pickwick's misadventures and the Cockney charm of Sam Weller, Dickens found a vast audience. Circulation soared. Readers devoured each monthly instalment. Dickens, at 24, became a household name, yet behind the success, he sweated over deadlines, rewriting chapters at the last moment. The serial format demanded constant invention. He discovered that comedic set pieces like a misread will or an accidental infiltration of a lady's costume party tickled popular taste. He also experimented with poignant moments, such as the plight of a downtrodden servant or a debtor, infusing the narrative with moral undertones. This blend of humour and pathos would define Dickens's brand. He recognised that laughter softened readers for deeper empathy. Money finally poured in, letting Dickens move to a better residence. Catherine bore children in rapid succession, turning their home into a bustling nest. Dickens, though loving, found that fatherhood demanded time he often spent writing. A private tension brewed. He was the affectionate patriarch, but also a restless creator who craved quiet hours for brainstorming new tales. Despite paternal duties, he scoured London's back alleys for inspiration. Venturing to slums at odd times, eavesdropping on pub chatter, he believed authenticity hinged on direct observation, not second-hand accounts. Following Pickwick, Dickens leapt to more serious themes in Oliver Twist, 1837 to 1839. No longer content to dwell solely on comedic escapades, he painted the bleakness of workhouses and child exploitation, partly echoing his own teenage anguish. Readers reeled at the raw depiction of criminals, though Dickens leavened the gloom with comedic minor characters. Critically, Oliver Twist ran concurrently with Dickens's other obligations. He was editing magazines, finishing shorter works, and beginning new serials. The pace was relentless. He thrived on the excitement, yet it risked exhaustion. Public acclaim soared. His name now graced invitations to dinner parties with aristocrats who craved proximity to the sensational Boz. Dickens appreciated the chance to expand his network, though he sometimes mocked upper-class pretensions. He never forgot his working-class brushes with hardship, refusing to let polished society lull him. Instead, he leveraged connections to champion philanthropic concerns. He privately aided London charities and joined reform committees. While not a radical agitator, Dickens believed in social improvement through publicity and moral suasion. His novels became a subtle force for that cause, exposing readers to the realities of orphanages, slums, and corrupt institutions. Around this time, Dickens also travelled to rural areas, gleaning stories from rickety stagecoaches or decrepit inns. These journeys reaffirmed that outside London's bustle lay entire pockets of tradition and superstition, fertile ground for future plots. Meanwhile, Catherine's sister Mary Hogarth, who had moved in to assist the household, died suddenly. Her death devastated Dickens, triggering a profound grief that coloured some subsequent chapters in his writing. The ephemeral nature of life became a quiet refrain in his novels, as he realised that personal tragedy was inseparable from comedic levity. The public continued to clamour for his narratives, hungry for that singular Dickens style, vibrant characters dancing between humour and sorrow. Thus, Dickens closed the 1830s riding high, yet increasingly aware of the moral gravity behind his fictional worlds. Beneath the success, the seeds of tension sprouted, creative demands, a growing family, and an evolving conscience about society's failings. He pressed on, certain that fiction could spark empathy and reform, forging a path into the next decade, where his ambition would expand with each new novel's unveiling. Dickens's star blazed brightly as he entered the 1840s. Publishers clamoured for fresh novels, while the public devoured each serial instalment. Determined to balance entertainment with social commentary, he embarked on projects like Nicholas Nickleby, spotlighting the abuses in Yorkshire boarding schools. He visited one such institution incognito, alarmed by the squalor inflicted on children. That raw evidence infused the novel's savage critique. Dickens aimed to jolt readers from complacency, believing that shining light on corruption might spur reform. Yet despite success, Dickens felt a creeping restlessness. Continual deadlines hemmed him in, and London's sprawl began to stifle. Seeking fresh inspiration, he travelled abroad in 1842, first to America, anticipating a land of democratic ideals. The trip, however, exposed contradictions. Dickens found some Americans warm and inventive, but balked at rampant slavery and a cultural appetite for piracy of his works, without royalty payments. He penned American Notes, a travelogue mixing admiration with pointed criticism. Some Americans felt betrayed by his frankness. Dickens, unbowed, believed honesty trumped politeness. Back in England, he completed Martin Chuzzlewit, weaving an American episode reminiscent of his journey's sour encounters. Sales dipped initially. The novel's complex structure confounded some fans expecting a simpler comedic flair. But Dickens pressed on, trusting in his evolving style. Privately, he wrestled with financial anxieties. Despite robust earnings, his lavish lifestyle, big houses, numerous children, constant entertaining, consumed funds. He dreaded the possibility of slipping back into the precarious economy of his youth. Amid these pressures, Dickens found solace in philanthropic efforts. He teamed with Angela Burdett Coutts to establish Urania Cottage, a refuge for homeless women and former prostitutes. There, they received training in practical skills and moral guidance. Dickens, involved in every detail, interviewed potential residents, planned daily schedules, and wrote them short moral stories. This hands-on approach underscored his sincere desire for personal involvement in charitable causes. He saw direct intervention as more potent than abstract philanthropic gestures. In the midst of editing magazines and writing novels, Dickens craved a side project more playful yet meaningful. That impulse birthed A Christmas Carol, 1843, a slender novella penned with fervour. Observing the plight of the urban poor amid festive spending, Dickens aimed to spark compassion through a ghostly redemption tale. He wrote it rapidly, spurred by both moral zeal and a need for fresh income. The result was a cultural phenomenon, stirring readers to reflect on generosity and social conscience. Dickens realised short, impactful works could amplify moral messages as powerfully as sprawling tomes. Despite public adoration, his personal life showed strains. Catherine bore more children, leaving her fatigued and less able to join Dickens on travels. He found himself forging deeper friendships with other women, some purely platonic, others rumoured to be more. Biographers still debate the emotional complexities swirling beneath his family's outward respectability. Dickens maintained an outwardly jovial persona, hosting boisterous parties where parlour games and comedic recitations thrived. But diaries hint at occasional rages triggered by minor frustrations, revealing an undercurrent of stress. On the professional front, Dickens launched a new weekly periodical, Master Humphrey's Clock, in 1840, intending to serialise stories, including The Old Curiosity Shop. This novel's tragic figure, Little Nell, captured the era's sentimentality. Readers wept over her fate, and the final chapters sold in a frenzy. Some critics called it manipulative, but Dickens dismissed such complaints. He believed emotional resonance was essential to galvanise moral empathy. The fervour surrounding the book's climax demonstrated how deeply he could move the masses. Yet Dickens couldn't rest on triumphs. He recognised the public's appetite was fickle. He had to top himself with each new release. That intensity weighed on him. At times, he toyed with the idea of drama. He loved the theatre, once even considering an acting career. He occasionally directed amateur theatrical productions, casting friends in comedic roles, or staging mesmerising readings from his works. These private stagings foreshadowed the public readings he'd eventually embark on later, enthralling audiences in full performance mode. As the 1840s advanced, Dickens's worldview deepened. He was no longer content with mere comedic social sketches. The continent's political upheavals, the 1848 revolutions, widespread poverty, unsettled him. He saw monarchy and aristocracy clinging to power while labourers toiled. Travelling through Europe, he'd note the crumbling palaces side by side with squalid tenements, fueling an ongoing quest to tackle deeper social and political themes. His novels began weaving heavier critiques of institutions, be they philanthropic boards, debtors' prisons, or unscrupulous factories, while still retaining the comedic flair that made him beloved. The stage was set for some of his most iconic works, culminating in a radical approach to criticising Victorian hypocrisy. Approaching the latter half of the 1840s, Dickens sought fresh experiences abroad, venturing to Italy and Switzerland. These travels coloured his imaginative palette. In Genoa, he marvelled at medieval alleyways, soaking in the city's layered history. He rented a villa overlooking the Mediterranean, drafting letters that rhapsodised about local customs, noisy festivals, ornate religious processions, the daily swirl of gossip. Yet even in idyllic settings, Dickens's pen could not rest. He sketched future storylines, weaving exotic vistas with homespun moral questions. Between travels, he developed Dombey and Son, 1846 to 1848, a novel dissecting mercantile pride and familial duty. Its portrait of industrial commerce and personal coldness signalled Dickens's evolving maturity. Critics lauded its carefully structured plot, though some lamented the typical bursts of sentiment. Regardless, the serial soared in sales. Meanwhile, Dickens fueled his creative energies by founding Daily News. In 1846, a liberal newspaper intended to champion progressive ideas. Dickens took on the role of the newspaper's first editor, but resigned within a few weeks due to the stifling nature of editorial politics and the excessive strain of daily work. Still, the foray indicated his thirst to shape public discourse beyond fiction. In 1849, he embarked on David Copperfield, the novel many consider his most autobiographical. Through David's journey from mistreated childhood to authorship, Dickens exorcised the ghost of the blacking factory years. He transmuted humiliations into comedic episodes. Mr. Murdstone's cruelty mirrored real paternal failings Dickens had observed, while Mr. Micawber's eternal optimism recalled Dickens's own father. This personal closeness gave the novel an intimate warmth. Serialization built momentum. Readers recognised the luminous sincerity. Dickens felt a special fondness for the project, referring to David as his favourite child. Despite success, family tensions escalated. Catherine bore 10 children in total, and Dickens, though affectionate, sometimes felt suffocated by domestic chaos. He retreated into creative sprints, locking himself away for hours or strolling city streets at night to brood over plot tangles. Sister-in-law Georgina Hogarth also lived with them, helping manage the household. Rumours swirled about Dickens's rapport with Georgina, though no definitive evidence of impropriety emerged. The mix of personalities living together intensified the tension. Dickens's diaries suggest mood swings, one day exultant after writing a brilliant chapter, next day furious over trivial household irritations. The passing of Dickens's longtime publisher, John Forster's close friend, also weighed on him. Grief sharpened his awareness of life's fragility. He doubled efforts on philanthropic projects, championing improved sanitation in London slums. In letters to local authorities, he argued that squalid conditions fostered crime and disease. He used novels to underscore the plight of the urban poor, trusting that emotional narratives could move the hearts of even complacent readers. The moral imperative behind his fiction grew more explicit, culminating in Bleak House, 1852 to 1853. With Bleak House, Dickens tackled legal malaise via a labyrinthine chancery case. Here he fused satire and tragedy, painting how sluggish court processes devoured fortunes and lives. The novel's dual narrative style, which alternates between a sardonic omniscient voice and the calm recollections of Esther Summerson, pioneered a new approach. Victorians found the depiction of foggy London literal and metaphorical haunting. Sails soared, though certain critics argued Dickens had grown too didactic. He dismissed such claims, believing the times demanded unflinching critiques. Indeed, Bleak House spurred public debate on legal reform. His personal restlessness persisted. He relocated the family frequently, seeking larger houses, scenic vistas, or more isolation for writing. Catherine tolerated these moves, though their children felt uprooted. Dickens yearned to shape his environment meticulously, from the colour of wallpaper to the arrangement of furniture. Some friends teased him about meddling in minor domestic details while juggling epic social commentary in his novels. But Dickens was unapologetic. Control at home balanced the unpredictability outside. By the early 1850s, Dickens also tested his performance skills. He had toyed with amateur theatricals, but an idea emerged. Reading his works aloud to paying audiences. The concept was radical. Authors seldom performed in public. Yet Dickens suspected his vivid dialogue, comedic voices, and heartfelt passages could electrify spectators if he delivered them. He gave private recitations to friends who raved about his dynamic presence. Building confidence, he planned that one day he might stage full-blown public readings, an artistic offshoot that would shape his late career. Hence, the mid-1850s arrived with Dickens poised for fresh transformations. Married life grew strained, but fatherhood demanded presence. Literary acclaim soared, but so did expectations. He recognised the friction between domestic reality and his imaginative yearnings. David Copperfield behind him, he now turned to novels of deeper cynicism. The city, with all its smog and labyrinthine institutions, remained his muse. He sensed the well of stories was far from dry, though personal fulfilment still seemed elusive. In 1854, Dickens published Hard Times, a shorter novel dissecting the grim industrial landscape of Coketown. Its emphasis on utilitarian philosophy, represented by the rigid Mr. Gradgrind, took aim at the era's mechanical approach to education and factory work. Critics were divided. Some praised the focused indictment of industrial dehumanization. Others found the story too polemical. Dickens shrugged off such mixed reception, content that Hard Times spurred heated debate on factory conditions and the cult of facts over imagination. Simultaneously, Dickens's private life lurched toward crisis. His discontent at home worsened. Catherine, though mild in temperament, couldn't quell Dickens's sense of entrapment. Letters reveal his dissatisfaction with her perceived lack of spirit or companionship. Though many suspect Dickens's restlessness drove him to scapegoat her. The emotional chasm widened. By 1857, Dickens encountered actress Ellen Ternan, a young performer in a theatrical production he arranged. Their connection, though discreet, grew intense. Dickens's marriage effectively collapsed. He demanded a legal separation from Catherine in 1858, a scandal at the time. He insisted on maintaining custody of most children, leaving Catherine isolated. Publicly, Dickens used his magazine Household Words to issue statements about the split, casting blame and fueling gossip. The affair with Ternan stayed veiled, with Dickens employing elaborate ruses to protect the secret. Professionally, Dickens pivoted to the public readings he had long contemplated. In 1858, he embarked on a series of performances, reciting scenes from Oliver Twist, A Christmas Carol, and more. Audiences were enthralled. He performed each character's voice, pacing the stage with theatrical flair. Some spectators wept at the pathos of Nancy's fate, while others laughed uproariously at his comedic turns. For Dickens, these readings offered both creative fulfillment and a lucrative sideline, yet they drained him physically, as he poured intense energy into every gesture. He joked about the exhaustion, but relished the applause. In 1859, Dickens launched a new weekly all the year round, effectively replacing his previous magazine. The inaugural issue featured the start of A Tale of Two Cities. Now more interested in historical drama, Dickens spun a story of the French Revolution, weaving themes of sacrifice and resurrection. The novel's style was more compact and less digressive than his earlier works. Perhaps personal upheaval had sharpened his narrative focus. The opening lines about the best and worst of times entered the cultural lexicon, capturing a duality that resonated with Victorian anxieties. The novel soared in popularity, bolstered by the magazine's circulation. In parallel, Dickens found time to champion philanthropic innovations. He joined debates on public sanitation, urging expansions of London's sewer system, though city officials bickered over funding. He also contributed funds to help create better housing for the poor. But Dickens's philanthropic impulses were inseparable from moral paternalism. He believed discipline and moral instruction were keys to uplifting the impoverished. This outlook could clash with more radical voices demanding structural change. Still, Dickens's currency as a public figure lent weight to calls for incremental reform. Another major novel, Great Expectations, emerged in serialized form from December 1860 to August 1861. Written amid Dickens' separation scandal, it resonated with questions of identity, social ambition, and illusions. Pip's yearning for gentility paralleled Dickens's own drive to transcend humble origins. The moody atmosphere around Satis House mirrored Dickens's emotional state, a mix of regret, bitterness, and abiding compassion for flawed humanity. Readers embraced the story as a masterpiece, praising its taut plot and minimal sentimentality. Dickens cherished the success, yet behind the scenes, he struggled with heartbreak and a sense of personal failure. As the 1860s wore on, Dickens's health began to falter. He endured gout, swollen foot pains, and near constant fatigue. Relentless reading tours demanded travel by train, sometimes late at night. The 1865 Staplehurst rail crash nearly took his life. Dickens was in a first-class carriage that dangled over a destroyed track. Though he helped rescue fellow passengers, the psychological shock lingered, aggravating his ailments. Still, he persisted with public readings, forging new scripts from David Copperfield and Nicholas Nickleby. Audiences remained enthralled. Dickens, by then a venerable figure in a black frock coat, coughed through performances but refused to scale back. Meanwhile, rumours about Ellen Ternan continued swirling. Dickens confided only in a tight circle. He shielded her with cunning strategies, renting separate dwellings under assumed names. The moral climate of Victorian society demanded secrecy. Though some close acquaintances quietly pitied Catherine, few confronted Dickens. He pressed on, certain that his literary mission justified any personal complexities. Always craving momentum, he flung himself into each new project as if outrunning regret. That paradox, immense empathy for fictional sufferers but complicated empathy in private life, defined Dickens's twilight decade. The public saw the champion of social justice. His family endured the strains of his single-minded devotion. By the late 1860s, Charles Dickens' hectic schedule showed little let-up. I'm still editing all the year round, still unveiling novels in serial format. He also committed to more reading tours, travelling beyond London to the Midlands and Scotland. Each venue overflowed with admirers who yearned to see the outstanding novelist conjure Fagin, Scrooge, or other beloved characters live. Dickens refined his renditions, perfecting dramatic pauses and comedic timing. Ticket prices soared, yet spectators felt it worth the cost to witness that magnetic stage presence. Amid these tours, Dickens embarked on Our Mutual Friend, 1864 to 1865, which delved into themes of river dredging, inheritance mania, and social climbing. By weaving a plot around a mysterious drowned man and a dust-heap fortune, Dickens captured the macabre side of Victorian London. Critics found it dense and somewhat sprawling, though many admired its biting satire of wealth obsession. The novel's portrayal of moral corruption ironically paralleled Dickens's own concerns about aging in a society he felt was losing moral vigour. The prolonged emotional stress took a heavier toll on Dickens's health. He often wrote letters complaining of headache spells, insomnia, and shortness of breath. Nevertheless, he refused to reduce his pace. Some historians argue that Dickens found frenetic activity a balm against introspection. The fracturing of his marriage, hidden personal relationships, and unrelenting public expectations all weighed on him. Plunging into labour kept darker reflections at bay. Meanwhile, Catherine lived quietly, seldom appearing in Dickens's social circles, resigned to the separate life Dickens had ordained. In 1867, Dickens accepted an invitation to revisit America for a major reading tour. Time had softened some American resentment from his earlier criticisms, and the appetite to see him on stage was massive. He landed in Boston to an exuberant welcome, complete with banquets and tributes. Dickens gave dozens of performances, each draining yet exhilarating. He earned substantial sums, helping him stabilise finances. However, he again encountered slavery's lingering scars in the post-Civil War landscape, along with the stark racial inequalities. Though Dickens seldom wrote extensively about American racial issues, he privately recognised the deep rifts that threatened the nation's reconstruction. The trip's punishing travel schedule further eroded his health, leading to collapses after certain readings. Yet the adoration of fans spurred him to persist. Upon returning to England in 1868, Dickens began what he called his farewell readings, touring provincial towns he had not yet visited. Some nights his voice faltered. He coughed violently, pressing a handkerchief to his lips, determined to complete each programme. Friends pleaded with him to rest. Still, Dickens believed his contract obligations, and the moral compulsion to connect with audiences, outweighed caution. Meanwhile, he launched a new novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood, an unsettling murder mystery. Dickens considered it a fresh experiment, blending psychological undercurrents with the structure of a whodunit. He wrote notes about how the final solution would shock readers, enthralling them with hidden clues. But he never completed it. On June 9, 1870, Dickens suffered a stroke at his country home, Gad's Hill Place. He died the next day, aged 58, leaving Edwin Drood unfinished, a puzzle sealed into literary lore. The nation plunged into mourning. Queen Victoria noted her regret at never having met him. Memorials poured in, from everyday readers to luminaries. Against Dickens's personal wish for a simple funeral, he was interred in Poets' Corner at Westminster Abbey. Dickens's grand resting place symbolised the public's esteem for him, a stark contrast to the lonely hush of Marshalsea Prison, where his father had once languished. In the aftermath, speculation erupted about Edwin Drood, fans scrambling for rumoured outlines or concluding pages. None definitive surfaced, fueling a realm of Dickensian scholarship dedicated to solving that last riddle. More broadly, critics reappraised Dickens's oeuvre. Some pointed out his sentimentality, others praised his comedic genius, while reformers lauded his crusading lens on poverty. Over time, that kaleidoscopic legacy only broadened. His flair for unforgettable characters, be they cunning or saintly, shaped the global concept of the Victorian novel. Dickens left behind a tangle of personal contradictions, a champion of empathy who was sometimes harsh with intimates, a moral voice who concealed his private entanglements. Yet no one disputed his capacity to conjure life from the page, melding tragic undercurrents with comedic levity in a manner few have replicated. The muddy streets of Victorian London will forever carry his echo, a man whose childhood humiliations birthed compassion for the neglected, whose comedic brilliance coated savage indictments of social inequality, and whose busy pen never ceased describing the complicated labyrinth of the human heart. In the decades following Charles Dickens's death, his stature as a literary titan only grew. Biographers scrambled to gather letters, diaries, and reminiscences, yet they stumbled upon inconsistencies. Dickens had destroyed swathes of correspondence, anxious to mask certain personal affairs. Even his children offered varied perspectives on his moods, praising his creativity but recalling unpredictability at home. Over time, critics assembled a portrait that balanced the beloved national icon with a flawed, restless man. Dickens's cultural influence radiated across continents. Translations of his novels proliferated, from Russian to Japanese. Tolstoy admired how Dickens's pathos uncovered moral truths within daily existence. Meanwhile, in America, Mark Twain cited Dickens's comedic mastery as an inspiration. Stage adaptations thrived. Theatre troupes dramatised Oliver Twist or A Christmas Carol, enthralling audiences who experienced these moral tales live. Eventually, with the emergence of film, Dickens's episodic style lent itself to cinematic versions, hooking new generations on characters like Scrooge and David Copperfield. Yet beneath the general adoration lay deeper debates. In the early 20th century, the modernist movement dismissed Dickens as sentimental and structurally messy, overshadowed by psychological realism from authors like James Joyce. They disdained Dickens's improbable coincidences and stark moral polarities. However, around mid-century, a scholarly reappraisal highlighted the purposeful craft in Dickens's narrative arcs and social critiques. Far from naive, his comedic touches often disguise sharp societal barbs, letting him slip radical criticisms past censors and readers unaccustomed to confrontation. Dickens also shaped philanthropic and social activism. His scathing depiction of workhouses or the cruelty of child labour galvanised subsequent reformers. Wilkie Collins, Elizabeth Gaskell, and others in Dickens' circle integrated similar strategies, using fiction to dramatise social injustice. Modern charities focusing on literacy or child welfare sometimes invoke Dickens's name, pointing to the universal empathy that his works evoke. Even today, policy discussions about homelessness or child poverty occasionally mention Dickens as a moral reference, a reminder that ignoring society's vulnerable fosters deeper crises. In the personal realm, revelations about Ellen Ternan emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, shaking Dickens' pristine image. Letters and memoirs indicated he financially supported Ternan, dividing his life between public duties and a hidden domestic arrangement. Some fans felt betrayed that the moralist had lived a double life. Others argued that Dickens' private complexities underscored the raw human contradictions fueling his fiction. The debate paralleled broader shifts in how Victorian icons were reassessed under modern scrutiny. Dickens's method of serial publication also influenced subsequent generations of writers. The concept of releasing stories in weekly or monthly segments, maintaining suspense, and forging a close bond with readers found echoes in everything from 20th century pulp magazines to today's online web serials. The interplay between real-time audience reaction and the writer's evolving plot shaped Dickens's approach. He adjusted character arcs mid-serialization if he sensed a shift in public sympathy. Contemporary authors who experiment with episodic storytelling owe a quiet debt to his pioneering structure. Tourists still flock to Dickensian landmarks in London, the Dickens Museum in Doughty Street, the blacking factory's location near the Thames, and the austere Marshalsea prison relic. At Christmas, especially, people revisit A Christmas Carol, with countless adaptations reinforcing generosity's victory over miserliness. The story's cultural resonance persists because Dickens tapped into elemental themes: regret, redemption, and communal warmth. The name Scrooge remains a byword for stinginess, a testament to Dickens's enduring hold on language itself. Dickens's life is reflected as an illustration of reinvention and unstoppable drive. From a traumatized boy polishing boots to an international celebrity juggling philanthropic causes and labyrinthine plots, he exemplified resilience fueled by moral impetus. Though times have changed, his emphasis on shining a spotlight on the marginalized rings contemporary. We see echoes in campaigns for social justice, echoing Dickens's call for empathy. Ultimately, Charles Dickens stands as both the comedic chronicler of Victorian quirks and the fierce critic of institutional failings. His labyrinthine plots, bursting with eccentric figures, overshadow none of the raw undercurrents of injustice. He remains a puzzle of contradictions, public moralist but private enigma, champion of familial warmth yet fracturer of his home, comedic entertainer yet scathing social commentator. That complexity, rather than undermining his legacy, enriches it. His works endure, reminding us that laughter and compassion can coexist with deep outrage at cruelty, and that a single pen, guided by empathy and irrepressible imagination, can shift how an entire society views itself. I remember the day I first came to court, a half-starved jester with bells on my hat jangling and dread in my belly. The royal castle loomed ahead, all grey stone walls and towering battlements against a cloudy sky. My heart thudded as I passed beneath the iron portcullis. A pair of guards snickered at the sight of me in my threadbare motley. I clutched my lute and fool's bauble tightly, praying I wouldn't end the day in the stocks. Inside, torchlight flickered on tapestries and armoured knights. Servants rushed by with steaming platters of meat and trenchers of bread. The air smelled of wood smoke, spiced wine, and a hint of something foul from the stables. I followed a steward into the enormous hall, my shoes scuffing over rushes strewn on the floor. At the far end, on a raised dais, sat King Edward of England, my new master. He wore a fur-lined mantle and no crown, yet he radiated authority. He fixed his keen grey eyes on me as the gathered courtiers announced me as the evening's entertainment. Every gaze in the hall turned my way. I felt naked despite my motley tunic and jingling bells. I swept a deep bow, arms splayed comically, nearly losing my balance for effect. A few chuckles broke the silence. "Welcome, fool," called the king, his voice echoing off the rafters. What do they call you? Tom, your majesty. Tom Fool, I answered brightly, hiding my nerves under a grin. In truth, my Christian name was William, but a new life warrants a new name. My answer earned an approving smirk. Very well, Tom. Let us see if your humour is as sharp as your tongue is quick, said King Edward. He gestured for me to begin. I started with a jaunty tune on my lute, a bawdy tavern song about a tipsy friar losing his robe to the wind. My fingers trembled on the strings, but the melody came out merry and bright. Laughter rose from the tables at the chorus's naughty twist. Emboldened, I launched into a comic tale, peppering it with jabs at castle life, a joke about the cook oversalting the stew, a quip about a knight's rusted armour creaking like an old ox. The courtiers guffawed, and even the queen hid a smile behind her hand. Warm relief spread through my chest. They were laughing. Finally, I decided to make a bold joke aimed at the most significant target. Balancing on one leg in an exaggerated pose, I lowered my voice conspiratorially. Lords and ladies, I announced, I've heard a wondrous secret about our sovereign. A hush fell. I flashed an impish grin at King Edward. It's said His Majesty has a unique blessing from St. Peter himself. Only the king can sit on his throne and make the angels sing, especially after he has enjoyed a hearty dinner. I patted my backside and widened my eyes innocently. For a heartbeat, silence. Some lords looked scandalised that I joked about the king's royal behind. The king's eyebrow arched. My pulse pounded. Had I gone too far? Then King Edward threw back his head and laughed, a deep roaring laugh that shattered the tension. The court followed suit, laughter rippling through the hall. The king mimicked sternness by waving a finger at me. Mind your cheek, knave, or I'll have you whipped for impudence, he said, still chuckling. I dropped to my knees in a mock pleading bow. Mercy, your majesty, I only speak gospel truth in your praise, I replied with an overly pious tone. The king laughed again and gave a dismissive wave, signalling my performance was over. As I backed away, trembling with relief, a servant pressed a silver coin into my palm, a reward from the king. I bowed one last time, cheeks flushed, and retreated to the edge of the hall. My debut had been a success. That night the steward showed me to a small chamber in the castle's upper kitchens, simple but mine alone. I collapsed onto the straw-filled bed, exhausted but exhilarated. I'd arrived with nothing but my wits and earned not only coin but also a place in the king's household. I was no longer a wandering vagabond. I was the king's fool. As I stared up at the ceiling, I allowed myself a grin. Tomorrow, and each day that followed, I would balance between humour and power. In a court of lords and ladies, I, a mere fool, had found a foothold. By autumn of that year, I had become a familiar part of court life, ever ready with a quip to lift a mood. On one crisp evening at a harvest feast, the great hall hosted a grand banquet after a long day of festivities. The trestle tables groaned with roasted boar and spiced ale. I flitted around, refilling drinks and tossing one-liners. Most laughed kindly, but Sir Roger, a burly baron with a perpetual scowl, decided to sport with me. "Ho there, fool!" he bellowed, feigning joviality. "We hear you juggle anything. Try these." He suddenly hurled 2 oranges at me. The first I snatched out of the air, but the second struck my cheek sharply before splattering on the floor. Laughter erupted. Pain flared in my cheek, and my face burned as nobles howled at my expense. For an instant I nearly flung the remaining orange at him. I imagined it smacking that red-faced oaf, but a fool survives on wit, not wrath. I grinned foolishly and juggled the lone orange as if nothing were amiss. "Many thanks, my lord, for the extra supper," I quipped, pretending to bite into the fruit before nearly dropping it in an exaggerated fumble. The onlookers laughed anew, this time with me rather than at me. Even Sir Roger, satisfied that I'd accepted the mockery, gave a reluctant chuckle. I made a grand bow, swallowing my wounded pride. When I risked a glance up at King Edward, he was watching me with a faint smirk. Later that night, a royal page summoned me to the king. Heart pounding with worry, I made my way to his private chamber. Had I overstepped in some way at the feast? I entered to find King Edward alone by the hearth, gazing at the letters spread on a table. His crown sat off to the side, as if even gold and jewels grew heavy for him tonight. "Tom, come here a moment," he said. This was no summons for entertainment. His tone was pensive. The king rubbed a hand over his brow. "News from the shires," he muttered. "Poor harvests and empty storehouses, yet my lords demand their taxes in full." He sighed, then glanced at me. "Do you have a zest for that?" His question was earnest, not a command for a silly face or song. I took a breath. "Sire, if I may spin a small fable, sometimes answers slink out better in story form." At his nod, I spoke softly. I told of a farmer who had a skinny mule that pulled his plough. When drought withered the crops, the farmer threatened to whip the mule to make it work harder, but the beast begged for a bit more feed so he'd have strength to pull. The farmer relented and fed the mule extra grain. Come spring, they tilled enough land to survive and even thrive when rains returned. As I finished, I stole a sidelong look at King Edward. He stared out the window, stroking his beard. For a moment I feared I'd been too bold. My tale's meaning was clear. Then he gave a low chuckle. "Clever mule," he mused. "Clever enough to get his belly full." I bowed my head, relieved. "Mules often do, Your Majesty, especially when they bray in rhyme," I said with a jingle of my cat bell. He turned to face me, and I saw a trace of admiration in his worn eyes. "You've a sharper wit than many in silk, Tom. You wrap wisdom in nonsense." I felt a warmth in my chest. However, I responded lightly, saying, "It's but a fool's simple fable, sire." King Edward managed a slight smile. "On the contrary, I will consider what you have implied." He clapped a hand on my shoulder, a gesture of trust and thanks. "That will be all. Get some rest." I bowed deeply. "Good night, Your Majesty." Before departing, I turned back with a cheeky bow. "And don't forget to feed your mule, sire," I said. King Edward barked a brief laugh and waved me away. I slipped out with a grin. Walking back to my quarters through the dim corridors, I felt nearly weightless. Tonight I had stepped beyond mere entertainer. I had, in my small way, shaped the king's thoughts. It was exhilarating and a little terrifying. A fool's jingling cap, I realised, could carry surprising influence if I used my wit wisely. Although favour can change quickly for the time being, the king relied on the hidden truths within my pranks. Winter brought hardship and unrest. A poor harvest left many starving, and whispers of rebellion drifted into court. King Edward's temper, once jovial in my company, grew brittle as dried kindling. More often I saw him frown at reports from his barons, grain riots, poaching in the royal forests, a distant village refusing to pay tithes. Fear and anger coiled around the court like smoke. One bleak afternoon the king held open court to dispense justice. I stood at the edge of the hall, bells quiet, sensing the tension. One by one, prisoners were brought before the throne. A gaunt farmer who'd slain a deer on Crown land begged mercy, claiming it was to feed his starving children. Next, a ragged group of villagers accused of sparking a food riot in the north were dragged in chains. My stomach tightened at their hollow cheeks and terrified eyes. The barons and courtiers looked on with hard disapproval. Sir Warwick, the king's stern-faced adviser, urged severity. "An example must be made, Your Majesty," he declared loud enough for all to hear. "Clemency for lawbreakers in famine would only breed chaos. Show them the cost of defiance." I watched King Edward's face as Warwick spoke. A muscle in his jaw twitched. The king's eyes, usually so keen and alive, were clouded with worry. He would rather not seem weak. The farmer was up first for judgment. King Edward announced that the farmer would receive a public whipping as punishment. The poor man broke down in tears, grateful that he had avoided the noose. I let out a breath I hadn't realised I was holding. But then came the villagers. A guard read out their crime, leading a mob to raid a granary owned by the crown. An old woman among them cried out, "We only took the grain because our children were dying." Her voice echoed in the hall. Sir Warwick shook his head in disgust. The courtiers murmured angrily about treason and thievery. I bit my tongue, 1,000 thoughts clashing in my mind. These folk had broken the law, yes, but out of desperation. I glanced toward the king. Edward's face hardened as he prepared to deliver his verdict. "By my royal authority you shall," he began, likely meaning to condemn them to the dungeons or worse. But before I knew what I was doing, I stepped forward. My heart thundered in my chest, but I couldn't stay silent. Perhaps I'd spent too long weaving truth into jests. The truth now came out bare and unadorned. "Your Majesty," I interjected in a loud and clear voice to ask if I might offer a fool's perspective. A shocked hush fell. One did not interrupt the king at trial, certainly not a fool. I dimly heard Sir Warwick's hiss of annoyance. King Edward turned his cold gaze on me, more startled than furious. At least yet. I swallowed hard. There was no turning back. I adopted a deliberately light tone, though my pulse pounded in my ears. "These poor souls stand accused of stealing bread," I said, gesturing to the trembling villagers, "and truly that is no jesting matter. But I wonder, sire, if a father is to be whipped for feeding his children venison, and mothers are to be cast in dungeons for snatching a few loaves." I forced a thin smile. "Perhaps your humble fool should be punished as well, for I've been stealing your valuable air all these years without paying coin for it." A few nervous titters came from the back of the hall, then died immediately. The king's eyes narrowed. I pressed on, my voice gaining a desperate strength. "Only a fool would make light of hunger, my lord. I speak not to mock your justice, but to beseech your mercy. Starvation makes fools of us all." I bowed low, my head bent so I couldn't see his reaction. My hands were shaking. No one else dared breathe. For a heartbeat there was silence so deep I heard the distant drip of wax from a candle. Then, "Enough," King Edward said quietly. The word fell like an axe. I looked up. His face was flushed not with mirth, but with anger. "I'll hear no more." He stood from the throne, and in that moment he loomed larger than I'd ever seen him. "Who is king here? You fool?" His voice was deceptively soft, quivering with restrained rage. "Do you presume to lecture me on duty and mercy, dressed in motley and bells?" Every utterance from his lips felt like a boulder hurled towards my head. I opened my mouth to stammer an apology, but he silenced me with a glare. "Take him," the king snapped to his guards. In an instant, rough hands seized my arms. My bell-tip cap tumbled to the floor as a guard yanked me backward. I heard a few gasps among the courtiers. Lady Marjorie covered her mouth in dismay. Sir Warwick simply watched with a thin smile. My cap's little bells jangled on the stones, a faint jingling that seemed to underline my folly. King Edward's voice echoed in the rafters, cold and formal. For his disruption and insolence, let the king's fool receive the same punishment he pitied. He should receive 20 lashes before the court at dawn. Terror washed over me. 20 lashes. My knees nearly buckled. I wanted to beg for forgiveness, to plead that I'd only spoken out of concern, but my tongue felt paralysed. 2 guards dragged me from the hall as the king's attention returned to the stunned prisoners before him. As they hauled me away, none dared to object or even meet my eyes. They threw me into a draughty antechamber, where I collapsed to the floor, my back pressed against cold stone as I tried to catch my breath. I tasted blood. I must have bitten my tongue without noticing. When I shut my eyes, hot tears forced their way out and rolled down my cheeks. "Fool, fool, fool," I cursed myself silently. What had I done? I had wanted to save a few peasants from the king's wrath. Instead, I had only intensified the king's wrath and burned myself in the process. In my mind, I saw the king's face again, enraged and unyielding. That image stabbed at my heart more sharply than any whip could. Not long ago, I had sat by that same man's hearth trading fables and easing his burdens. Now he looked at me as just another disobedient subject. Toward midnight, the guards came to escort me to the pillory in the courtyard. The sentence was to be carried out at first light. They locked my wrists and neck in the wooden stocks. I stood hunched in that cruel device for endless hours, shivering in the winter cold alone under the stars. Snow began to fall, thin, icy flakes catching in my hair. The pain had not yet begun, but a dread deeper than any wound gnawed at me. As darkness deepened, a lone figure approached through the torchlit yard. I squinted through frozen lashes to see Master Robert, the king's old chamberlain, carrying a cloak. Without a word, he draped it over my shoulders. His eyes were sad as he met my gaze. "You were brave, Tom," he whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. He was indeed brave, if not a little foolish. A bitter laugh escaped me. What other thing could I be? He shook his head and pressed a small flask of ale to my lips. Gratefully, I drank a burning mouthful that chased some of the chill from my bones. "Is His Majesty—" I croaked, my throat raw from the cold night air as I struggled to hold back sobs. Master Robert sighed. He was alone in his chambers. He's unlikely to change his mind by morning. "I am sorry," he hesitated. "Some of us perceive the truth in your words, but the king, he's under enormous strain." I nodded as best I could with my neck trapped. A tear slipped down my face, hot against my numb skin. "Thank you," I managed to whisper. The chamberlain squeezed my shoulder gently and departed, leaving the cloak as my only comfort. I spent the remaining hours in silent prayer that the king's heart would soften, that dawn would never come, and that I might endure what was to come. I was not a warrior or a martyr, just a fool who had flown too close to the sun. The strange freedom I'd had to speak truth had shown its price. At sunrise they flogged me. I bit down on a leather strap to keep from screaming as each lash tore across my back. Fiery pain exploded with every stroke. By the 10th blow my vision blurred. By the 20th I hung limp in the restraints, unable to stand. I dimly heard an official read out my crime of insolence to the gathered courtiers as the punishment was delivered, as if it were some theatre, and I was the main spectacle. When it was mercifully over, they released the pillory's lock, and I crumpled to the snow. The world spun for a moment as I lay there with my cheek against the white, trampled ground. I could hear distant applause from one or two nobles, an ugly mockery. Warm blood trickled under my shirt. 2 guards lifted me to my feet and carried me away as if I were worthless trash. I drifted in and out of consciousness. Once, through a blur of tears, I thought I saw the king watching from a high window. I couldn't discern his expression. They dumped me in my little chamber and left without a word. I don't know how long I remained motionless on the floor, curled up and gasping. Eventually a kind maidservant slipped in and tended my wounds with vinegar and clean bandages, clucking softly in pity. I thanked her in a hoarse whisper. By nightfall I could at least sit upright on my straw cot. Every movement sent bolts of agony through my welted back. I stared at the dark ceiling, hollow and heartsick. A fool I had been indeed, thinking I could speak for the weak and not be struck down. As the castle around me bustled with the evening supper and song, I lay in silence, tasting bitterness like bile. I did not know what hurt more, the fiery stripes across my back or the cold distance that now yawned between me and the king I had thought perhaps foolishly was my friend. After a week under siege with little progress, the king decided to send a message of surrender terms to Duke Geoffrey. To my surprise, he chose me as the envoy. Perhaps he chose me as the envoy as a form of punishment, or perhaps he believed that having a fool present would emphasize his contempt. Either way, I found myself standing before the king in his pavilion as he thrust a sealed parchment into my hand. "Carry our surrender offer to Duke Geoffrey's gate. You've a silver tongue. Perhaps you can persuade him where siege engines cannot," he said coolly. His knights smirked. We all knew this errand carried risk. A rebel might easily kill the king's fool as a mockery of the message. I realized King Edward was effectively sending me as a disposable herald. Still, I mustered my courage. This was the first duty he had given me since my disgrace. Perhaps, if I succeeded, it could begin to mend the rift. "As you command, sire," I said quietly. Soon after, I rode out under a truce flag, replacing my motley with a simple tunic adorned with the royal arms. A pair of trumpeters accompanied me part way and sounded a call before falling back. Alone, I approached the castle's gate across a field littered with broken arrows. My spine prickled, expecting at any moment to hear the sinister twang of a bowstring and feel an arrow between my shoulders. But none came. Instead, a knot of the Duke's soldiers emerged atop the battlements, crossbows trained on me. "I come bearing a message from King Edward," I shouted up in as steady a voice as I could manage. Eventually, the iron portcullis creaked upward, just enough for a handful of armoured men to drag me inside. I was roughly searched and relieved of my small dagger, more a tool than a weapon. Then they shoved me into a torchlit great hall where Duke Geoffrey himself awaited. He was a formidable figure in steel plate and a crimson cloak, a middle-aged man with a scarred brow and weary eyes. "So," he said, his voice echoing off the stone walls, "Edward sends his fool to parley. Is he so short of loyal knights?" Snickers echoed from the Duke's men around me. I straightened to my full height, trying not to let my knees quake. "Loyal knights are too valuable to risk on Duke Geoffrey," I replied, before thinking better of it. My old reflex for wit had slipped out. Some of the rebel soldiers bristled, but the Duke barked a short laugh. "Hand me the message, fool," he said. I presented the parchment with a slight bow. As he read the king's offer, amnesty in exchange for immediate surrender, his face showed no flicker of concession. When he finished, he scoffed. "Empty promises. Did Edward think a few pardoning words would make me kneel? He must consider me more foolish than you." A tense silence fell. I realized all eyes were on me, awaiting a response. If I returned empty-handed and tongue-tied, I'd earn only scorn. So, drawing a shaky breath, I addressed the Duke. "His Majesty desires no more bloodshed. He offers you a chance to retain your lands and honour, your grace." I implore you to think of the kingdom and your men who have families waiting for them." My voice echoed in the hall. It was a bold speech for my station, but I spoke with genuine pleading. I had seen enough suffering. Duke Geoffrey regarded me with a faintly surprised expression. He spoke earnestly, as if he were a fool. He sighed deeply, and for a moment I thought I saw sorrow in his eyes. "You are young. You do not know Edward as I do. He keeps his promises only while it suits him. Tell your king that Geoffrey of March will not yield to pretty words and hollow clemency. We will meet on the field and settle our differences with steel." My heart sank. "Is that your final answer, my lord?" I asked softly. "It is," he said. Then he leaned forward and added in a low growl, "Tell Edward that by week's end I shall sit on his throne or die in the attempt." I bowed, understanding the parley was over. But as I turned to leave, one of the Duke's captains stepped forward with a hand on his sword, eyeing me with a wolfish grin. Duke Geoffrey waved a gauntleted hand dismissively. "No, he's but a messenger, and an honest one at that. Let him return unharmed. We are not the savages that Edward would claim." He looked at me. "Go, fool. Thank whatever god you pray to that I am not in the mood to play games with a jester today." They escorted me back to the gate. I felt the glare of archers on my back as I walked out, refusing to break into a run. They shoved me out and slammed the portcullis behind me. Weak-kneed with relief, I walked back to our lines. Facing the rebel lord had been terrifying, but at least I survived unscathed. Back in King Edward's camp, I delivered Duke Geoffrey's reply faithfully to King Edward and his council. The king's face tightened at the Duke's defiance. He said nothing to me except a curt nod of dismissal. It was as if I were truly nothing more than a talking letter. That night I sat by the campfires, watching armoured men hurry about sharpening swords and whispering prayers and murmuring about ill omens. Blood would begin to flow by dawn. I felt utterly small beneath the vast dark sky. Once a fool's quick wit had mattered in the king's hall, now it meant nothing on the eve of slaughter. I realised I was witnessing the gears of history turning, indifferent to one humble jester. In the flicker of the firelight, I caught sight of King Edward standing with his generals, resolute and grim. I remembered when he used to smile at my antics. But that was before famine, rebellion, and my own over-bold tongue had come between us. Now, I was just another soul in his train, useful only for the odd errand. As trumpets sounded low and mournful in the darkness, I wrapped my cloak tight and tried to steal a few hours of sleep on the cold ground. Tomorrow's battle would decide the fate of the kingdom. I could do nothing but witness it, a fool on the sidelines of kings hoping to survive the coming dawn. At dawn, King Edward's army clashed with Duke Geoffrey's rebels in a cacophony of steel and screams. Suddenly, I saw King Edward unhorsed. His white charger had been felled under him, and the king was on foot fighting off rebel soldiers who pressed in around him. My heart pounded in my chest. The knights who should have been by his side dispersed, leaving only me close enough to assist him in that moment. Without thinking, I grabbed a discarded spear from the churned mud and ran towards the king. The sight of a motley-clad fool sprinting into the thick of battle stunned both friends and foes alike. One rebel knight charged the king from behind. I hurled myself at him with all my might. By sheer luck, he went down in a clatter of armour, more surprised than hurt. King Edward whirled at the sound and caught sight of me, mud-splattered and wild-eyed, standing over the knight I'd felled. For an instant our eyes met. Then another rebel lunged at the king. Edward parried, and together we stood back to back, sovereign and fool, in an unlikely circle of defence. I brandished the spear wildly, screaming more in terror than fury. In that moment, a surge of royal knights ploughed into the melee, driving the rebels back. As the enemy fell into confusion and began to retreat, we pulled the king onto a fresh horse. The battle soon turned in our favour. Duke Geoffrey's line broke under the onslaught of the king's rallied forces. By noon it was over. The rebels threw down arms or fled. Victory belonged to King Edward, but it came at a terrible cost. Bodies carpeted the field and the cries of the wounded echoed in the smoky air. In the aftermath I slumped, exhausted, on a fallen log, my hand still trembling from adrenaline. Blood spattered my once colourful attire, some of it from a shallow cut on my arm. As the king moved among the living and dead, tending to the wounded and gazing sorrowfully over the carnage, I watched in a daze. When at last the king approached me, I struggled to my feet and bowed unsteadily. I expected perhaps a reprimand for plunging into the fight unbidden. Instead, King Edward dismounted and stepped forward. For a long moment he simply regarded me, taking in the spear still clenched in my hand and the drying blood on my cheek. Then, to my shock, he knelt slightly and placed a hand on my shoulder. "You saved my life today," he said quietly. There was an openness in his face I had not seen since my earliest days at court. "Fool or not, Tom, you have the heart of a true friend." "Sire, I only did what anyone would," I stammered, suddenly choking up. He shook his head and turned to the lords gathering around. In a clear voice, he proclaimed that my bravery had saved him and would not be forgotten. My cheeks burned with humble pride as nobles who once sneered now inclined their heads to me. I understood that my return to the king's favour was not due to humour, but rather to my unwavering loyalty during crucial moments. That evening we shared a quiet victory meal in camp. Late that night, as I sat by the dying fire, King Edward draped his own fur cloak around my shoulders. "You'll catch your death in this chill, Tom," he said softly. Side by side under the starry sky, we sat in a comfortable silence. After a long pause, he murmured, "So much loss. Will God forgive me for this day?" In that moment, he was not a mighty king, but a weary man. I found the courage to answer gently that he had done his duty and even shown mercy. "If a king can be merciful," I said, "surely God can too." He managed a worn smile and gripped my arm. "Thank you, Tom," he whispered. By the time I crawled into my small tent, I felt lighter than I had in a long while. The gulf between the king and his fool had closed in the crucible of war, and with it came a renewed trust. I dared to hope that better days lay ahead, when I might serve him with both wit and devotion as I once did. For a brief golden time after the battle, life at court was kinder to me. King Edward kept me close, and though I still donned caps and bells to amuse him, I also became something of a confidant again. I even offered the king an occasional candid observation to aid his rule. The memory of my past estrangement faded like a terrible dream, but fortune's wheel never stops turning. Some years later, a harsh winter illness swept through the land. The illness affected both the upper and lower classes equally. King Edward, vigorous in battle, succumbed in his bedchamber after a week of fever. I sat at his bedside near the end, holding his hand as the fever took him on a frigid February night. When he breathed his last, I lost not only my king, but also my truest friend. The court mourned, and then the power shifted. King Edward's heir was a boy of 12, so a council of regents took control. Almost overnight, the atmosphere at court changed. The new rulers had little use for the old king's fool. To them I was a remnant of Edward's era, at best irrelevant, at worst a nuisance with too many of the late king's confidences. In the weeks after the funeral, I became increasingly unwelcome. The boy king, guided by stern advisers, showed no interest in my antics. I used to sit near the throne, but now I found myself standing at the back of the hall. One grey morning I was summoned before Lord Warwick, the very adviser who had urged my flogging years ago, and now one of the prince's regents. He regarded me with cold disdain. "The Crown has decided your services are no longer required," he said flatly. He pushed across the table a small purse of coins, perhaps meant as a gesture of compensation. "You are to leave the palace by sundown." I felt a pang of disbelief. I dared to ask if I had given offence or could make amends, but Warwick silenced me with a glare. "The young king was too busy to indulge a fool's prattle," he said. They didn't require a jester to interrupt them. For an instant anger flared. I had bled for this kingdom and the late king valued me, but one look at Warwick's face told me protest was futile. These men saw only a clown, not a counsellor. I took the leather purse with trembling fingers. It felt pitifully light. I bowed my head. "As you command, my lord," I murmured. There was nothing else to do. To resist would mean imprisonment, or worse. That afternoon I packed my scant belongings, a few worn motley tunics, my lute, and the gilded wooden fool's sceptre King Edward had once given me as a jesting staff of office. Not one familiar face came to wish me well. Any who might have were gone, or afraid to show kindness to a dismissed fool. I walked out of the palace gates at twilight, a solitary figure for the first time in years. The guards hardly glanced at me as I passed under the portcullis, where I'd first entered so many years ago, a frightened youth, eager to entertain a king. How different that departure was now, older, wiser, and bearing the weight of sorrows and joys alike. As I left the royal court behind, I paused on a hill overlooking the capital. The sun was sinking in a cold purple sky. In the distance, the towers of the castle caught the last light. Standing in that same spot on happier days alongside King Edward, I recalled listening to him confide his worries. I remembered our laughter, our battles of wit, and even our moments of anger. A sad smile tugged at my lips. A fool I came, and a fool I depart, I whispered to the chill air. My breath swirled like ghostly incense. There was no audience to laugh or applaud, only the lonely wind. I drew my tattered cloak tighter and turned away from the only home I had known in my adult life. It was time to explore the fate that a king's fool without a king might face. For months I roamed through villages and market towns, free and without a master. Initially the freedom felt jarring. I could go anywhere, say anything, yet who cared now for the words of a king's fool? I earned my supper by telling stories or juggling in tavern yards, performing not for nobles but for farmers and fishermen. Some nights I slept in a hayloft or under the open sky, and my joints ached more than they used to, and the laughter of coarse villagers was a poor substitute for the attentive hush of a royal court. One autumn evening I found myself in a small country inn, entertaining a handful of locals by the hearth. I narrated humorous stories about court life, taking care not to mention specific names, and managed to elicit a few chuckles from the audience. Afterward, as the patrons drifted off, the innkeeper pressed a mug of ale into my hand, pity or payment, perhaps both, and asked, "Were you truly the king's fool once?" I nodded with a faint smile. "I was," I replied. He shook his head in wonder and went to lock up, leaving me alone with the dying fire. I sat there long after the last embers crumbled, nursing the ale and my memories. Yes, I had been the king's fool. I had lived in a castle, worn silks, however patched, dined on venison and custard, and traded wits with powerful men. I had experienced both highs and lows. Now I was no one of importance. Despite feeling unimportant, I still sensed the same heart beating in my chest and maintained the same keen eye for absurdity in the world. In the silence of that tavern, I realized that in my own way, I still carried the truth speaker's torch. I could now speak freely about the Lord's vanity, the poor's plight, and other palace secrets. The strange privilege I once held to speak truth to power had come at enormous risk. Now I held a different sort of freedom. I could speak truth openly, but power no longer heeded. It was a lonely freedom, stripped of the glamour that once gave my words weight. I drained my ale and stepped outside into the crisp night. A thin sliver of moon hung overhead. The village was dark and sleeping. Only the distant bark of a dog and the rustle of trees kept me company. Pulling my threadbare cloak around my shoulders, I walked down the empty lane toward the inn's stable loft, where a pile of straw waited as my bed. Overhead, countless stars glittered. The same stars I used to gaze at from the castle parapets in King Edward's day. How many times had I stood by his side after a feast, pointing out a constellation or making a wish? I closed my eyes and could almost hear the king's rich laugh beside me. An ache swelled in my throat, part sorrow, part sweet reminiscence. "Ah, Edward," I murmured to the sky. "They took your fool away, but they'll never quite rid me of you." Perhaps it was a foolish thing to say, but then foolishness had always been my trade. I climbed into the loft and lay down on the straw. Through a gap in the roof I could just see a splash of stars. I thought of the people I had been, the eager young jester, the broken wretch in the stocks, the unlikely hero on the battlefield, the trusted friend, and now the vagabond storyteller. Which was the real me? Perhaps all of them. Perhaps none. As I drifted to sleep, I found myself smiling in the dark. I had played my part in the grand pageant of kings and clowns, and though my costume was torn and my stage now a humble inn, I still had my wits, my memories, and my voice. In the morning I would move on to the next village and the next crowd. Maybe I'd make them laugh, maybe I'd make them think. Either way, the spirit of the king's fool lived on as long as I drew breath. Whatever tomorrow brings, I will meet it as I always have, with a jest on my tongue, a tear in my eye, and hope in my foolish heart.